Section 24 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon, Chapter 15. Mr. Lincoln predicted a bloody conflict in Kansas as the immediate effect of the repeal of the Missouri restriction. He had not long to wait for the fulfillment of his prophecy. It began, in fact, before he spoke, and if blood had not actually flowed on the plains of Kansas, occurrences were taking place on the Missouri border which could not avoid that result. The South invited the struggle by repealing a time-honored compromise in such a manner as to convince the North that she no longer felt herself bound by any congressional restrictions upon the institution of slavery, and that she intended, as far as her power would permit, to push its existence into all the territories of the Union. The Northern States accepted the challenge promptly. The people of the free States knew how to colonize and settle new territories. The march of their westward settlements had for years assumed a steady tread, as the population of these states augmented and the facility for emigrating increased. When, therefore, the South threw down the barriers which had for 30 years consecrated all the territories north of 36 degrees 30 minutes to free labor, and announced her intention of competing therein for the establishment of her peculiar institution, the North responded by using the legitimate means at her command to throw into the exposed regions settlers who would organize the territories in the interest of free labor. The irrepressible conflict was therefore opened in the territories, with the people of the two sections of the country arrayed against each other as participants in as well as spectators of the contest. As participants, each section aided its representatives. The struggle opened in Kansas and in favor of the South. During the passage of the bill organizing the territory, preparations had been extensively made along the Missouri border by Blue Lodges and social bands for the purpose of getting control of its territorial government. The whole eastern border of the territory was open to these marauders, and they were not slow to embrace the opportunity of meeting their enemies with so many advantages in their favor. Public meetings were held in many of the frontier counties of Missouri, in which the people were not only advised to go over and take early possession of the territory, but to hold themselves in readiness to remove all emigrants who should go there under the auspices of the Northern Aid Societies. It was with these border ruffians and some volunteers from Alabama and South Carolina, with a few vagabond colonels and generals from the slave states generally, that the South began the struggle. Of course, the North did not look with complacency upon such a state of things. If the repeal of the Missouri Compromise startled the people of the free states from their sense of security, the manner of applying popular sovereignty, as indicated at its first introduction, was sufficient to arouse public sentiment to an unwonted degree. Kansas became at once a subject of universal interest. Societies were formed for throwing into her borders with the utmost expedition settlers who could be relied upon to mold her government in the interest of freedom. At the same time, there was set in train all the political machinery that could be used to agitate the question until the cry of bleeding Kansas was heard throughout the land. It is not necessary in this connection to set down in order the raids, assassinations, burnings, robberies, and election frauds which followed. Enough if their origin and character be understood. For this present purpose, a brief summary only will be given of what occurred during the long struggle to make Kansas a slave state, for upon the practical issues which arose during the contest followed the discussions between Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Douglas, upon the merits of which the former was carried into the presidential office. The first territorial governor appointed under the provisions of the Kansas-Nebraska Act was Andrew H. Reeder of Pennsylvania. He was appointed by President Pierce. He reached Kansas in the autumn of 1854 and proceeded to establish a territorial government. The first election was for a delegate to Congress. By the aid of the people of Missouri, it resulted in favor of the Democrats. The governor then ordered an election for the first territorial legislature, to be held on the 31st of March, 1855. To this election the Missourians came in greater force than before, and succeeded in electing pro-slavery men to both houses of the legislature, with a single exception in each house. The governor, a pro-slavery man, set aside the returns in 6 districts as being fraudulent, whereupon new elections were held, which, with one exception, resulted in favor of the Free State men. These parties, however, were refused their seats in the legislature, while the persons chosen at the previous election were accepted. The legislature, thus organized, proceeded to enact the most hostile measures against the Free State men. Many of these acts were promptly vetoed by the governor. The legislature then petitioned the President for his removal. Their wishes were complied with, and Wilson G. Shannon of Ohio was appointed in his stead. In the meantime, the Free State men entirely repudiated the legislature and refused to be bound by its enactments. Such was the situation in Kansas when Mr. Lincoln addressed to Mr. Speed the following letter. Springfield, August 24, 1855. Dear Speed, you know what a poor correspondent I am. Ever since I received your very agreeable letter of the 22nd of May, I have been intending to write you an answer to it. You suggest that in political action now you and I would differ. I suppose we would, not quite as much, however, as you may think. You know I dislike slavery, and you fully admit the abstract wrong of it. So far there is no cause of difference. But you say that sooner than yield your legal right to the slave, especially at the bidding of those who are not themselves interested, you would see the Union dissolved. I am not aware that anyone is bidding you yield that right. Very certainly I am not. I leave that matter entirely to yourself. I also acknowledge your rights and my obligations under the Constitution in regard to your slaves. I confess I hate to see the poor creatures hunted down and caught and carried back to their stripes and unrequited toils. But I bite my lip and keep quiet. In 1841 you and I had together a tedious low-water trip on a steamboat from Louisville to St. Louis. You may remember, as I well do, that from Louisville to the mouth of the Ohio there were on board 10 or a dozen slaves shackled together with irons. That sight was a continued torment to me, and I see something like it every time I touch the Ohio or any other slave border. It is not fair for you to assume that I have no interest in a thing which has and continually exercises the power of making me miserable. You ought rather to appreciate how much the great body of the Northern people do crucify their feelings in order to maintain their loyalty to the Constitution and the Union. I do oppose the extension of slavery, because my judgment and my feelings so prompt me, and I am under no obligations to the contrary. If for this you and I must differ, differ we must. You say, if you were president, you would send an army and hang the leaders of the Missouri outrages upon the Kansas elections. Still, if Kansas fairly votes herself a slave state, she must be admitted, or the Union must be dissolved. But how if she votes herself a slave state unfairly? That is, by the very means for which you say you would hang men. Must she still be admitted, or the Union dissolved? That will be the phase of the question when it first becomes a practical one. In your assumption that there may be a fair decision of the slavery question in Kansas, I plainly see you and I would differ about the Nebraska law. I look upon that enactment not as a law, but a violence from the beginning. It was conceived in violence, is maintained in violence, and is being executed in violence. I say it was conceived in violence because the destruction of the Missouri Compromise, under the circumstances, was nothing less than violence. It was passed in violence, because it could not have passed at all but for the votes of many members in violence of the known will of their constituents. It is maintained in violence, because the elections since clearly demand its repeal, and the demand is openly disregarded. You say men ought to be hung for the way they are executing that law, and I say the way it is being executed is quite as good as any of its antecedents. It is being executed in the precise way which was intended from the first. Else, why does no Nebraska man express astonishment or condemnation? Poor Reeder is the only public man who has been silly enough to believe that anything like fairness was ever intended, and he has been bravely undeceived. That Kansas will form a slave constitution, and with it will ask to be admitted into the Union, I take to be already a settled question, and so settled by the very means you so pointedly condemn. By every principle of law ever held by any court, North or South, every negro taken to Kansas is free. Yet, in utter disregard of this, in the spirit of violence merely, that beautiful legislature gravely passes a law to hang any man who shall venture to inform a negro of his legal rights. This is the substance and real object of that law. If, like Haman, they should hang upon the gallows of their own building, I shall not be among the mourners for their fate. In my humble sphere I shall advocate the restoration of the Missouri Compromise so long as Kansas remains a territory, and when by all these foul means it seeks to come into the Union as a slave state, I shall oppose it. I am very loath in any case to withhold my assent to the enjoyment of property acquired or located in good faith, but I do not admit that good faith in taking a negro to Kansas to be held in slavery is a probability with any man. Any man who has sense enough to be the controller of his own property has too much sense to misunderstand the outrageous character of the whole Nebraska business. But I digress. In my opposition to the admission of Kansas, I shall have some company, but we may be beaten. If we are, I shall not on that account attempt to dissolve the Union. I think it probable, however, that we shall be beaten. Standing as a unit among yourselves, you can, directly and indirectly, bribe enough of our men to carry the day, as you could on the open proposition to establish a monarchy. Get hold of some man in the North whose position and ability is such that he can make the support of your measure, whatever it may be, a Democratic party necessity, and the thing is done. Apropos of this, let me tell you an anecdote. Douglas introduced the Nebraska bill in January. In February afterwards, there was a called session of the Illinois legislature. Of the 100 members composing the two branches of that body, about 70 were Democrats. These latter held a caucus in which the Nebraska bill was talked of, if not formally discussed. It was thereby discovered that just 3, and no more, were in favor of the measure. In a day or two, Douglas's orders came on to have resolutions passed approving the bill, and they were passed by large majorities. The truth of this is vouched for by a bolting Democratic member. The masses, too, Democratic as well as Whig, were even nearer unanimous against it. But as soon as the party necessity of supporting it became apparent, the way the Democracy began to see the wisdom and justice of it was perfectly astonishing. You say that if Kansas fairly votes herself a free state, as a Christian you will rather rejoice at it. All decent slaveholders talk that way, and I do not doubt their candor. But they never vote that way. Although in a private letter or conversation you will express your preference that Kansas should be free, you would vote for no man for Congress who would say the same thing publicly. No such man could be elected from any district in a slave state. You think Stringfellow and Company ought to be hung, and yet at the next presidential election you will vote for the exact type and representative of Stringfellow. The slave breeders and slave traders are a small, odious, and detested class among you, and yet in politics they dictate the course of all of you, and are as completely your masters as you are the master of your own negroes. You inquire where I now stand. That is a disputed point. I think I am a Whig, but others say there are no Whigs, and that I am an abolitionist. When I was at Washington, I voted for the Wilmot Proviso as good as 40 times, and I never heard of anyone attempting to unwhig me for that. I now do no more than oppose the extension of slavery. I am not a know-nothing, that is certain. How could I be? How can anyone who abhors the oppression of negroes be in favor of degrading classes of white people? Our progress in degeneracy appears to me to be pretty rapid. As a nation, we began by declaring that all men are created equal. We now practically read it, all men are created equal except Negroes. When the know-nothings get control, it will read, all men are created equal except Negroes and foreigners and Catholics. When it comes to this, I should prefer emigrating to some country where they make no pretense of loving liberty, to Russia, for instance, where despotism can be taken pure and without the base alloy of hypocrisy. Mary will probably pass a day or two in Louisville in October. My kindest regards to Mrs. Speed. On the leading subject of this letter, I have more of her sympathy than I have of yours, and yet let me say that I am your friend forever, A. Lincoln. Governor Shannon arrived in the Territory September 1st, 1855. On his way thither, he declared himself in favor of making Kansas a slave state. He found affairs in a turbulent condition, which his policy by no means tended to mitigate or assuage. The Free State party held a mass meeting at Big Springs in the early part of September, at which they distinctly and earnestly repudiated the legislative government, which claimed to have been elected in March, as well as all laws passed by it, and they decided not to participate in an election for a delegate to Congress, which the legislature had appointed to be held on the 1st of October following. They also held a delegate convention at Topeka on the 19th of September, and appointed an executive committee for the Territory, and also an election for a delegate to Congress, to be held on the second Tuesday in October. These two rival elections for a Congressional delegate took place on different days, at the former of which Whitfield, representing the pro-slavery party, was elected, while at the other Governor Reeder, representing the Free State party, was chosen. On the 28th of October, the Free State party held a constitutional convention at Topeka, and formed a state constitution in their interest, under the provisions of which they subsequently acted, and also asked for admission into the Union. While we are on this phase of the Kansas question, it may not be amiss to postpone the relation of some intermediate events, in order to give the reader the benefit of an expression of Mr. Lincoln's views which thus far has found no place in the printed record. Sometime in 1856, an association of abolitionists was formed in Illinois to go to Kansas and aid the Free State men in opposing the government. The object of those engaged in this work was, in their opinion, a very laudable one, no other than the defense of freedom, which they thought foully menaced in that far-off region. Among these gentlemen, one of the most courageous and disinterested was William H. Herndon. He says, "Mr. Lincoln was informed of our intent by some means. Probably the idea of resistance was more known than I now remember. He took the first opportunity he could to dissuade us from our partially formed purpose. We spoke of liberty, justice, and God's higher law, and invoked the spirit of these as our holiest inspiration. In 1856, he addressed us on this very subject, substantially in these words: 'Friends, I agree with you in Providence, but I believe in the providence of the most men, the largest purse, and the longest cannon. You are in a minority, in a sad minority, and you can't hope to succeed, reasoning from all human experience. You would rebel against the government, and redden your hands in the blood of your countrymen. If you are in the minority, as you are, you can't succeed. I say again and again, against the government, with a great majority of its best citizens backing it, and when they have the most men, the longest purse, and the biggest cannon, you can't succeed. If you have the majority, as some of you say you have, you can succeed with the ballot, throwing away the bullet. You can peaceably then redeem the government and preserve the liberties of mankind through your votes and voice and moral influence. Let there be peace. In a democracy where the majority rule by the ballot through the forms of law, these physical rebellions and bloody resistances are radically wrong, unconstitutional, and are treason. Better bear the ills you have than fly to those you know not of. Our own Declaration of Independence says that governments long established for trivial causes should not be resisted. Revolutionize through the ballot box, and restore the government once more to the affections and hearts of men, by making it express, as it was intended to do, the highest spirit of justice and liberty. Your attempt, if there be such, to resist the laws of Kansas by force is criminal and wicked, and all your feeble attempts will be follies, and end in bringing sorrow on your heads, and ruin the cause you would freely die to preserve." This little speech, continues Mr. Herndon, is not in print. It is a part of a much longer one, likewise not in print. But this speech squelched the ideas of physical resistance, and directed our energies through other more effective channels, which his wisdom and coolness pointed out to us. This little speech, so timely and well made, saved many of us from great follies, if not our necks from the halter. The man who uttered it is no more, but this little speech, I hope, shall not soon be forgotten. Mr. Lincoln himself, after this speech, subscribed money to the people of Kansas, under conditions which I will relate in other ways. He was not alone in his gifts. I signed the same paper, I think, for the same amount most cheerfully, and would do it again, only doubling the sum, adding no conditions, only the good people's wise discretion. Early in 1856, it became painfully apparent to Mr. Lincoln that he must take a decisive stand upon the questions of the day, and become a Know-Nothing, a Democrat, a Republican, or an Abolitionist. Mere anti-Nebraska would answer no longer. The members of that ephemeral coalition were seeking more permanent organizations. If interrogated concerning his position, he would probably have answered still, "I think I am a Whig." With the Abolition or Liberty Party he had thus far shown not a particle of sympathy. In 1840, 1844, 1848, and 1852, the Abolitionists, Liberty men, or Free Soilers, ran candidates of their own for the presidency, and made no little noise and stir in the politics of the country. But they were as yet too insignificant in number to claim the adhesion of a practical man like Mr. Lincoln. In fact, his partner, one of the most earnest of them all, had not up to this time desired his fellowship. But now Mr. Herndon thought the hour had arrived when his hero should declare himself in unmistakable terms. He found, however, one little difficulty in the way. He was not precisely certain of his hero. Mr. Lincoln might go that way, and he might go the other way. His mind was not altogether made up, and there was no telling on which side the decision would fall. He was buttonholed by three ideas, and by men belonging to each class. First, he was urged to remain a Whig. Secondly, he was urged to become a know-nothing, say-nothing, do-nothing. And thirdly, he was urged to be baptized in abolitionism. In my imagination, I can see Lincoln strung out three ways. At last, two cords were snapped, he flying to freedom. And this is the way the cords were snapped. Mr. Herndon drew up a paper to be signed by men of his class in politics, calling a county convention to elect delegates to the state convention at Bloomington. Mr. Lincoln was then backward, says Mr. Herndon, dodgy, so and so. I was determined to make him take a stand. If he would not do it willingly, which he might have done, as he was naturally inclined abolition-ward. Lincoln was absent when the call was signed and circulated here. I signed Mr. Lincoln's name without authority, had it published in the Journal. John T. Stuart was keeping his eye on Lincoln, with the view of keeping him on his side, the totally dead conservative side. Mr. Stuart saw the published call, and grew mad, rushed into my office, seemed mad, horrified, and said to me, "Sir, did Mr. Lincoln sign that abolition call which is published this morning?" I answered, "Mr. Lincoln did not sign that call." "Did Lincoln authorize you to sign it?" said Mr. Stuart. "No, he never authorized me to sign it." "Then do you know that you have ruined Mr. Lincoln?" "I do not know that I had ruined Mr. Lincoln, did not intend to do so, thought he was a made man by it, that the time had come when conservatism was a crime and a blunder." "You then take the responsibility of your act, do you?" "I do, most emphatically." However, I instantly sat down and wrote to Mr. Lincoln, who was then in Pekin or Tremont, possibly at court. He received my letter, and instantly replied, either by letter or telegraph, most likely by letter, that he adopted in toto what I had done, and promised to meet the Radicals, Lovejoy and such like men, among us. At Bloomington, Lincoln was the great figure. Beside him, all the rest, even the oldest in the faith and the strongest in the work, were small. Yet he was universally regarded as a recent convert, although the most important one that could be made in the State of Illinois. We met at Bloomington, and it was there, says Mr. Herndon in one of his lectures, that Mr. Lincoln was baptized and joined our church. He made a speech to us. I have heard or read all Mr. Lincoln's great speeches, and I give it as my opinion, on my best judgment, that the Bloomington speech was the grand effort of his life. Heretofore, and up to this moment, he had simply argued the slavery question on grounds of policy, on what are called the statesman's grounds, never reaching the question of the radical and the eternal right. Now he was newly baptized and freshly born. He had the fervor of a new convert. The smothered flame broke out. Enthusiasm unusual to him blazed up. His eyes were aglow with an inspiration. He felt justice. His heart was alive to the right. His sympathies, remarkably deep for him, burst forth, and he stood before the throne of the eternal right, in the presence of his God, and then and there unburdened his penitential and fired soul. This speech was fresh, new, genuine, odd, original, filled with fervor not unmixed with a divine enthusiasm, his head breathing out through his tender heart its truths, its sense of right, and its feeling of the good and for the good. This speech was full of fire and energy and force. It was logic, it was pathos, it was enthusiasm, it was justice, equity, truth, right, and the good, set ablaze by the divine fires of a soul maddened by the wrong. It was hard, heavy, knotty, gnarly, edged, and heated. I attempted for about 15 minutes, as was usual with me then, to take notes, but at the end of that time I threw pen and paper to the dogs, and lived only in the inspiration of the hour. If Mr. Lincoln was 6 feet 4 inches high usually, at Bloomington he was 7 feet, and inspired at that. From that day to the day of his death he stood firm on the right. He felt his great cross, had his great idea, nursed it, kept it, taught it to others, and in his fidelity bore witness of it to his death, and finally sealed it with his precious blood. If anything in the foregoing description by Mr. Herndon seems extravagant to the reader, something must be pardoned to the spirit of a patient friend and an impatient teacher, who saw in this scene the first fruits of his careful husbandry and the end of his long vigil. He appears to have participated even then in the belief which Mr. Lincoln himself avowed, that the latter was designed by the Dispenser of all things to occupy a great place in the world's history, and he felt that that day's doings had fixed his political character forever. The Bloomington Convention was called Republican, and the Republican party of Illinois was there formed. But the most noted abolitionists were in it, the spirit of the Lovejoys was present, and Mr. Herndon had a right to say that if Mr. Lincoln was not an abolitionist, he was tending abolitionward so surely that no doubt could be entertained of his ultimate destination. But after all, the resolutions of this convention were very moderate. They merely denounced the administration for its course regarding Kansas, stigmatized the repeal of the Missouri Compromise as an act of bad faith, and opposed the extension of slavery into territories heretofore free. It was surely not because Mr. Lincoln was present and aiding at the passage of such resolutions that Mr. Herndon and others thereafter regarded him as a newborn abolitionist. It must have been the general warmth of his speech against the South, his manifest detestation of slaveholders and slaveholding as exhibited in his words, which led them to believe that his feelings, at least, if not his opinions, were similar to theirs. But the reader will see, nevertheless, as we get along in our history, that the Bloomington resolutions were the actual standard of Mr. Lincoln's views, that he continued to express his determination to maintain the rights of the slave states under the Constitution, and to make conspicuously plain his abhorrence of negro suffrage and negro equality. He certainly disliked the Southern politicians very much, but even that sentiment, growing daily more fierce and ominous in the masses of the new party, was in his case counterbalanced by his prejudices or his caution, and he never saw the day when he would willingly have clothed the negroes with political privileges. Notwithstanding the conservative character of the resolutions, the proceedings of the Bloomington Convention were alarming to a portion of the community, and seem to have found little favor with the people of Springfield. About 5 days after its adjournment, Herndon and Lincoln bethought them of holding a ratification meeting. Mr. Herndon got out huge posters announcing the event, and employed a band of musicians to parade the streets and drum up a crowd. As the hour of meeting drew near, he lit up the courthouse with many blazes, rung the bells, and blew a horn. At 7 o'clock the meeting should have been called to order, but it turned out to be extremely slim. There was nobody present, with all those brilliant lights, but A. Lincoln, W. H. Herndon, and John Payne. When Mr. Lincoln came into the courtroom, says the bill poster and hornblower of this great demonstration, he came with a sadness and a sense of the ludicrous on his face. He walked to the stand, mounted it in a kind of mockery, mirth and sadness all combined, and said, "Gentlemen, this meeting is larger than I knew it would be. I knew that Herndon and myself would come, but I did not know that anyone else would be here. And yet another has come, you, John Payne. These are sad times and seem out of joint. All seems dead, dead, dead. But the age is not yet dead. It liveth as sure as our Maker liveth. Under all this seeming want of life and motion, the world does move nevertheless. Be hopeful. And now let us adjourn and appeal to the people." This speech is in substance just as he delivered it, and substantially in the same sad but determined spirit. And so we did adjourn, did go out, and did witness to the fact that the world was not dead. The Bloomington Convention sent delegates to the General Republican Convention, which was to be held at Philadelphia in June. That body was to nominate candidates for the presidency and vice presidency, and high hopes were entertained of their success. But much remained to be done before such a revolution in sentiment could be expected. The American or Know-Nothing party, corrupt, hideous, and delusive, but still powerful, had adopted the old Whig platform on the several slavery questions, and planted itself decisively against the agitations of the anti-Nebraska men and the Republicans. A national council had taken this position for it the year previous, in terms beside which the resolutions of the Whigs and Democrats in 1852 were mild and inexpressive. Something, therefore, must be done to get this great organization out of the way, or to put its machinery under Republican control. We have seen a party of gentlemen from Chicago proposing to go into the lodges and rule them for freedom. Mr. Herndon and Mr. Lincoln rejected that plot with lofty indignation, but a section of the Free Soil politicians were by no means so fastidious. They were, for the most part, bad, insincere trading men, with whom the profession of principles of any kind was merely a convenient disguise, and who could be attached to no party except from motives of self-interest. As yet they were not quite certain whether it were possible to raise more hatred in the Northern mind against foreigners and Catholics than against slaveholders, and they prudently determined to be in a situation to try either. Accordingly, they went into the lodges, took the oaths, swore to stand by the platform of the National Council of 1855, and were perfectly ready to do that or to betray the organization to the Republicans as the prospect seemed good or bad. Believing the latter scheme to be the best upon deliberation, they carried it out as far as in them lay, and then told the old grim, honest anti-slavery men, with whom they again sought association, that they had joined the Know-Nothings, and sworn irrevocable oaths to proscribe foreigners and Catholics, solely that they might rule the order for freedom. And the Republicans, standing in much need of aid just then, the excuse was considered very good. But it was too shameless a business for Lincoln and Herndon, and they most righteously despised it. In February 1856, the Republicans held what Mr. Greeley styles their first national convention at Pittsburgh, but they made no nominations there. At the same time, a Know-Nothing American National Council was sitting at Philadelphia, to be followed by a nominating convention, and the Republicans at Pittsburgh had not adjourned before they got news by telegraph that the patriots who had entered the lodges on false pretenses were achieving a great success. The American party was disintegrating, and a great section of it falling away to the Republicans. A most wonderful political feat had been performed, and the way was now apparently clear for a union of the all-formidable anti-democratic elements in the presidential canvass. On the 17th of June, the National Republican Convention met at Philadelphia, and nominated John C. Fremont for president and William L. Dayton for vice president. Mr. Williams, chairman of the Illinois delegation, presented to the convention the name of Abraham Lincoln for the latter office, and it was received with great enthusiasm by some of the Western delegates. He received, however, but 110 votes, against 259 for Mr. Dayton, and 180 scattered, and Mr. Dayton was immediately thereafter unanimously declared the nominee. While this convention was sitting, Mr. Lincoln was attending court at Urbana in Champaign County. When the news reached that place that Mr. Dayton had been nominated and Lincoln had received 110 votes, some of the lawyers insisted that the latter must have been our Lincoln, but he said, no, it could not be, it must have been the great Lincoln from Massachusetts. He utterly refused to believe in the reality of this unexpected distinction until he saw the proceedings in full. He was just then in one of his melancholy moods, his spirits depressed, and his heart suffering the miseries of a morbid mind. With an endorsement of the self-evident truths and inalienable rights of the Declaration of Independence, the Republican Convention adopted the following as the practical and essential features of its platform: Resolved, that we deny the authority of Congress, of a territorial legislature, of any individual or association of individuals, to give legal existence to slavery in any territory of the United States, while the present Constitution shall be maintained. Resolved, that the Constitution confers upon Congress sovereign power over the territories of the United States for their government, and that in the exercise of this power it is both the right and the duty of Congress to prohibit in the territories those twin relics of barbarism, polygamy, and slavery. The National Democratic Convention had already placed in nomination Buchanan and Breckinridge. Their platform denounced as sectional the principles and purposes of their opponents, reaffirmed the principles contained in the organic laws establishing the territories of Kansas and Nebraska as embodying the only sound and safe solution to the slavery question, and declared further that by the uniform application of democratic principles to the organization of territories and the admission of new states, with or without slavery as they may elect, the equal rights of all the states will be preserved intact, the original compacts of the Constitution maintained inviolate, and the perpetuity and expansion of the Union insured to its utmost capacity of embracing, in peace and harmony, every future American state that may be constituted or annexed with a republican form of government. Mr. Lincoln was again a candidate for the office of presidential elector, and made a thorough and energetic canvass. Some of his speeches were very striking, and probably no man in the country discussed the main questions in that campaign, Kansas and slavery in the territories, in a manner more original and persuasive. From first to last he scouted the intimation that the election of Fremont would justify a dissolution of the Union, or that it could possibly become even the occasion of a dissolution. In his eyes the apprehensions of disunion were all humbug, the threat of it mere bluster, and the fear of it silly timidity. In the heat of the canvass, Mr. Lincoln wrote the following perfectly characteristic letter, marked "Confidential." Springfield, September 8, 1856. Harrison Maltby, Esquire. Dear Sir, I understand you are a Fillmore man. Let me prove to you that every vote withheld from Fremont and given to Fillmore in this State actually lessens Fillmore's chance of being president. Suppose Buchanan gets all the slave States and Pennsylvania, and any other one State besides, then he is elected no matter who gets all the rest. But suppose Fillmore gets the 2 slave States of Maryland and Kentucky, then Buchanan is not elected. Fillmore goes into the House of Representatives and may be made president by a compromise. But suppose again Fillmore's friends throw away a few thousand votes on him in Indiana and Illinois. It will inevitably give these States to Buchanan, which will more than compensate him for the loss of Maryland and Kentucky, will elect him and leave Fillmore no chance in the House of Representatives or out of it. This is as plain as adding up the weights of 3 small hogs. As Mr. Fillmore has no possible chance to carry Illinois for himself, it is plainly to his interest to let Fremont take it, and thus keep it out of the hands of Buchanan. Be not deceived. Buchanan is the hard horse to beat in this race. Let him have Illinois, and nothing can beat him. And he will get Illinois if men persist in throwing away votes upon Mr. Fillmore. Does someone persuade you that Mr. Fillmore can carry Illinois? Nonsense. There are over 70 newspapers in Illinois opposing Buchanan, only 3 or 4 of which support Mr. Fillmore, all the rest going for Fremont. Are not these newspapers a fair index of the proportion of the votes? If not, tell me why. Again, of these 3 or 4 Fillmore newspapers, 2, at least, are supported in part by the Buchanan men, as I understand. Do they not know where the shoe pinches? They know the Fillmore movement helps them, and therefore they help it. Do think these things over, and then act according to your judgment. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln, Confidential. This letter was discovered by the Buchanan men, printed in their newspapers, and pronounced, as its author anticipated, a mean trick. It was a dangerous document to them, and was calculated to undermine the very citadel of their strength. Mr. Lincoln was still in imperfect fellowship, if indeed in any fellowship at all, with the extreme abolitionists. He had met with Lovejoy and his followers at Bloomington, and was apparently cooperating with them for the same party purposes; but the intensity of his opposition to their radical views is intimated very strongly in this letter to Mr. Whitney. Springfield, July 9, 1856. Dear Whitney, I now expect to go to Chicago on the 15th, and I probably shall remain there or thereabout for about 2 weeks. It turned me blind when I first heard Swett was beaten and Lovejoy nominated, but after much anxious reflection I really believe it is best to let it stand. This, of course, I wish to be confidential. Lamon did get your deeds. I went with them to the office, got them, and put them in his hands myself. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln. In June 1857, Judge Douglas made a speech at Springfield, in which he attempted to vindicate the wisdom and fairness of the law under which the people of Kansas were about to choose delegates to a convention to be held at Lecompton to frame a State Constitution. He declared with emphasis that if the Free State party refused to vote at this election, they alone would be blamable for the pro-slavery Constitution which might be formed. The Free State men professed to have a vast majority, 3/4, 4/5, or 9/10 of the voters of Kansas. If these willfully stayed away from the polls, and allowed the minority to choose the delegates and make the Constitution, Mr. Douglas thought they ought to abide the result, and not oppose the Constitution adopted. Mr. Douglas's speech indicated clearly that he himself would countenance no opposition to the forthcoming Lecompton Convention, and that he would hold the Republican politicians responsible if the result failed to be satisfactory to them. Judge Douglas seldom spoke in that region without provoking a reply from his constant and vigilant antagonist. Mr. Lincoln heard this speech with a critical ear, and then, waiting only for a printed report of it, prepared a reply to be delivered a few weeks later. The speeches were neither of them of much consequence, except for the fact that Judge Douglas seemed to have plainly committed himself in advance to the support of the Lecompton Constitution. Mr. Lincoln took that much for granted, and arguing from sundry indications that the election would be fraudulently conducted, he insisted that Mr. Douglas himself, as the author of the Kansas-Nebraska bill and the inventor of popular sovereignty, had made this outrage possible. He did not believe there were any free State Democrats in Kansas to make it a free State without the aid of the Republicans, whom he held to be a vast majority of the population. The latter, he contended, were not all registered, and because all were not registered, he thought none ought to vote. But Mr. Lincoln advised no bloodshed, no civil war, no roadside assassinations. Even if an incomplete registry might justify a majority of the people in an obstinate refusal to participate in the regulation of their own affairs, it certainly would not justify them in taking up arms to oppose all government in the Territory, and Mr. Lincoln did not say so. We have seen already how, in the little speech reported by Mr. Herndon, he deprecated all physical rebellions in this country, and applied his views to this case. Mr. Lincoln also discussed the Dred Scott decision at some length. and while doing so disclosed his firm belief that in some respects, such as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the negroes were made by the Declaration of Independence the equals of white men. But it did not follow from this that he was in favor of political or social equality with them. "There is," said he, "a natural disgust in the minds of nearly all the white people to the idea of an indiscriminate amalgamation of the white and black races, and Judge Douglas evidently is basing his chief hope upon the chances of his being able to appropriate the benefit of this disgust to himself. If he can, by much drumming and repeating, fasten the odium of that idea upon his adversaries, he thinks he can struggle through the storm. He therefore clings to his hope as a drowning man to the last plank. He makes an occasion for lugging it in from the opposition to the Dred Scott decision. He finds the Republicans insisting that the Declaration of Independence includes all men, black as well as white, and forthwith he boldly denies that it includes negroes at all, and proceeds to argue gravely that all who contend it does do so only because they want to vote, eat, sleep, and marry with negroes. Now, I protest against the counterfeit logic, which concludes that because I do not want a black woman for a slave, I must necessarily want her for a wife. I need not have her for either. I can just leave her alone. In some respects she is certainly not my equal, but in her natural right to eat the bread she earns with her own hands, without asking leave of anyone else, she is my equal, and the equal of all others." These speeches were delivered, the one early and the other late, in the month of June. They present strongly, yet guardedly, the important issues which were to engage Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Douglas in the famous campaign of 1858, and leave us no choice but to look into Kansas and observe what had taken place and what was happening there. Violence still, in June 1857, prevailed throughout the Territory. The administration of President Pierce committed itself at the first in support of the pro-slavery party. It acknowledged the legislature as the only legal government in the Territory, and gave it military assistance to enforce its enactments. Governor Shannon, having by his course only served to increase the hostility between the parties, was recalled, and John W. Geary of Pennsylvania was appointed his successor. Governor Geary, while adopting the policy of the administration so far as recognizing the legislative party as the only legally organized government, was yet disposed to see that so far as the two parties could be got to act together, each should be fairly protected. This policy, however, soon brought him into collision with some of the pro-slavery leaders in the Territory, and not being sustained by Mr. Buchanan's administration, which had in the meantime succeeded the administration of President Pierce, he resigned his office. Hon. Robert J. Walker of Mississippi was appointed his successor, with Hon. F.P. Stanton of Tennessee as secretary. Both were strong Democrats, and both were earnest advocates of the policy of the administration, as expressed in the recent presidential canvass and in Mr. Buchanan's inaugural message. The absolute freedom of the people of the Territories to form such governments as they saw fit, subject to the provisions of the Constitution. Governor Walker and his secretary earnestly set themselves to work to carry out this policy. The governor, in various addresses to the people of the Territory, assured all parties that he would protect them in the free expression of their wishes in the election for a new territorial legislature, and he besought the Free State men to give up their separate territorial organization, under which they had already applied for admission into the Union, and by virtue of which they claimed still to have an equitable legal existence. The governor was so earnest in his policy, and so fair-minded in his purposes, that he soon drew upon himself the opposition of the pro-slavery party of the Territory, now in a small minority, as well as the enmity of that party in the States. He assured the people they should have a fair election for the new legislature to be chosen in October 1857, and which would come into power the January following. The people took him at his word, and he kept it. Enormous frauds were discovered in 2 districts, which were promptly set aside. The triumph of the Free State party was complete. They elected a legislature in their interest by a handsome majority. And now began another phase of the struggle. The policy of the governor and the secretary was repudiated at Washington. The former resigned, and the latter was removed. Meanwhile, a convention held under the auspices of the old legislature had formed a new constitution, known as the Lecompton Constitution, which the old legislature proposed to submit to the people for ratification on the 21st of December. The manner of submitting it was singular, to say the least. The people were required to vote either for the Constitution with slavery or the Constitution without slavery. As without slavery, the Constitution was in some of its provisions as objectionable as if it upheld slavery. The Free State men refused to participate in its ratification. The vote on its submission, therefore, stood 4,206 for the Constitution with slavery, and 567 without slavery. And it was this Constitution, thus submitted and thus adopted, that Mr. Buchanan submitted to Congress on the 2nd of February, 1858, as the free expression of the wishes of the people of Kansas, and its support was at once made an administration measure. Meantime, the new legislature, elected by the people of the Territory in October, submitted this same Lecompton Constitution to the people again, and in this manner: votes to be given for the Constitution with slavery and without slavery, and also against the Constitution entirely. The latter manner prevailed, the vote against the Constitution in any form being over 10,000. Thus the pro-slavery party in the Territory was overthrown. Under the auspices of the new Free State legislature, a constitutional convention was held at Wyandotte in March 1859. A Free State Constitution was adopted, under which Kansas was subsequently admitted into the Union. Before leaving this Kansas question, there is one phase of the closing part of the struggle which it is worthwhile to note, particularly as it has a direct bearing upon the fortunes of Judge Douglas, and indirectly to the success of Mr. Lincoln. Douglas always insisted that his plan of popular sovereignty would give to the people of the Territories the utmost freedom in the formation of their local governments. When Mr. Buchanan attempted to uphold the Lecompton Constitution as being the free choice of the people of Kansas, Judge Douglas at once took issue with the administration on this question, and the Democratic party was split in twain. Up to the time of the vote of the people of the Territory on the Constitution, Douglas had been an unswerving supporter of the administration policy in Kansas. His speech at Springfield, in the June previous, could not be misunderstood. He held all the proceedings which led to the Lecompton issue to be in strict accordance, not only with the letter but the spirit of the Kansas-Nebraska Act, and with the faith of the Democratic party as expounded by himself. But a few weeks later, it became manifest that his opinions had undergone a change. Ominous rumors of a breach with the administration began to circulate among his friends. It was alleged at length that Mr. Douglas's delicate sense of justice had been shocked by the unfairness of certain elections in Kansas. It was even intimated that he too considered the Lecompton affair an outrage upon the sovereign people of Kansas, and that he would speedily join the Republicans, the special objects of his indignation in the June speech, in denouncing and defeating it. The Kansas-Nebraska bill had borne its appropriate fruits, the fruits all along predicted by Mr. Lincoln, and Mr. Douglas commended them to anybody's eating but his own. His desertion was sudden and astonishing, but there was method in it, and a reason for it. The next year Illinois was to choose a senator to fill the vacancy created by the expiration of his own term, and the choice lay between the author of the Kansas-Nebraska bill and its most conspicuous opponent in that state. The newspapers were not yet done publishing Mr. Lincoln's speech, in which occurred the following paragraph: 3 years and a half ago, Judge Douglas brought forward his famous Nebraska bill. The country was at once in a blaze. He scorned all opposition and carried it through Congress. Since then, he has seen himself superseded in a presidential nomination by one endorsing the general doctrine of his measure, but at the same time standing clear of the odium of its untimely agitation and its gross breach of national faith. And he has seen the successful rival constitutionally elected, not by the strength of friends, but by the division of his adversaries, being in a popular minority of nearly 400,000 votes. He has seen his chief aides in his own state, Shields and Richardson, politically speaking, successively tried, convicted, and executed for an offense not their own but his, and now he sees his own case standing next on the docket for trial. End of Section 24.
Chapter 16, Part 1 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 16, Part 1. Although primarily responsible for all that had taken place in Kansas, Mr. Douglas appeared to be suddenly animated by a new and burning zeal in behalf of the Free State party in the Territory. It struck him very forcibly, just when he needed most to be struck by a new idea, that the Lecompton Constitution was not "the act and deed of the people of Kansas." Accordingly, Mr. Douglas took his stand against Lecompton at the first note of the long conflict in Congress. We shall make no analysis of the debates, nor set out the votes of senators and representatives, which marked the intervals of that fierce struggle between sections, parties, and factions which followed. It is enough to say here that Mr. Douglas was found speaking and voting with the Republicans upon every phase of the question. He had but one or two followers in the Senate, and a mere handful in the House. Yet these were faithful to his lead until a final conference committee and the English bill afforded an opportunity for some of them to escape. For himself, he scorned all compromises, voted against the English bill, and returned to Illinois to ask the votes of the people upon a winter's record wholly and consistently anti-democratic. The fact is mentioned not to obscure the fame of the statesman, nor to impugn the honesty of the politician, but because it had an important influence upon the canvass of the ensuing summer. During the winter Mr. Douglas held frequent consultations with the leaders of the Republican party. Their meetings were secret, and for that reason the more significant. By this means harmony of action was secured for the present, and something provided for the future. Mr. Douglas covertly announced himself as a convert to the Republicans, declared his uncompromising enmity to the slave power, and said that, however he might be distrusted then, he would be seen fighting their battles in 1860. But for the time he thought it wise to conceal his ultimate intentions. He could manage the Democracy more effectually by remaining with them until better opportunities should occur. He insisted that he would never be driven from the party, but would remain in it until he exposed the administration and the disunionists, and, when he went out, he would go of his own accord. He was in the habit of remarking that it was policy for him to remain in the party, in order to hold certain of the rank and file, so that, if he went over from the Democracy to any other party, he would be able to take the crowd along with him, and, when he got them all over, he would cut down the bridges and sink the boats." When asked if he knew precisely where his present course was taking him, he answered repeatedly, "I do, and I have checked all my baggage, and taken a thorough ticket." He was a proselyte not to be despised. His weight might be sufficient to turn the scale in the presidential election. The Republicans were naturally pleased with his protestations of friendship, and more than pleased with his proffers of active service. But he was not content with this alone. He contrived to convince many of his late opponents that the Kansas-Nebraska bill itself was actually conceived in the interests of anti-slavery, and that the device was the most cunning of political tricks, intended to give back to freedom all the vast expanse of territory which the Missouri line had dedicated forever to slavery. "Mr. Douglas's plan for destroying the Missouri line," said one Republican, "and thereby opening the way for the march of freedom beyond the limits forever prohibited by that line, and the opening up of free States in territory which it was concluded belonged to the slave States, and its march westward, embracing the whole line of the Pacific from the British possessions to Mexico, struck me as the most magnificent scheme ever conceived by the human mind. This character of conversation, so frequently employed by Mr. Douglas, with those with whom he talked, made the deepest impression upon their minds, enlisted them in his behalf, and changed in almost every instance their opinion of the man." In support of this view, Mr. Douglas could point to Kansas, where the battle under his bill was being fought out. The free State men had, perhaps from the very beginning, been in the majority, and could take possession of the territory, or the new State, as the case might be, whenever they could secure a fair vote. The laboring classes of the North were the natural settlers of the Western territories. If these failed in numbers, the enormous and increasing European immigration was at their back; and, if both together failed, the churches, aid societies, and anti-slavery organizations were at hand to raise, arm, and equip great bodies of immigrants, as they would regular forces for a public purpose. The South had no such facilities. Its social, political, and material conditions made a sudden exodus of its voting population to new countries a thing impossible. It might send here a man with a few negroes, and there another. It might insist vehemently upon its supposed rights in the common territories, and be ready to fight for them; but it could never cover the surface of those territories with cozy farmsteads, or crowd them with intelligent and muscular white men, and yet these last would inevitably give political character to the rising communities. Such clearly were to be the results of "popular sovereignty," as Mr. Douglas had up to that time maintained it under the Nebraska bill. It signified the right of the people of a territory "to form and regulate their domestic institutions in their own way," when, and not before, they came to frame a State constitution. The Missouri line, on the contrary, had been a sort of convention, which, by common consent, gave all north of it to freedom, and all south of it to slavery. But popular sovereignty disregarded all previous compacts, all ordinances, and all laws. With this doctrine in practice, the North was sure to be visitors in every serious contest. But when Mr. Douglas changed ground again, and popular sovereignty became squatter sovereignty, he had reason to boast himself the most efficient, although the wiliest and coolest anti-slavery agitator on the continent. The new doctrine implied the right of a handful of settlers to determine the slavery question in their first legislature. It made no difference whether they did this by direct or unfriendly legislation; the result was the same. "Popular sovereignty, popular sovereignty," said Mr. Lincoln. "Let us for a moment inquire into this vast matter of popular sovereignty. What is popular sovereignty? We recollect that, in an early period in the history of the struggle, there was another name for the same thing, squatter sovereignty. It was not exactly popular sovereignty, squatter sovereignty. What do these terms mean? What do these terms mean when used now? And vast credit is taken by our friend, the judge, in regard to his support of it, when he declares the last years of his life have been, and all the future years of his life shall be, devoted to this matter of popular sovereignty. What is it? Why, it is the sovereignty of the people. What was squatter sovereignty? I suppose, if it had any significance at all, it was the right of the people to govern themselves, to be sovereign in their own affairs, while they were squatted down in a country not their own, while they had squatted on a territory that did not belong to them, in the sense that a state belongs to the people who inhabit it when it belongs to the nation. Such right to govern themselves was called squatter sovereignty." Again, and on another occasion, but still before Mr. Douglas had submitted "squatter" for popular sovereignty, a feat which was not performed until September, 1859, Mr. Lincoln said, "I suppose almost every one knows that in this controversy, whatever has been said has reference to negro slavery. We have not been in a controversy about the right of the people to govern themselves in the ordinary matters of domestic concern in the States and Territories. Mr. Buchanan, in one of his late messages, I think when he sent up the Lecompton Constitution, urged that the main point to which the public attention had been directed was not in regard to the great variety of small domestic matters, but it was directed to the negro slavery; and he asserts that, if the people had had a fair chance to vote on that question, there was no reasonable ground of objection in regard to minor questions. Now, while I think that the people had not been given them, or offered them, a fair chance upon that slavery question, still, if there had been a fair submission to a vote upon that main question, the President's proposition would have been true to the uttermost. Hence, when hereafter I speak of popular sovereignty, I wish to be understood as applying what I say to the question of slavery only, not to other minor domestic matters of a Territory or a State. Does Judge Douglas, when he says that several of the past years of his life have been devoted to the question of popular sovereignty, and that all the remainder of his life shall be devoted to it, does he mean to say that he has been devoting his life to securing to the people of the Territories the right to exclude slavery from the Territories? If he means so to say, he means to deceive, because he and every one knows that the decision of the Supreme Court, which he approves and makes an especial ground of attack upon me for disapproving, forbids the people of a Territory to exclude slavery. This covers the whole ground, from the settlement of a Territory till it reaches the degree of maturity entitling it to form a State constitution. So far as all that ground is concerned, the Judge is not sustaining popular sovereignty, but absolutely opposing it. He sustains the decision which declares that the popular will of the Territories has no constitutional power to exclude slavery during their territorial existence. This being so, the period of time from the first settlement of a Territory till it reaches the point of forming a State constitution is not the thing that the Judge has fought for, or is fighting for, but on the contrary, he has fought for, and is fighting for, the thing that annihilates and crushes out that same popular sovereignty." It is probable that in the numerous private conferences held by Mr. Douglas with Republican leaders in the winter of 1857 and '58, he managed to convince them that it was, after all, not popular sovereignty, but squatter sovereignty that he meant to advance as his final and inevitable deduction from the great principles of the Nebraska Bill. This he knew, and they were sure, would give anti-slavery an unbroken round of solid victories in all the Territories. The South feared it much more than they did the Republican theory. It was, in the language of their first orator, a short cut to all the ends of Sewardism. But Mr. Douglas's great difficulty was to produce any belief in his sincerity. At home, in Illinois, the Republicans distrusted him almost to a man; and at Washington, among his peers in the Senate and the House, It seemed necessary for him to repeat his plans and promises very often, and to mingle with them bitter and passionate declamations against the South. At last, however, he succeeded, partially at least. Senator Wilson believed him devoutly. Mr. Burlingame said his record was "laid up in light." Mr. Colfax, Mr. Blair, and Mr. Covode were convinced, and gentlemen of the press began industriously to prepare the way for his entrance into the Republican party. Mr. Greeley was thoroughly possessed by the new idea, and went about propagating and enforcing it with all his might. Among all the grave counselors employed in furthering Mr. Douglas's defection, it is singular that only one man of note steadily resisted his admission to a place of leadership in the Republican ranks. Judge Trumbull could not be persuaded. He had no faith in the man who proposed to desert, and had some admonitions to deliver, based upon the history of recent events. He was willing enough to take him on probation, but wholly opposed to giving him any power. Covode was employed to mollify Judge Trumbull, but he met with no success, and went away without so much as delivering the message with which Mr. Douglas had charged him. The message was a simple proposition of alliance with the home Republicans, to the effect that, if they agreed to return him to the Senate in 1858, he would fight their presidential battle in 1860. Judge Trumbull did not even hear it, but he was well assured that Mr. Douglas was, "an applicant for admission into the Republican party." "It was reported to me at that time," said he, "that such was the fact, and such appeared to be the universal understanding among the Republicans at Washington. I will state another fact. I almost quarreled with some of my best Republican friends in regard to this matter. I was willing to receive Judge Douglas into the Republican party on probation, but I was not, as these Republican friends were, willing to receive him and place him at the head of our ranks." Toward the latter part of April, 1858, a Democratic State Convention met in Illinois, and, besides nominating a ticket for State officers, endorsed Mr. Douglas. This placed him in the field for reelection as an entirely competent Democrat, but it was by no means shook the faith of his recently acquired Republican friends. They thought it very natural, under the circumstances, that his ways should be a little devious, and his policy somewhat dark. He had always said he could do more for them by seeming to remain within their Democratic party, and they looked upon this latest proceeding, his practical nomination by a Democratic convention, as the foundation for an act of stupendous treason between that time and the presidential election. They continued to press the Republicans of Illinois to make no nomination against him, to vote for him, to trust him, to allow him as a sincere and manifestly a powerful anti-slavery leader. These representations had the effect of seducing away, for a brief period, Mr. Washburne and a few others among the lesser politicians of the State; but, when they found the party at large irrevocably opposed to the scheme, they reluctantly acquiesced in what they could not prevent, Mr. Lincoln's nomination. But the plot made a profound impression on Mr. Lincoln's mind. It proved the existence of personal qualities in Mr. Douglas, which, to a simpler man, were unimaginable and inexplicable. A gentleman once inquired of Mr. Lincoln what he thought of Douglas's chances at Charleston. "Well," he replied, "were it not for certain matters that I know transpired, which I regarded at one time among the impossibilities, I would say he stood no possible chance. I refer to the fact that in the Illinois contest with myself, he had the sympathy and support of Greeley, of Burlingame, and of Wilson of Massachusetts, and other leading Republicans; that, at the same time, he received the support of Wise and the influence of Breckinridge and other Southern men. They took direct issue with the administration, and secured, against all its power, 125,000 out of 130,000 Democratic votes cast in the State, a man that can bring such influence to bear with his own exertions may play the devil at Charleston." From the 17th to the 16th of June, 1858, Mr. Lincoln was busily engaged writing a speech. He wrote it in scraps, a sentence now and another again. It was originally scattered over numberless little pieces of paper, and was only reduced to consecutive sheets in connected form as the hour for its delivery drew near. It was to be spoken on or about the 16th, when the Republican State Convention would assemble at Springfield, and, as Mr. Lincoln anticipated, would nominate him for senator in Congress. About the 13th of June, Mr. Dubois, the State Auditor, entered the office of Lincoln and Herndon, and found Mr. Lincoln deeply intent upon the speech. "Hello, Lincoln, what are you writing?" said the auditor. "Come, tell me." "I shan't tell you," said Lincoln. "It is none of your business, Mr. Auditor. Come, sit down, and let's be jolly." On the 16th, the convention, numbering, with delegates and alternates, about 1,000 men, met and passed unanimously the following resolution: "That Hon. Abraham Lincoln is our first and only choice for United States Senator to fill the vacancy about to be created by the expiration of Mr. Douglas's term of office." That evening Mr. Lincoln came early to his office, along with Mr. Herndon. Having carefully locked the door and put the key in his own pocket, he pulled from his bosom the manuscript of the speech, and proceeded to read it slowly and distinctly. When he had finished the first paragraph, he came to a dead pause, and turned to his astounded auditor with the inquiry, "How do you like that? What do you think of it?" "I think," returned Mr. Herndon, "it is true; but is it entirely politic to read or speak it as it is written?" "That makes no difference," Mr. Lincoln said. "That expression is a truth of all human experience. A house divided against itself cannot stand, and 'he that runs may read.' The proposition is indisputably true, and has been true for more than 6,000 years. And I will deliver it as written. I want to use some universally known figure, expressed in a simple language as universally known, that may strike home to the minds of men, in order to rouse them to the peril of the times. I would rather be defeated with this expression in the speech, and held it up and discussed before the people, than to be victorious without it." It may be questioned whether Mr. Lincoln had a clear right to indulge in such a venture as a representative party man in a close contest. He had other interests than his own in charge. He was bound to respect the opinions, and, if possible, secure the success of the party which had made him its leader. He knew that this strange doctrine, so strikingly enunciated, would alienate many well-affected voters. Was it his duty to cast these away, or to keep them? He was not asked to sacrifice any principle of the party, or any opinion of his own previously expressed, but merely to forego the trial of an experiment, to withhold the announcement of a startling theory, and to leave the creed of the party as it came from the hands of its makers, without this individual supplement, of which they had never dreamed. It is evident that he had not always been insensible to the force of this reasoning. At the Bloomington Convention he had uttered the same ideas in almost the same words, and their novelty, their tendency, their recognition of a state of incipient civil war in a country for the most part profoundly peaceful, these, and the bloody work which might come of their acceptance by a great party, had filled the minds of some of his hearers with the most painful apprehensions. The theory was equally shocking to them, whether as partisans or as patriots. Among them was Hon. T. Lyle Dickey, who sought Mr. Lincoln and begged him to suppress them in future. He vindicated his speech, as he has just vindicated it in the interview with Mr. Herndon, but, after much persuasion, promised at length not to repeat it. It was now Mr. Herndon's turn to be surprised. The pulpit had outstripped the teacher. He was intensely anxious for Mr. Lincoln's election. He feared the effect of this speech, and yet it was so exactly in accordance with his own faith that he could not advise him to suppress it. It might be heresy to many others, but it was orthodoxy to him, and he was in the habit of telling the whole truth, without regard to consequences. If it cost a single defeat now, he was sure that its potency would one day be felt, and the wisdom of its present utterance acknowledged. He therefore urged Mr. Lincoln to speak it as he had written it, and to treat with the scorn of a prophet those who, having ears, would not hear, and having eyes, would not see. The advice was not unacceptable, but Mr. Lincoln thought he owed it to other friends to counsel with them also. About a dozen gentlemen were called to meet in the library room in the State House. "After seating them at the round table," says John Armstrong, one of the number, "he read that clause or section of his speech which reads, 'A house divided against itself cannot stand,' etc. He read it slowly and cautiously, so as to let each man fully understand it. After he had finished the reading, he asked the opinions of his friends as to the wisdom or policy of it. Every man among them condemned the speech in substance and spirit, and especially that section quoted above. They unanimously declared that the whole speech was too far in advance of the times, and they all condemned that section or part of his speech already quoted as unwise and impolitic, if not false. William H. Herndon sat still while they were giving their respective opinions of its unwisdom and impolicy. Then he sprang to his feet and said, 'Lincoln, deliver it just as it reads. If it is in advance of the times, let us, you and I, if no one else, lift the people to the level of the speech, now, higher ever after. The speech is true, wise, and politic, and will succeed now or in the future. Nay, it will aid you, if it will not make you, President of the United States.'" Mr. Lincoln sat still a short moment, rose from his chair, walked backwards and forwards in the hall, stopped, and said, "Friends, I have thought about this matter a great deal, have weighed the question well from all corners, and am thoroughly convinced that the time has come when it should be uttered. And if it must be that I must go down because of this speech, then let me go down linked to truth, die in the advocacy of what is right and just. This nation cannot live on injustice. A house divided against itself cannot stand, I say again and again." This was spoken with some degree of emotion, the effects of his love of truth and sorrow from the disagreement of his friends with himself. On the evening of the 17th, the celebrated speech, known since as the "House divided against itself" speech, was delivered to an immense audience in the hall of the House of Representatives. Mr. Lincoln never penned words which had a more prodigious influence upon the public mind, or which more directly and powerfully affected his own career. It was as follows: "Gentlemen of the Convention, if we could first know where we are, and whither we are tending, we could then better judge what to do, and how to do it. We are now far on into the 5th year since a policy was initiated with the avowed object and confident promise of putting an end to slavery agitation. Under the operation of that policy, that agitation had not only ceased, but has constantly augmented. In my opinion, under the operation of that policy, that agitation had not only not ceased, but has constantly augmented. In my opinion, it will not cease until a crisis shall have been reached and passed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. I do not expect the Union to be dissolved. I do not expect the house to fall. But I do expect it will cease to be divided. It will become all one thing or all the other. Either the opponents of slavery will arrest the farther spread of it, and place it where the public mind shall rest in the belief that it is in course of ultimate extinction, or its advocates will push it forward till it shall become alike lawful in all the States, old as well as new, North as well as South. Here we have no tendency to the latter condition. Let any one who doubts carefully contemplate that now almost complete legal combination, piece of machinery, so to speak, compounded of the Nebraska doctrine and the Dred Scott decision. Let him consider not only what work the machinery is adapted to do, and how well adapted, but also let him study the history of its construction, and trace, if he can, or rather fail, if he can, to trace, the evidence of design and concert of action among its chief master workers from the beginning. But so far Congress only had acted, and an endorsement by the people, real or apparent, was indispensable to save the point already gained and give chance for more. The new year of 1854 found slavery excluded from more than half the States by State constitutions, and from most of the national territory by Congressional prohibition. 4 days later commenced the struggle which ended in repealing that Congressional prohibition. This opened all the national territory to slavery, and was the first point gained. This necessity had not been overlooked, but had been provided for, as well as might be, in the notable argument of squatter sovereignty, otherwise called sacred right of self-government, which latter phrase, though expressive of the only rightful basis of any government, was so perverted in its attempted use of it as to amount to just this, that, if any one man chose to enslave another, no third man shall be allowed to object. That argument was incorporated into the Nebraska bill itself, in the language which follows: "It being the true intent and meaning of this act not to legislate slavery into any territory or State, nor exclude it therefrom, but to leave the people thereof perfectly free to form and regulate their domestic institutions in their own way, subject only to the Constitution of the United States." Then opened the roar of loose declamation in favor of squatter sovereignty and sacred rights of self-government. "But," said opposition members, "let us be more specific. Let us amend the bill so as to expressly declare that the people of the territory may exclude slavery." "Not we," said the friends of the measure, and down they voted the amendment. While the Nebraska bill was passing through Congress, a law case involving the question of a negro's freedom by reason of his owner having voluntarily taken him first into a free State, and then a territory covered by the Congressional prohibition, and held him as a slave for a long time in each, was passing through the United States Circuit Court for the District of Missouri, and both the Nebraska bill and lawsuit were brought to a decision in the same month of May, 1854. The negro's name was Dred Scott, which name now designates the decision finally made in the case. Before the then next presidential election, the law case came to, and was argued in, the Supreme Court of the United States, but the decision of it was deferred until after the election. Still, before the election, Senator Trumbull, on the floor of the Senate, requests the leading advocate of the Nebraska bill to state his opinion whether a people of a territory can constitutionally exclude slavery from their limits, and the latter answers, "That is a question for the Supreme Court." The election came. Mr. Buchanan was elected, and the endorsement, such as it was, secured. That was the second point gained. The endorsement, however, fell short of a clear popular majority by nearly 400,000 votes; and so, perhaps, was not overwhelmingly reliable and satisfactory. The outgoing President, in his last annual message, as impressively as possible, echoed back upon the people the weight and authority of the endorsement. The Supreme Court met again, did not announce their decision, but ordered a re-argument. The presidential inauguration came, and still no decision of the court. But the incoming president, in his inaugural address, fervently exhorted the people to abide by the forthcoming decision, whatever it might be. Then, in a few days, came the decision. This was the third point gained. The reputed author of the Nebraska bill finds an early occasion to make a speech at this Capitol endorsing the Dred Scott decision, and vehemently denouncing all opposition to it. The new president, too, seizes the early occasion of the Lamon letter to endorse and strongly construe that decision, and to express his astonishment that any different view had ever been entertained. At length a squabble springs up between the President and the author of the Nebraska bill, on the mere question of the fact whether the Lecompton Constitution was, or was not, in any just sense, made by the people of Kansas, and in that squabble the latter declares that all he wants is a fair vote for the people, and that he cares not whether slavery be voted down or voted up. I do not understand his declaration, that he cares not whether slavery be voted down or voted up, to be intended by him other than as an apt definition of the policy he would impress upon the public mind, the principle for which he declares he has suffered much, and is ready to suffer to the end. And well may he cling to that principle. If he has any parental feeling, well may he cling to it. That principle is the only shred left of his original Nebraska doctrine. Under the Dred Scott decision, squatter sovereignty squatted out of existence, tumbled down like temporary scaffolding, like the mold at the foundry, served through one blast and fell back into loose sand, helped to carry an election, and then was kicked to the winds. His late joint struggle with the Republicans against the Lecompton Constitution involves nothing of the original Nebraska doctrine. That struggle was made on a point, the right of a people to make their own constitution, upon which he and the Republicans have never differed. End of Chapter 16, Part 1. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 16, Part 2 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 16, Part 2. The several points of the Dred Scott decision, in connection with Senator Douglas's care not policy, constitute the piece of machinery in its present state of advancement. The working points of that machinery are: first, that no negro slave, imported as such from Africa, and no descendant of such, can ever be a citizen of any State, in the sense of that term as used in the Constitution of the United States. This point is made in order to deprive the negro, in every possible event, of the benefit of this provision of the United States Constitution, which declares that, "The citizens of each State shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities of citizens in the several States." Secondly, that, "subject to the Constitution of the United States," neither Congress nor a territorial legislature can exclude slavery from any United States territory. This point is made in order that individual men may fill up the territories with slaves, without danger of losing them as property, and thus to enhance the chances of permanency to the institution through all the future. Thirdly, that whether the holding a negro in actual slavery in a free State makes him free, as against the holder, the United States courts will not decide, but will leave it to be decided by the courts of any slave State the negro may be forced into by the master. This point is made, not to be pressed immediately, but if acquiesced in for a while, and apparently endorsed by the people at an election, then to sustain the logical conclusion that, what Dred Scott's master might lawfully do with Dred Scott in the free State of Illinois, every other master may lawfully do with any other 1 or 1,000 slaves in Illinois, or in any other free State. Auxiliary to all this, and working hand in hand with it, the Nebraska doctrine, or what is left of it, is to educate and mold public opinion, at least Northern public opinion, not to care whether slavery is voted down or voted up. This shows exactly where we now are, and partially, also, whither we are tending. It will throw additional light on the latter to go back and run the mind over the string of historical facts already stated. Several things will now appear less dark and mysterious than they did when they were transpiring. The people were to be left perfectly free, subject only to the Constitution. What the Constitution had to do with it, outsiders could not then see. Plainly enough now, it was an exactly fitted niche for the Dred Scott decision afterward to come in, and declare that perfect freedom of the people to be just no freedom at all. Why was the amendment expressly declaring the right of the people to exclude slavery voted down? Plainly enough now, the adoption of it would have spoiled the niche for the Dred Scott decision. Why was the court decision held up? Why even a senator's individual opinion withheld till after the presidential election? Plainly enough now, the speaking out then would have damaged the perfectly free argument upon which the election was to be carried. Why the outgoing president's felicitation on the endorsement? Why the delay of a re-argument? Why the incoming president's advance exhortation in favor of the decision? These things look like the cautious patting and petting of a spirited horse preparatory to mounting him, when it is dreaded that he may give the rider a fall. And why the hasty after-endorsements of the decision by the President and others? We cannot absolutely know that all these exact adaptations are the result of preconcert, but when we see a lot of framed timbers, different portions of which we know have been gotten out at different times and places, and by different workmen, Stephen, Franklin, Roger, and James, for instance, and when we see these timbers joined together, and see they exactly make the frame of a house or a mill, all the tenons and mortises exactly fitting, and all the lengths and proportions of the different pieces exactly adapted to their respective places, and not a piece too many or too few, not omitting even scaffolding, or, if a single piece be lacking, we can see the place in the frame exactly fitted and prepared to yet bring such piece in. In such a case, we find it impossible not to believe that Stephen and Franklin and Roger and James all understood one another from the beginning, and all worked upon a common plan or draft drawn up before the first blow was struck. It should not be overlooked that, by the Nebraska bill, the people of a State as well as territory were to be left perfectly free, subject only to the Constitution. Why mention a State? They were legislating for territories, and not for or about States. Certainly the people of a State are and ought to be subject to the Constitution of the United States. But why is mention of this lugged into this merely territorial law? Why are the people of a territory and the people of a State therein lumped together, and their relation to the Constitution therein treated as being precisely the same? While the opinion of the court by Chief Justice Taney in the Dred Scott case, and the separate opinions of all the concurring judges, expressly declare that the Constitution of the United States neither permits Congress nor a territorial legislature to exclude slavery from any United States territory, they all omit to declare whether or not the same Constitution permits a State, or the people of a State, to exclude it. Possibly this was a mere omission, but who can be quite sure, if McLean or Curtis had sought to get into the opinion a declaration of unlimited power in the people of a State to exclude slavery from their limits, just as Chase and Mace sought to get such declaration, in behalf of the people of a territory, into the Nebraska bill? I ask, who can be quite sure that it would not have been voted down in the one case as it had been in the other? The nearest approach to the point of declaring the power of a State over slavery is made by Judge Nelson. He approaches it more than once, using the precise idea, and almost the language, too, of the Nebraska Act. On one occasion his exact language is, "Except in cases where the power is restrained by the Constitution of the United States, the law of the State is supreme over the subject of slavery within its jurisdiction." In what cases the power of the State is so restrained by the United States Constitution is left an open question, precisely as the same question as to the restraint on the power of the Territories was left open in the Nebraska Act. Put that and that together, and we have another nice little niche, which we may ere long see filled with another Supreme Court decision, declaring that the Constitution of the United States does not permit a State to exclude slavery from its limits. And this may especially be expected if the doctrine of "care not whether slavery be voted down or voted up," shall gain upon the public mind sufficiently to give promise such a decision can be maintained when made. Such a decision is all that slavery now lacks of being alike lawful in all the States. Welcome or unwelcome, such decision is probably coming, and will soon be upon us, unless the power of the present political dynasty shall be met and overthrown. We shall lie down pleasantly dreaming that the people of Missouri are on the verge of making their State free, and we shall awake to the reality, instead, that the Supreme Court has made Illinois a slave State. To meet and overthrow the power of that dynasty is the work now before all those who will prevent that consummation. That is what we have to do. But how can we best do it? There are those who denounce us openly to their own friends, and yet whisper softly that Senator Douglas is the aptest instrument there is with which to effect that object. They do not tell us, nor has he told us, that he wishes any such object to be effected. They wish us to infer all, from the facts, that he now has a little quarrel with the present head of the dynasty, and that he has regularly voted with us on a single point, upon which he and we have never differed. They remind us that he is a very great man, and that the largest of us are very small ones. Let this be granted, but "a living dog is better than a dead lion." Judge Douglas, if not a dead lion for this work, is at least a caged and toothless one. How can he oppose the advances of slavery? He don't care anything about it. His avowed mission is impressing the public heart to care nothing about it. A leading Douglas Democrat newspaper thinks Douglas's superior talent will be needed to resist the revival of the African slave trade. Does Douglas believe an effort to revive that trade is approaching? He has not said so. Does he really think so? But, if it is, how can he resist it? For years he has labored to prove it a sacred right of white men to take negro slaves into the new territories. Can he possibly show that it is less a sacred right to buy them where they can be bought cheapest? And unquestionably they can be bought cheaper in Africa than in Virginia. He has done all in his power to reduce the whole question of slavery to one of a mere right of property. And as such, how can he oppose the foreign slave trade? How can he refuse that trade in that property shall be perfectly free, unless he does it as a protection to the home production? And, as the home producers will probably not ask the protection, he will be wholly without a ground of opposition. Senator Douglas holds, we know, that a man may rightfully be wiser today than he was yesterday, that he may rightfully change when he finds himself wrong. But can we for that reason run ahead and infer that he will make any particular change, of which he himself has given no intimation? Can we safely base our action upon any such vague references? Now, as ever, I wish not to misrepresent Judge Douglas's position, question his motives, or do aught that can be personally offensive to him. Whenever, if ever, he and we can come together on principle, so that our great cause may have assistance from his great ability, I hope to have interposed no adventitious obstacle. But clearly he is not now with us. He does not pretend to be. He does not promise ever to be. Our cause, then, must be entrusted to, and conducted by, its own undoubted friends, those whose hands are free, whose hearts are in the work, who do care for the result. 2 years ago the Republicans of the nation mustered over 1,300,000 strong. We did this under the single impulse of resistance to a common danger, with every external circumstance against us. Of strange, discordant, and even hostile elements, we gathered from the four winds, and formed and fought the battle through, under the constant hot fire of a disciplined, proud, and pampered enemy. Did we brave all then to falter now? Now, when that same enemy is wavering, dissevered, and belligerent? The result is not doubtful. We shall not fail. If we stand firm, we shall not fail. Wise counsels may accelerate or mistakes delay it, but, sooner or later, the victory is sure to come. The speech produced a profound impression upon men of all parties. The Democrats rejoiced in it, and reprobated it. The conservative Republicans received it coldly, and saw in it the sign of certain defeat. In the eyes of the latter, it was a disheartening mistake at the outset of a momentous campaign, a fatal error which no policy or exertion could retrieve. Alone of all those directly affected by it, the abolitionists, the compatriots of Mr. Herndon, heard in it the voice of a fearless leader, who had the wisdom to comprehend an unwelcome fact, and the courage to proclaim it at the moment when the delusion of fancied security and peace was most generally and fondly entertained. It was the irrepressible conflict which Mr. Seward had been preaching, and to which the one party had given almost as little credit as the other. Except a few ultraists here and there, nobody as yet had actually prepared his armor for this imaginary conflict, to which the nation was so persistently summoned; and, indeed, none but those few seriously believed in the possibility of its existence. The Republican party had heretofore disavowed the doctrine with a unanimity nearly as great as that exhibited by the little council of Mr. Lincoln's immediate friends. It was therefore to be expected that, when a slow, cautious, moderate man like Mr. Lincoln came forward with it in this startling fashion, it would carry dismay to his followers, and a cheering assurance to his enemies. But Mr. Lincoln was looking farther than this campaign. He was quietly dreaming of the presidency, and edging himself to a place in advance, where he thought the tide might take him up in 1860. He was sure that sectional animosities, far from subsiding, would grow deeper and stronger with time, and for that reason the next nominee of the exclusively Northern party must be a man of radical views. "I think," says Mr. Herndon, "the speech was intended to take the wind out of Seward's sails," and Mr. Herndon is not alone in his opinion. A day or two after Mr. Lincoln spoke, one Dr. Long came into his office, and delivered to him a foretaste of the remarks he was doomed to hear for several months. "Well, Lincoln," said he, "that foolish speech of yours will kill you, will defeat you in this contest, and probably for all offices for all time to come. I am sorry, very sorry. I wish it was wiped out of existence. Don't you wish it now?" Mr. Lincoln had been writing during the doctor's lament, but at the end of it he laid down his pen, raised his head, lifted his spectacles, and, with a look half quizzical, half contemptuous, replied, "Well, doctor, if I had to draw a pen across and erase my whole life from existence, and I had one poor gift or choice left as to what I should save from the wreck, I should choose that speech, and leave it to the world unerased." Leonard Swett, than whom there was no more gifted man, nor a better judge of political affairs, in Illinois, is convinced that "the first 10 lines of that speech defeated him." "The sentiment of the House divided against itself seemed wholly inappropriate," says Mr. Swett. "It was a speech made at the commencement of a campaign, and apparently made for the campaign. Viewing it in this light alone, nothing could have been more unfortunate or inappropriate. It was saying first the wrong thing, yet he saw that it was an abstract truth, and standing by the speech would ultimately find him in the right place. I was inclined at the time to believe these words were hastily and inconsiderately uttered, but subsequent facts have convinced me they were deliberate, and had been matured. In the summer of 1859, when he was dining with a party of his intimate friends at Bloomington, the subject of his Springfield speech was discussed. We all insisted that it was a great mistake, but he justified himself, and finally said, "Well, gentlemen, you may think that speech was a mistake, but I never have believed it was, and you will see the day when you will consider it was the wisest thing I ever said." John T. Stuart was a family connection of the Todds and Edwardses, and thus also of Lincoln. Mr. C. Brown married Mr. Stuart's daughter, and speaks of Mr. Lincoln as "our relative." This gentleman says, "The Todd, Stuart, Edwards family, with preacher and priest, dogs and servants, got mad at Mr. Lincoln because he made the House divided against itself speech. He flinched, dodged, said he would explain, and did explain, in the Douglas debates." But it was difficult to explain. Explanations of the kind are generally more hurtful than the original offense. Accordingly, Mr. Herndon reports in his broad, blunt way that "Mr. Lincoln met with many cold shoulders for some time, nay, during the whole canvass with Douglas." At the great public meetings which characterized that campaign, "you could hear, from all quarters in the crowd, Republicans saying, 'Damn that fool speech! It will be the cause of the death of Lincoln and the Republican party. Such folly! Such nonsense! Damn it!'" Since 1840, Lincoln and Douglas had appeared before the people, almost as regularly as the elections came round, to discuss, the one against the other, the merits of parties, candidates, and principles. Thus far Mr. Lincoln had been in a certain sense the pursuer. He had lain in wait for Mr. Douglas. He had caught him at unexpected turns and upon sharp points. He had mercilessly improved the advantage of Mr. Douglas's long record in Congress to pick apart and to criticize, while his own was so much more humble and less extensive. But now at last they were abreast, candidates for the same office, with a fair field and equal opportunities. It was the great crisis in the lives of both. Let us see what they thought of each other, and, in the extracts which convey the information, we may also get a better idea of the character of each for candor, generosity, and truthfulness. Dr. Holland quotes from one of Mr. Lincoln's unpublished manuscripts as follows: 22 years ago, Judge Douglas and I first became acquainted. We were both young then. He was a trifle younger than I. Even then we were both ambitious. I, perhaps, quite as much so as he. With me the race of ambition has been a failure, a flat failure. With him it has been one of splendid success. His name fills the nation, and is not unknown even in foreign lands. I affect no contempt for the high eminence he has reached. so reached that the oppressed of my species might have shared with me in the elevation. I would rather stand on that eminence than wear the richest crown that ever pressed a monarch's brow." Again, in the pending campaign, Mr. Lincoln said, "There is still another disadvantage under which we labor, and to which I will invite your attention. It arises out of the relative positions of the two persons who stand before the State as candidates for the Senate. Senator Douglas is of worldwide renown. All the anxious politicians of his party, or who had been of his party for years past, have been looking upon him as certainly, at no distant day, to be the President of the United States. They have seen, in his round, jolly, fruitful face, post offices, land offices, marshalships, and cabinet appointments, chargeships and foreign missions, bursting and sprouting out in wonderful exuberance, ready to be laid hold of by their greedy hands. And as they have been gazing upon this attractive picture so long, they cannot, in the little distraction that has taken place in the party, bring themselves to give up the charming hope, but, with greedier anxiety, they rush about him, sustain him, and give him marches, triumphal entries, and receptions, beyond what, even in the days of his highest prosperity, they could have brought about in his favor. On the contrary, nobody has ever expected me to be President. In my poor, lean, lank face, nobody has ever seen that any cabbages were sprouting out. These are disadvantages, all taken together, that the Republicans labor under. We have to fight this battle upon principle and principle alone." Now hear Mr. Douglas. In their first joint debate at Ottawa, he said, "In the remarks I have made on this platform, and the position of Mr. Lincoln upon it, I mean nothing personally disrespectful or unkind to that gentleman. I have known him for nearly 25 years. There were many points of sympathy between us when we first got acquainted. We were both comparatively boys, and both struggling with poverty in a strange land. I was a school teacher in the town of Winchester, and he a flourishing grocery keeper in the town of Salem. He was more successful in his occupation than I was in mine, and hence more fortunate in this world's goods. Lincoln is one of those peculiar men who perform with admirable skill everything which they undertake. I made as good a school teacher as I could, and, when a cabinet maker, I made a good bedstead and tables, although my old boss said I succeeded better with bureaus and secretaries than with anything else. But I believe that Lincoln was always more successful in his business than I, for his business enabled him to get into the Legislature. I met him there, however, and had a sympathy with him, because of the uphill struggle we both had in life. He was then just as good at telling an anecdote as now. He could beat any of the boys wrestling, or running a foot race, and pitching quoits or tossing a copper, could ruin more liquor than all the boys of the town together, and the dignity and impartiality with which he presided at a horse race or fist fight excited the admiration and won the praise of everybody that was present and participated. I sympathized with him because he was struggling with difficulties, and so was I. Mr. Lincoln served with me in the Legislature in 1836, when we both retired, and he subsided, or became submerged, and he was lost sight of as a public man for some years. In 1846, when Wilmot introduced his celebrated proviso, and the abolition tornado swept over the country, Lincoln again turned up as a member of Congress from the Sangamon district. I was then in the Senate of the United States, and was glad to welcome my old friend and companion. Whilst in Congress, he distinguished himself by his opposition to the Mexican War, taking the side of the common enemy against his own country; and, when he returned home, he found that the indignation of the people followed him everywhere, and he was again submerged, or obliged to retire into private life, forgotten by his former friends. He came up again in 1854, just in time to make this abolition, or Black Republican platform, in company with Giddings, Lovejoy, Chase, and Fred Douglass for the Republican party to stand upon. Trumbull, too, was one of our own contemporaries." Previous pages of this book present fully enough for our present purpose the issues upon which this canvass was made to turn. The principal speeches, the joint debates, with 5 separate and independent speeches by Mr. Lincoln, and 3 by Mr. Douglas, have been collected and published under Mr. Lincoln's supervision in a neat and accessible volume. It is, therefore, unnecessary, and would be unjust, to reprint them here. They obtained at the time a more extensive circulation than such productions usually have, and exerted an influence which is very surprising to the calm reader of the present day. Mr. Douglas endeavored to prove, from Mr. Lincoln's Springfield speech, that he, Mr. Lincoln, was a self-declared disunionist, in favor of reducing the institutions of all the States, "to a dead uniformity," in favor of abolishing slavery everywhere, an old-time abolitionist, a negropolist, an amalgamationist. This, with much vaunting of himself for his opposition to Lecompton, and a loud proclamation of popular sovereignty, made the bulk of Mr. Douglas's speeches. Mr. Lincoln denied these accusations. He had no "thought of bringing about a civil war," nor yet uniformity of institutions. He would not interfere with slavery where it had a lawful existence, and was not in favor of negro equality or miscegenation. He did, however, believe that Congress had the right to exclude slavery from the Territories, and ought to exercise it. As to Mr. Douglas's doctrine of popular sovereignty, there could be no issue concerning it, for everybody agreed that the people of a Territory might, when they formed a State constitution, adopt or exclude slavery as they pleased; but that a territorial legislature possessed exclusive power, or any power at all, over the subject, even Mr. Douglas could not assert, inasmuch as the Dred Scott decision was plain and explicit the other way. And Mr. Douglas boasted that decision as the rule of his political conduct, and sought to impose it upon all parties as a perfect definition of the rights and duties of government, local and general. At Ottawa, Mr. Douglas put to Mr. Lincoln a series of questions, which, upon their next meeting at Freeport, Mr. Lincoln answered as follows: "I have supposed myself, since the organization of the Republican party at Bloomington, in May, 1856, bound as a party man by the platforms of the party, then and since. If, in any interrogatories which I shall answer, I go beyond the scope of what is within these platforms, it will be perceived that no one is responsible but myself. Having said thus much, I will take up the judge's interrogatories as I find them printed in the Chicago Times, and answer them seriatim, in order that there may be no mistake about it. I have copied the interrogatories in writing, and also my answers to them. The first one of these interrogatories is in these words: Question 1. I desire to know whether Lincoln today stands, as he did in 1854, in favor of the unconditional repeal of the Fugitive Slave Law. Answer. I do not now, nor ever did, stand in favor of the unconditional repeal of the Fugitive Slave Law. Question 2. I desire him to answer whether he stands pledged today, as he did in 1854, against the admission of any more slave States into the Union, even if the people want them. Answer. I do not now, nor ever did, stand pledged against the admission of any more slave States into the Union. Question 3. I want to know whether he stands pledged against the admission of a new State into the Union with such a constitution as the people of that State may see fit to make. Answer. I do not stand pledged against the admission of a new State into the Union with such a constitution as the people of that State may see fit to make. Question 4. I want to know whether he stands today pledged to the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia. Answer. I do not stand today pledged to the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia. Question 5. I desire him to answer whether he stands pledged to the prohibition of the slave trade between the different States. Answer. I do not stand pledged to the prohibition of the slave trade between the different States. Question 6. I desire to know whether he stands pledged to prohibit slavery in all the territories of the United States, north as well as south of the Missouri Compromise line. Answer. I am impliedly, if not expressly, pledged to a belief in the right and duty of Congress to prohibit slavery in all the United States territories. Great applause. Question 7. I desire him to answer whether he is opposed to the acquisition of any new territory unless slavery is first prohibited therein. Answer. I am not generally opposed to honest acquisition of territory, and, in any given case, I would or would not oppose such acquisition, accordingly as I might think such acquisition would or would not agitate the slavery question among ourselves. Now, my friends, it will be perceived, upon an examination of these questions and answers, that so far I have only answered that I was not pledged to this, that, or the other. The Judge has not framed his interrogatories to ask me anything more than this, and I have answered in strict accordance with the interrogatories, and have answered truly that I am not pledged at all upon any of the points to which I have answered. But I am not disposed to hang upon the exact form of his interrogatory. I am rather disposed to take up at least some of these questions, and state what I really think about them. As to the first one, in regard to the fugitive slave law, I have never hesitated to say, and I do not now hesitate to say, that I think, under the Constitution of the United States, the people of the Southern States are entitled to a Congressional slave law. Having said that, I have had nothing to say in regard to the existing fugitive slave law. Further than that, I think it should have been framed so as to be free from some of the objections that pertain to it, without lessening its efficiency. And inasmuch as we are not now in an agitation in regard to an alteration or modification of that law, I would not be the man to introduce it as a new subject of agitation upon the general question of slavery. In regard to the other question of whether I am pledged to the admission of any more slave States into the Union, I state to you very frankly that I would be exceedingly sorry ever to be put in the position of having to pass upon that question. I should be exceedingly glad to know that there would never be another slave State admitted into the Union. But I must add, that, if slavery shall be kept out of the Territories during the territorial existence of any one given Territory, then the people shall, having a fair chance and a clear field, when they come to adopt the Constitution, do such an extraordinary thing as to adopt the slave Constitution, uninfluenced by the actual presence of the institution among them, I see no alternative, if we own the country, but to admit them into the Union. The third interrogatory is answered by the question to the second, it being, as I conceive, the same as the second. The fourth one is in regard to the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia. In relation to that, I have my mind very distinctly made up. I should be exceedingly glad to see slavery abolished in the District of Columbia. I believe that Congress possesses the constitutional power to abolish it. Yet, as a member of Congress, I should not, with my present views, be in favor of endeavoring to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia, unless it would be upon these conditions: first, that the abolition should be gradual; second, that it should be on a vote of the majority of qualified voters in the district; and third, that compensation should be made to unwilling owners. With these three conditions, I confess I would be exceedingly glad to see Congress abolish slavery in the District of Columbia, and, in the language of Henry Clay, "sweep from our capital that foul blot upon our nation." In regard to the fifth interrogatory, I must say here, that as to the question of the abolition of the slave trade between the different States, I can truly answer, as I have, that I am pledged to nothing about it. It is a subject to which I have not given that mature consideration that would make me feel authorized to state a position so as to hold myself entirely bound by it. In other words, that question has never been prominently enough before me to induce me to investigate whether we really have the constitutional power to do it. I could investigate it if I had sufficient time to bring myself to a conclusion upon that subject, but I have not done so, and I say so frankly to you here and to Judge Douglas. I must say, however, that, if I should be of opinion that Congress does possess the constitutional power to abolish slave trading among the different States, I should still not be in favor of the exercise of that power, unless upon some conservative principle, as I conceive it, akin to what I have said in relation to the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia. My answer as to whether I desire that slavery should be prohibited in all territories of the United States is full and explicit within itself, and cannot be made clearer by any comments of mine. So, I suppose, in regard to the question whether I am opposed to the acquisition of any more territory unless slavery is first prohibited therein, my answer is such that I could add nothing by way of illustration, or making myself better understood, than the answer which I have placed in writing. Now, in all this, the Judge has me, and he has me on the record. I suppose he had flattered himself that I was really entertaining one set of opinions for one place, and another set for another place; that I was afraid to say at one place what I uttered at another. What I am saying here I suppose I say to a vast audience, as strongly tending to abolitionism as any audience in the State of Illinois; and I believe I am saying that which, if it would be offensive to any persons, and render them enemies to myself, would be offensive to persons in this audience. Mr. Douglas had presented his interrogatories on the 21st of August, and Mr. Lincoln did not answer them until the 27th. They had no meetings between those days, and Mr. Lincoln had ample time to ponder his replies and consult his friends. But he did more: he improved the opportunity to prepare a series of insidious questions, which he felt sure Mr. Douglas could not possibly answer without utterly ruining his political prospects. Mr. Lincoln struggled for a great prize, unsuspected by the common mind, but the thought of which was ever present to his own. Mr. Douglas was a standing candidate for the presidency, but as yet Mr. Lincoln was a very quiet one, nursing hopes which his modesty prevented him from obtruding upon others. He was wise enough to keep the fact of their existence to himself, and in the meantime to dig pitfalls and lay obstructions in the way of his most formidable competitors. His present purpose was not only to defeat Mr. Douglas for the Senate, but to "kill him," to get him out of the way finally and forever. If he could make him evade the Dred Scott decision, and deny the right of a Southern man to take his negroes into a territory, and keep them there while it was a territory, he would thereby sever him from the body of the Democratic party, and leave him the leader of merely a little half-hearted anti-slavery faction. Under such circumstances, Mr. Douglas could never be the candidate of the party at large, but he might serve a very useful purpose by running on a separate ticket, and dividing the great majority of conservative votes, which would inevitably elect a single nominee. Mr. Lincoln went to Chicago, and there intimated to some of his friends what he proposed to do. They attempted to dissuade him, because, as they insisted, if Mr. Douglas should answer that the Dred Scott decision might be evaded by the people of a territory, and slavery prohibited in the face of it, the answer would draw to him the sympathies of the anti-slavery voters, and probably, of itself, defeat Mr. Lincoln. But, so long as Mr. Douglas held to the decision in good faith, he had no more hope of aid from that quarter than he had already received. It was therefore the part of wisdom to let him alone as to that point. Mr. Lincoln, on the contrary, looked forward to 1860, and was determined that the South should understand the antagonism between Mr. Douglas's latest conception of squatter sovereignty on the one hand, and the Dred Scott decision, the Nebraska bill, and all the previous platforms of the party on the other. Mr. Douglas taught strange doctrines and false ones, and Mr. Lincoln thought the faithful, far and near, should know it. If Mr. Douglas was a schismatic, there ought to be a schism, of which the Republicans would reap the benefit, and therefore he insisted upon his questions. "There is no business of yours," said his friends. "Attend exclusively to your senatorial race, and let the slaveholder and Douglas fight out that question among themselves, and for themselves. If you put the question to him, he will answer that the Dred Scott decision is simply an abstract rule, having no practical application." "If he answers that way, he's a dead cock in the pit," responded Mr. Lincoln. "But that," said they, "is none of your business. You are concerned only about this senatorship." "No," continued Mr. Lincoln, "not alone exactly. I am killing larger game. The great battle of 1860 is worth 1,000 of this senatorial race." He did accordingly propound the interrogatories as follows: 1. If the people of Kansas shall, by means entirely unobjectionable in all other respects, adopt the State Constitution, and ask admission into the Union under it, before they have the requisite number of inhabitants according to the English bill, some 93,000, will you vote to admit them? 2. Can the people of a United States Territory, in any lawful way, against the wish of any citizen of the United States, exclude slavery from its limits? 3. If the Supreme Court of the United States shall decide that States cannot exclude slavery from their limits, are you in favor of acquiescing in, adopting, and following such decision as a rule of political action? 4. Are you in favor of acquiring additional territory, in disregard of how such acquisition may affect the nation on the slavery question? The first and fourth questions Mr. Douglas answered substantially in the affirmative. To the third he replied, that no judge would ever be guilty of the moral treason of making such a decision. But to the second, the main question, to which all the others were riders and make weights, he answered as he was expected to answer. "It matters not," said he, "what way the Supreme Court may hereafter decide as to the abstract question whether slavery may or may not go into a Territory under the Constitution. The people have the lawful means to introduce it or exclude it, as they please, for the reason that slavery cannot exist a day or an hour anywhere, unless it is supported by local police regulations. Those police regulations can only be established by the local legislature; and, if the people are opposed to slavery, they will elect representatives to that body who will, by unfriendly legislation, effectually prevent the introduction of it into their midst." The reply was more than enough for Mr. Lincoln's purpose. It cut Mr. Douglas off from his party, and put him in a state of perfect antagonism to it. He firmly denied the power of Congress to restrict slavery, and he admitted that, under the Dred Scott decision, all territories were open to his entrance. But he held that, the moment the slaveholder passed the boundary of a territory, he was at the mercy of the squatters, a dozen or two of whom might get together in a legislature and rob him of the property which the Constitution, the Supreme Court, and Mr. Douglas himself said he had an indefeasible right to take there. Mr. Lincoln knew that the Southern people would feel infinitely safer in the hands of Congress than in the hands of the squatters. If they regarded the Republican mode of excluding slavery as a barefaced usurpation, they would consider Mr. Douglas's system of confiscation by unfriendly legislation mere plain stealing. The Republicans said to them, "We will regulate the whole subject by general laws, which you participate with us in passing." But Mr. Douglas offered them, as sovereign judges and legislators, the territorial settlers themselves, squatters they might be, whom the aid societies rushed into the new territories for the very purpose of keeping slavery away. The new doctrine was admirably calculated to alarm and incense the South; and, following so closely Mr. Douglas's conduct in the Lecompton affair, it was very natural that he should now be universally regarded by his late followers as a dangerous heretic and a faithless turncoat. The result justified Mr. Lincoln's anticipations. Mr. Douglas did not fully develop his new theory, nor personally promulgate it as the fixed tenet of his faction, until the next year, when he embodied it in the famous article contributed by him to Harper's Magazine. But it did its work effectually, and when parties began to marshal for the great struggle of 1860, Mr. Douglas was found to be, not precisely what he had promised, a Republican, fighting their battles, but an independent candidate, upon an independent platform, dividing the opposition. Mr. Lincoln pointed out on the spot the wide difference between Mr. Douglas's present views and those he had previously maintained with such dogged and dogmatic persistence. "The new state of the case had induced the judge to sheer away from his original ground." The new theory was false in law and could have no practical application. The history of the country showed it to be a naked humbug, a demagogue's imposture. Slavery was established in all this country without local police regulations to protect it. Dred Scott himself was held in a territory, not only without local police regulations to favor his bondage, but in defiance of a general law which prohibited it. A man who believed the Dred Scott decision was the true interpretation of the Constitution could not refuse to negro slavery whatever protection it needed in the territories without incurring the guilt of perjury. To say that slave property might be constitutionally confiscated, destroyed, or driven away from a place where it was constitutionally protected was such an absurdity as Mr. Douglas alone in this evil strait was equal to; the proposition meaning, as he said on a subsequent occasion, "no less than that a thing may lawfully be driven away from a place where it has a lawful right to be." "Of that answer at Freeport, as Mr. Herndon has it, Douglas instantly died. The red gleaming Southern tomahawk flashed high and keen. Douglas was removed out of Lincoln's way. The wind was taken out of Seward's sails by the House divided speech, and Lincoln stood out prominent." The State election took place on the 2d of November, 1858. Mr. Lincoln had more than 4,000 majority of the votes cast. This was not enough to give him a majority in the Legislature. An old and inequitable apportionment law was still in operation, and a majority of the members chosen under it were, as it was intended by the lawmakers, they should be, Democrats. In the Senate were 14 Democrats to 11 Republicans, and in the House 40 Democrats to 35 Republicans. Mr. Douglas was, of course, re-elected, and Mr. Lincoln bitterly disappointed. Some one asked Mr. Lincoln how he felt when the returns came in. He replied, "that he felt like the boy that stumped his toe. It hurt too bad to laugh, and he was too big to cry." In this canvass Mr. Lincoln earned a reputation as a popular debater second to that of no man in America, certainly not second to that of his famous antagonist. He kept his temper. He was not prone to personalities. He indulged in few anecdotes, and those of a decent character. He was fair, frank, and manly; and, if the contest had shown nothing else, it would have shown, at least, that Old Abe could behave like a well-bred gentleman under very trying circumstances. His marked success in these discussions was probably no surprise to the people of the Springfield district, who knew him as well as, or better than, they did Mr. Douglas. But in the greater part of the State, and throughout the Union, the series of brilliant victories successively won by an obscure man over an orator of such wide experience and renown was received with exclamations of astonishment, alike by listeners and readers. It is true that many believed, or pretended to believe, that he was privately tutored and crammed by politicians of greater note than himself; and, when the speeches were at last collected and printed together, it was alleged that Mr. Lincoln's had been rewritten or extensively revised by Mr. Judd, Judge Logan, Judge Davis, or someone else of great and conceited abilities. End of Chapter 16, Part 2. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 17, Part 1 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 17, Part 1. In the winter of 1858 and '59, Mr. Lincoln, having no political business on hand, appeared before the public in the character of lecturer, having prepared himself with much care. His lecture was, or might have been, styled, "All creation is a mine, and every man a miner." He began with Adam and Eve, and the invention of the fig-leaf apron, of which he gave a humorous description, and which he said was a joint operation. The invention of letters, writing, printing, of the application of steam, of electricity, he classed under the comprehensive head of inventions and discoveries, along with the discovery of America, the enactment of patent laws, and the "invention of negroes, or the present mode of using them." Part of the lecture was humorous, a very small part of it actually witty, and the rest of it so commonplace that it was a genuine mortification to his friends. He delivered it at 2 or 3 points, and then declined all further invitations. To one of these he replied, in March, as follows: "Your note, inviting me to deliver a lecture in Galesburg, is received. I regret to say I cannot do so now. I must stick to the courts a while. I read a sort of a lecture to 3 different audiences during the last month and this, but I did so under circumstances which made it a waste of no time whatever." From the Douglas discussion, many of the leaders of the Republican party believed, and the reader will agree had some foundation for the belief, that Mr. Lincoln was one of the greatest and best men in the party. It was natural, therefore, that many eyes should be turned towards him for the coming presidential nomination. He had all the requisites of an available candidate. He had not been sufficiently prominent in national politics to excite the jealousies of powerful rivals. He was true, manly, able. He was preeminently a man of the people. He had sprung from a low family in the lowest class of society. He had been a rail splitter, a flat boatman, a grocery keeper, everything that could commend him to the popular heart. His manners, his dress, his stories, and his popular name and style of honest old Abe, pointed to him as a man beside whose running qualities those of Taylor and Harrison were of slight comparison. That he knew all this, and thought of it a great deal, no one can doubt, and in the late campaign he had most adroitly opened the way for the realization of his hopes. But he knew very well that a becoming modesty in a new man was about as needful as anything else. Accordingly, when a Mr. Pickett wrote him on the subject in March, 1859, he replied as follows: "Yours of the 2nd instant, inviting me to deliver my lecture on inventions in Rock Island, is at hand, and I regret to be unable from press of business to comply therewith. In regard to the other matter you speak of, I beg that you will not give it a further mention. I do not think I am fit for the presidency." But in April the project began to be agitated in his own town. On the 27th of that month he was in the office of the Central Illinois Gazette, when the editor suggested his name. Mr. Lincoln, with characteristic modesty, declined, but the editor estimated his "no" at its proper value, and he was brought out in the next issue, May 4. Thence the movement spread rapidly and strongly. Many Republicans welcomed it, and, appreciating the preeminent fitness of the nomination, saw in it the assurance of certain victory. The West was rapidly filling with Germans and other inhabitants of foreign birth. Dr. Canisius, a German, foreseeing Mr. Lincoln's strength in the near future, wrote to inquire what he thought about the restrictions upon naturalization recently adopted in Massachusetts, and whether he favored the fusion of all the opposition elements in the next canvass. He replied that, as to the restrictions, he was wholly and unalterably opposed to them, and as to fusion, he was ready for it upon Republican grounds, but upon no other. He would not lower the Republican standard even by a hair's breadth. The letter undoubtedly had a good effect, and brought him valuable support from the foreign population. To a gentleman who desired his views about the tariff question, he replied cautiously and discreetly as follows: Dr. Edward Wallace, My dear Sir, I am here just now attending court. Yesterday, before I left Springfield, your brother, Dr. William S. Wallace, showed me a letter of yours, in which you kindly mention my name, inquire for my tariff views, and suggest the propriety of my writing a letter upon the subject. I was an old Henry Clay tariff Whig. In old times I made more speeches on that subject than on any other. I have not since changed my views. I believe yet, if we could have a moderate, carefully adjusted, protective tariff, so far acquiesced in as not to be a perpetual subject of political strife, squabbles, changes, and uncertain ties, it would be better for us. Still, it is my opinion that, just now, the revival of that question will not advance the cause itself, or the man who revives it. I have not thought much on the subject recently, but my general impression is, that the necessity for a protective tariff will ere long force its old opponents to take it up, and then its old friends can join in and establish it on a more firm and durable basis. We, the old Whigs, have been entirely beaten out on the tariff question, and we shall not be able to reestablish the policy until the absence of it shall have demonstrated the necessity for it in the minds of men heretofore opposed to it. With this view, I should prefer not to now write a public letter upon the subject. I therefore wish this to be considered confidential. I shall be very glad to receive a letter from you. In September, Mr. Lincoln made a few masterly speeches in Ohio, where Mr. Douglas had preceded him on his new hobby of squatter sovereignty, or unfriendly legislation. Clinton, October 11, 1859. Yours truly, A. Lincoln. He spoke at Columbus, Cincinnati, and several other points, each time devoting the greater part of his address to Mr. Douglas and his theories, as if the habit of combating that illustrious chieftain was hard to break. In December he went to Kansas, speaking at Elwood, Doniphan, Troy, Atchison, and twice at Leavenworth. Wherever he went, he was met by vast assemblages of people. His speeches were principally repetitions of those previously made in Illinois, but they were very fresh and captivating to his new audiences. These journeys, which turned out to be continuous ovations, spread his name and fame far beyond the limits to which they had heretofore been restricted. During the winter of 1859 and '60, he saw that his reputation had reached such a height that he might honorably compete with such renowned men as Seward, Chase, and Bates for the presidential nomination. Mr. Jackson Grimshaw of Quincy urged him very strongly on the point. At length Mr. Lincoln consented to a conference with Grimshaw and some of his more prominent friends. It took place in a committee room in the State House. Mr. Bushnell, Mr. Hatch, the Secretary of State, Mr. Judd, Chairman of the Republican State Central Committee, Mr. Peck, and Mr. Grimshaw were present, all of them intimate friends. They were unanimous in opinion as to the expediency and propriety of making him a candidate, but Mr. Lincoln, with his characteristic modesty, doubted whether he could get the nomination, even if he wished it, and asked until the next morning to answer us. The next day he authorized us to consider him, and work for him, if we pleased, as a candidate for the presidency. It was in October, 1859, that Mr. Lincoln received an invitation to speak in New York. It enchanted him. No event of his life had given him more heartfelt pleasure. He went straight to his office, and Mr. Herndon says, "looked pleased, not to say tickled. He said to me, 'Billy, I am invited to deliver a lecture in New York. Shall I go?' 'By all means,' I replied, 'and it is a good opening, too.' 'If you were in my fix, what subject would you choose?' said Lincoln. "Why, a political one. That's your forte," I answered." Mr. Herndon remembered his partner's previous utter failure, as a lecturer, and, on this occasion, dreaded excessively his choice of a subject. "In the absence of a friend's advice, Lincoln would as soon take the beautiful for a subject as anything else, when he had absolutely no sense of it." He wrote in response to the invitation that he would avail himself of it the coming February, provided he might be permitted to make a political speech, in case he found it inconvenient to get up one of another kind. He had purposely set the day far ahead, that he might thoroughly prepare himself, and it may safely be said that no effort of his life cost him so much labor as this one. Some of the party managers, who were afterwards put to work to verify its statements, and get it out as a campaign document, are alleged to have been 3 weeks in finding the historical records consulted by him. On the 25th of February, 1860, he arrived in New York. It was Saturday, and he spent the whole day in revising and retouching his speech. The next day he heard Beecher preach, and on Monday wandered about the city to see the sights. When the committee under whose auspices he was to speak waited upon him, they found him dressed in a sleek and shining suit of new black, covered with very apparent creases and wrinkles, acquired by being packed too closely and too long in his little valise. He felt uneasy in his new clothes in a strange place. His confusion was increased when the reporters called to get the printed slips of his speech in advance of its delivery. Mr. Lincoln knew nothing of such a custom among the orators, and had no slips. He was, in fact, not quite sure that the press would desire to publish his speech. When he reached the Cooper Institute, and was ushered into the vast hall, he was surprised to see the most cultivated men of the city awaiting him on the stand, and an immense audience assembled to hear him. Mr. Bryant introduced him as "an eminent citizen of the West, hitherto known to you only by reputation." Mr. Lincoln then began, in low, monotonous tones, which gradually became louder and clearer, the following speech: "Mr. President and fellow citizens of New York, the facts with which I shall deal this evening are mainly old and familiar, nor is there anything new in the general use I shall make of them. If there shall be any novelty, it will be in the mode of presenting the facts, and the inferences and observations following that presentation." In his speech last autumn at Columbus, Ohio, as reported in the New York Times, Senator Douglas said, "Our fathers, when they framed the government under which we live, understood this question just as well, and even better than we do now." I fully endorse this, and I adopt it as a text for this discourse. I so adopt it because it furnishes a precise and agreed starting point for the discussion between Republicans and that wing of democracy headed by Senator Douglas. It simply leaves the inquiry, what was the understanding those fathers had of the questions mentioned? What is the frame of government under which we live? The answer must be the Constitution of the United States. That Constitution consists of the original, framed in 1787, and under which the present government first went into operation, and 12 subsequently framed amendments, the first 10 of which were framed in 1789. Who were our fathers that framed the Constitution? I suppose the 39 who signed the original instrument may be fairly called our fathers who framed that part of the present government. It is almost exactly true to say they framed it, and it is altogether true to say they fairly represented the opinion and sentiment of the whole nation at that time. Their names, being familiar to nearly all, and accessible to quite all, need not now be repeated. I take these 39, for the present, as being our fathers who framed the government under which we live. What is the question which, according to the text, those fathers understood just as well, and even better than we do now? It is this: does the proper division of local from federal authority, or anything in the Constitution, forbid our federal government control as to slavery in our federal territories? Upon this, Douglas holds the affirmative, and Republicans the negative. This affirmative and denial form an issue, and this issue, this question, is precisely what the text declares our fathers understood better than we. Let us now inquire whether the 39, or any of them, ever acted upon this question, and, if they did, how they acted upon it, how they expressed that better understanding. In 1784, 3 years before the Constitution, the United States then owning the Northwestern Territory, and no other, the Congress of the Confederation had before them the question of prohibiting slavery in that territory, and 4 of the 39 who afterward framed the Constitution were in that Congress, and voted on that question. Of these, Roger Sherman, Thomas Mifflin, and Hugh Williamson voted for the prohibition, thus showing that, in their understanding, no line dividing local from federal authority, or anything else, properly forbade the federal government to control as to slavery in federal territory. The other of the 4, James McHenry, voted against the prohibition, showing that, for some cause, he thought it improper to vote for it. In 1787, still before the Constitution, but while the convention was in session framing it, and while the Northwestern Territory still was the only territory owned by the United States, the same question of prohibiting slavery in the territory again came before the Congress of the Confederation, and 3 more of the 39 who afterwards signed the Constitution were in that Congress, and voted on the question. They were William Blount, William Few, and Abraham Baldwin, and they all voted for the prohibition, thus showing that, in their understanding, no line dividing local from federal authority, or anything else, properly forbids the federal government to control as to slavery in federal territory. This time the prohibition became a law, being part of what is now well known as the Ordinance of '87. The question of federal control of slavery in the territories seems not to have been directly before the convention which framed the original Constitution, and hence it is not recorded that the 39, or any of them, while engaged on that instrument, expressed any opinion on that precise question. In 1789, by the first Congress which sat under the Constitution, an act was passed to enforce the Ordinance of '87, including the prohibition of slavery in the Northwestern Territory. The bill for this act was reported by one of the 39, Thomas Fitzsimmons, then a member of the House of Representatives from Pennsylvania. It went through all its stages without a word of opposition, and finally passed both branches without yeas and nays, which is equivalent to a unanimous passage. In this Congress there were 16 of the 39 fathers who framed the original Constitution. They were John Langdon, Nicholas Gilman, William S. Johnson, Roger Sherman, Robert Morris, Thomas Fitzsimmons, William Few, Abraham Baldwin, Rufus King, William Patterson, George Clymer, Richard Bassett, George Reed, Pierce Butler, Daniel Carroll, James Madison. This shows that, in their understanding, no line dividing local from federal authority, nor anything in the Constitution, properly forbade Congress to prohibit slavery in the federal territory, else both their fidelity to correct principle and their oath to support the Constitution would have constrained them to oppose the prohibition. Again, George Washington, another of the 39, was then President of the United States, and, as such, approved and signed the bill, thus completing its validity as a law, and thus showing that, in his understanding, no line dividing local from federal authority, nor anything in the Constitution, forbade the federal government to control as to slavery in federal territory. No great while after the adoption of the original Constitution, North Carolina ceded to the federal government the country now constituting the State of Tennessee, and a few years later Georgia ceded that which now constitutes the States of Mississippi and Alabama. In both deeds of cession it was made a condition by the ceding States that the federal government should not prohibit slavery in the ceded country. Besides this, slavery was then actually in the ceded country. Under these circumstances, Congress, on taking charge of these countries, did not absolutely prohibit slavery within them, but they did interfere with it, take control of it, even there to a certain extent. In 1798, Congress organized the Territory of Mississippi. In the act of organization, they prohibited the bringing of slaves into the territory from any place without the United States, by fine, and giving freedom to slaves so brought. This act passed both branches of Congress without yeas and nays. In that Congress were 3 of the 39 who framed the original Constitution. They were John Langdon, George Read, and Abraham Baldwin. They all probably voted for it. Certainly they would have placed their opposition to it upon record, if, in their understanding, any line dividing local from federal authority, or anything in the Constitution, properly forbade the federal government to control as to slavery in federal territory. In 1803, the federal government purchased the Louisiana country. Our former territorial acquisitions came from certain of our own states, but this Louisiana country was acquired from a foreign nation. In 1804, Congress gave a territorial organization to that part of it which now constitutes the state of Louisiana. New Orleans, lying within that part, was an old and comparatively large city. There were other considerable towns and settlements, and slavery was extensively and thoroughly intermingled with the people. Congress did not, in the Territorial Act, prohibit slavery, but they did interfere with it, take control of it, in a more marked and extensive way than they did in the case of Mississippi. The substance of the provision therein made, in relation to slaves, was, first, that no slave should be imported into the territory from foreign parts. Second, that no slave should be carried into it who had been imported into the United States since the 1st day of May, 1798. Third, that no slave should be carried into it except by the owner, and for his own use as a settler, the penalty in all cases being a fine upon the violator of the law, and freedom to the slave. This act also was passed without yeas and nays. In the Congress which passed it, there were 2 of the 39. They were Abraham Baldwin and Jonathan Dayton. As stated in the case of Mississippi, it is probable they both voted for it. They would not have allowed it to pass without recording their opposition to it, if, in their understanding, it violated either the line proper dividing local from federal authority, or any provision of the Constitution. In 1819-20 came and passed the Missouri question. Many votes were taken by yeas and nays, in both branches of Congress, upon the various phases of the general question. 2 of the 39, Rufus King and Charles Pinckney, were members of that Congress. Mr. King steadily voted for slavery prohibition and against all compromises, while Mr. Pinckney as steadily voted against slavery prohibition and against all compromises. By this Mr. King showed that, in his understanding, no line dividing local from federal authority, nor anything in the Constitution, was violated by Congress prohibiting slavery in federal territory, while Mr. Pinckney, by his votes, showed that, in his understanding, there was some sufficient reason for opposing such prohibition in that case. The cases I have mentioned are the only acts of the 39, or any of them upon the direct issue, which I have been able to discover. To enumerate the persons who thus acted as being 4 in 1784, 3 in 1787, 17 in 1789, 3 in 1798, 2 in 1804, and 2 in 1819-20, there would be 31 of them. But this would be counting John Langdon, Roger Sherman, William Few, Rufus King, and George Read each twice, and Abraham Baldwin 4 times. The true number of those of the 39 whom I have shown to have acted upon the question, which, by the text, they understood better than we, is 23, leaving 16 not shown to have acted upon it in any way. Here then we have 23 out of our 39 fathers, who framed the government under which we live, who have, upon their official responsibility and their corporal oaths, acted upon the very question which the text affirms they "understood just as well, and even better than we do now," and 21 of them, a clear majority of the 39, so acting upon it as to make them guilty of gross political impropriety and wilful perjury if, in their understanding, any proper division between local and federal authority, or anything in the Constitution they had made themselves, and sworn to support, forbade the federal government to control as to slavery in the federal territories. Thus the 21 acted, and, as actions speak louder than words, so actions under such responsibility speak still louder. 2 of the 23 voted against congressional prohibition of slavery in the Federal Territories in the instances in which they acted upon the question, but for what reasons they so voted is not known. They may have done so because they thought a proper division of local from federal authority, or some provision or principle of the Constitution, stood in the way; or they may, without any such question, have voted against the prohibition on what appeared to them to be sufficient grounds of expediency. No one who has sworn to support the Constitution can conscientiously vote for what he understands to be an unconstitutional measure, however expedient he may think it. But one may and ought to vote against a measure which he deems constitutional, if, at the same time, he deems it inexpedient. It therefore would be unsafe to set down even the two who voted against the prohibition as having done so because, in their understanding, any proper division of local from federal authority, or anything in the Constitution, forbade the federal government to control as to slavery in federal territory. The remaining 16 of the 39, as far as I have discovered, have left no record of their understanding upon the direct question of federal control of slavery in the federal territories. But there is much reason to believe that their understanding upon that question would not have appeared different from that of their 23 compeers, had it been manifested at all. For the purpose of adhering rigidly to the text, I have purposely omitted whatever understanding may have been manifested by any person, however distinguished, other than the 39 fathers who framed the original Constitution; and, for the same reason, I have also omitted whatever understanding may have been manifested by any of the 39, even, on any other phase of the general question of slavery. If we should look into their acts and declarations on those other phases, as the foreign slave trade, and the morality and policy of slavery generally, it would appear to us that, on the direct question of federal control of slavery in federal territories, the 16, if they had acted at all, would probably have acted just as the 23 did. Among that 16 were several of the most noted anti-slavery men of those times, as Dr. Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, and Gouverneur Morris, though there was not one now known to have been otherwise, unless it may be John Rutledge of South Carolina. The sum of the whole is, that our 39 fathers who framed the original Constitution, 21, a clear majority of the whole, certainly understood that no proper division of local from federal authority, or any part of the Constitution, forbade the federal government to control slavery in the federal territories, while all the rest probably had the same understanding. Such, unquestionably, was the understanding of our fathers who framed the original Constitution, and the text affirms that they understood the question better than we. But so far I have been considering the understanding of the question manifested by the framers of the original Constitution. In and by the original instrument, a mode was provided for amending it, and, as I have already stated, the present frame of government under which we live consists of that original and 12 amendatory articles framed and adopted since. Those who now insist that federal control of slavery in federal territories violates the Constitution point us to the provisions which they suppose it thus violates; and, as I understand, they all fix upon provisions in these amendatory articles, and not in the original instruments. The Supreme Court, in the Dred Scott case, plant themselves upon the Fifth Amendment, which provides that "no person shall be deprived of property without due process of law," while Senator Douglas and his peculiar adherents plant themselves upon the 10th Amendment, providing that "the powers not granted by the Constitution are reserved to the States respectively and to the people." Now, it so happens, these amendments were framed by the first Congress which sat under the Constitution, the identical Congress which passed the act already mentioned, enforcing the prohibition of slavery in the Northwestern Territory. Not only was it the same Congress, but they were the identical, same individual men, who, at the same time within the session, had under consideration, and in progress toward maturity, these constitutional amendments, and this act prohibiting slavery in all the territory the nation then owned. The constitutional amendments were introduced before, and passed after, the act enforcing the ordinance of '87. so that, during the whole pendency of the act to enforce the ordinance, the constitutional amendments were also pending. That Congress, consisting in all of 76 members, including 16 of the framers of the original Constitution, as before stated, were preeminently our fathers who framed that part of the government under which we live, which is now claimed as forbidding the federal government to control slavery in the federal territories. Is it not a little presumptuous in any one at this day to affirm that the two things which that Congress deliberately framed and earned to maturity at the same time are absolutely inconsistent with each other? And does not such affirmation become impudently absurd when coupled with the other affirmation, from the same mouth, that those who did the two things alleged to be inconsistent understood whether they were really inconsistent better than we, better than he who affirms that they are inconsistent? It is surely safe to assume that the 39 framers of the original Constitution and the 76 members of the Congress which framed the amendments thereto, taken together, do certainly include those who may be fairly called, "our fathers who framed the government under which we live." And so assuming, I defy any man to show that any one of them ever, in his whole life, declared that, in his understanding, any proper division of local from federal authority, or any part of the Constitution, forbade the federal government to control as to slavery in the federal territories. I go a step farther. I defy anyone to show that any living man in the whole world ever did, prior to the beginning of the present century, and I might almost say prior to the beginning of the last half of the present century, declare that, in his understanding, any proper division of local from federal authority, or any part of the Constitution, forbade the federal government to control as to slavery in the federal territories. To those who now so declare, I give not only "our fathers who framed the government under which we live," but with them all other living men within the century in which it was framed, among whom to search, and they shall not be able to find the evidence of a single man agreeing with them. Now and here let me guard a little against being misunderstood. I do not mean to say we are bound to follow implicitly in whatever our fathers did. To do so will be to discard all the lights of current experience, to reject all progress, all improvement. What I do say is, that, if we would supplant the opinions and policy of our fathers in any case, we should do so upon evidence so conclusive and argument so clear that even their great authority, fairly considered and weighed, cannot stand, and most surely not in a case whereof we ourselves declare they understood the question better than we. If any man, at this day, sincerely believes that a proper division of local from federal authority, or any part of the Constitution, forbids the federal government to control as to slavery in the federal territories, he is right to say so, and to enforce his position by all truthful evidence and fair argument which he can. But he has no right to mislead others, who have less access to history and less leisure to study it, into the false belief that "our fathers who framed the government under which we live" were of the same opinion, thus substituting falsehood and deception for truthful evidence and fair argument. If any man at this day sincerely believes, "our fathers who framed the government under which we live," used and applied principles, in other cases, which ought to have led them to understand that a proper division of local from federal authority, or some part of the Constitution, forbids the federal government to control as to slavery in the federal territories, he is right to say so; but he should, at the same time, brave the responsibility of declaring that, in his opinion, he understands their principles better than they did themselves; and especially should he not shirk that responsibility by asserting that they "understood the question just as well and even better than we do now." End of Chapter 17, Part 1. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 17, Part 2 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 17. Part 2. But enough. Let all who believe that, "our fathers, who framed the government under which we live, understood this question just as well, and even better than we do now," speak as they spoke, and act as they acted upon it. This is all Republicans ask, all Republicans desire, in relation to slavery. As those fathers marked it, so let it be again marked as an evil not to be extended, but to be tolerated and protected only because of, and so far as its actual presence among us makes that toleration and protection a necessity. Let all the guarantees those fathers gave it be, not grudgingly, but fully and fairly maintained. For this Republicans contend, and with this, so far as I know or believe, they will be content. And now, if they would listen, as I suppose they will not, I would address a few words to the Southern people. I would say to them, you consider yourselves a reasonable and a just people, and I consider that, in the general qualities of reason and justice, you are not inferior to any other people. Still, when you speak of us Republicans, you do so only to denounce us as reptiles, or, at the best, as no better than outlaws. You will grant a hearing to pirates or murderers, but nothing like it to "black Republicans." In all your contentions with one another, each of you deems an unconditional condemnation of black Republicanism as the first thing to be attended to. Indeed, such condemnation of us seems to be an indispensable prerequisite, license, so to speak, among you to be admitted or permitted to speak at all. Now can you, or not, be prevailed upon to pause and to consider whether this is quite just to us, or even to ourselves? Bring forward your charges and specifications, and then be patient long enough to hear us deny or justify. You say we are sectional. We deny it. That makes an issue, and the burden of proof is upon you. You produce your proof, and what is it? Why, that our party has no existence in your section, gets no votes in your section. The fact is substantially true, but does it prove the issue? If it does, then in case we should, without change of principle, begin to get votes in your section, we should thereby cease to be sectional. You cannot escape this conclusion, and yet are you willing to abide by it? If you are, you will probably soon find that we have ceased to be sectional, for we shall get votes in your section this very year. You will then begin to discover, as the truth plainly is, that your proof does not touch the issue. The fact that we get no votes in your section is a fact of your making, and not of ours. And if there be fault in that fact, that fault is primarily yours, and remains so until you show that we repel you by some wrong principle or practice. If we do repel you by any wrong principle or practice, the fault is ours. But this brings us to where you ought to have started, to a discussion of the right or wrong of our principle. If our principle, put in practice, would wrong your section for the benefit of ours, or for any other object, then our principle, and we with it, are sectional, and are justly opposed and denounced as such. Meet us, then, on the question of whether our principle, put in practice, would wrong your section, and so meet it as if it were possible that something may be said on our side. Do you accept the challenge? No? Then you really believe that the principle which our fathers, who framed the government under which we live, thought so clearly right as to adopt it, and endorse it again and again upon their official oaths, is, in fact, so clearly wrong as to demand your condemnation without a moment's consideration. Some of you delight to flaunt in our faces the warning against sectional parties given by Washington in his farewell address. Less than 8 years before Washington gave that warning, he had, as President of the United States, approved and signed an act of Congress enforcing the prohibition of slavery in the Northwestern Territory, which act embodied the policy of the government upon that subject up to and at the very moment he penned that warning; and about 1 year after he penned it, he wrote Lafayette that he considered that prohibition a wise measure, expressing, in the same connection, his hope that we should some time have a confederacy of free States. Bearing this in mind, and seeing that sectionalism has since arisen upon this same subject, is that warning a weapon in your hands against us, or in our hands against you? Could Washington himself speak, would he cast the blame of that sectionalism upon us, who sustain his policy, or upon you, who repudiate it? We respect that warning of Washington, and we commend it to you, together with his example pointing to the right application of it. But you say you are conservative, eminently conservative, while we are revolutionary, destructive, or something of the sort. What is conservatism? Is it not adherence to the old and tried against the new and untried? We stick to, contend for, the identical old policy on the point in controversy, which was adopted by our fathers who framed the government under which we live; while you, with one accord, reject and scout and spit upon that old policy, and insist upon substituting something new. True, you disagree among yourselves as to what that substitute shall be. You have considerable variety of new propositions and plans, but you are unanimous in rejecting and denouncing the old policy of the fathers. Some of you are for reviving the foreign slave trade; some for a Congressional slave code for the Territories; some for Congress forbidding the Territories to prohibit slavery within their limits; some for maintaining slavery in the Territories through the judiciary; some for the "great perinciple that, if one man would enslave another, no third man should object," fantastically called "popular sovereignty," but never a man among you in favor of federal prohibition of slavery in federal Territories, according to the practice of our fathers, who framed the government under which we live. Not one of all your various plans can show a precedent or an advocate in the century within which our government originated. Consider, then, whether your claim of conservatism for yourselves, and your charge of destructiveness against us, are based on the most clear and stable foundations. Again, you say we have made the slavery question more prominent than it formerly was. We deny it. We admit that it is more prominent, but we deny that we made it so. It was not we, but you, who discarded the old policy of the fathers. We resisted, and still resist, your innovation, and thence comes the greater prominence of the question. Would you have that question reduced to its former proportions? Go back to that old policy. What has been will be again, under the same conditions. If you would have the peace of the old times, readopt the precepts and policy of the old times. You charge that we stir up insurrections among your slaves. We deny it. And what is your proof? Harper's Ferry, John Brown. John Brown was no Republican, and you have failed to implicate a single Republican in his Harper's Ferry enterprise. If any member of our party is guilty in that matter, you know it, or you do not know it. If you do know it, you are inexcusable to not designate the man, and prove the fact. If you do not know it, you are inexcusable to assert it, and especially to persist in the assertion after you have tried and failed to make the proof. You need not be told that persisting in a charge which one does not know to be true is simply malicious slander. Some of you admit that no Republican designedly aided or encouraged the Harper's Ferry affair, but still insist that our doctrines and declarations necessarily lead to such results. We do not believe it. We know we hold to no doctrine, and make no declarations, which were not held to and made by our fathers, who framed the government under which we live. You never deal fairly by us in relation to this affair. When it occurred, some important state elections were near at hand, and you were in evident glee with the belief that, by charging the blame upon us, you could get an advantage of us in those elections. The elections came, and your expectations were not quite fulfilled. Every Republican man knew that, as to himself at least, your charge was a slander, and he was not much inclined by it to cast his vote in your favor. Republican doctrines and declarations are accompanied with a continual protest against any interference whatever with your slaves, or with you about your slaves. Surely this does not encourage them to revolt. True, we do, in common with our fathers who framed the government under which we live, declare our belief that slavery is wrong. But the slaves do not hear us declare even this. For anything we say or do, the slaves would scarcely know there is a Republican party. I believe they would not, in fact, generally know it but for your misrepresentations of us in their hearing. In your political contest among yourselves, each faction charges the other with sympathy with Black Republicanism, and then, to give point to the charge, defines Black Republicanism to simply be insurrection, blood, and thunder among the slaves. Slave insurrections are no more common now than they were before the Republican party was organized. What induced the Southampton insurrection, 28 years ago, in which, at least, 3 times as many lives were lost as at Harper's Ferry? You can scarcely stretch your very elastic fancy to the conclusion that Southampton was got up by Black Republicanism. In the present state of things in the United States, I do not think a general, or even a very extensive slave insurrection, is possible. The indispensable concert of action cannot be attained. The slaves have no means of rapid communication, nor can incendiary free men, black or white, supply it. The explosive materials are everywhere in parcels, but there neither are, nor can be supplied, the indispensable connecting trains. Much is said by Southern people about the affection of slaves for their masters and mistresses, and a part of it, at least, is true. A plot for an uprising could scarcely be devised and communicated to 20 individuals before some one of them, to save the life of a favorite master or mistress, would divulge it. This is the rule, and the slave revolution in Haiti was not an exception to it, but a case occurring under peculiar circumstances. The gunpowder plot of British history, though not connected with the slaves, was more in point. In that case, only about 20 were admitted to the secret, and yet one of them, in his anxiety to save a friend, betrayed the plot to that friend, and, by consequence, averted the calamity. Occasional poisoning from the kitchen, and open or stealthy assassinations in the field, and local revolts extending to a score or so, will continue to occur as the natural results of slavery. But no general insurrection of slaves, as I think, can happen in this country for a long time. Whoever much fears, or much hopes, for such an event, will be alike disappointed. In the language of Mr. Jefferson, uttered many years ago, "It is still in our power to direct the process of emancipation and deportation peaceably, and in such slow degrees as that the evil will wear off insensibly, and their places be, pari passu, filled up by free white laborers. If, on the contrary, it is left to force itself on, human nature must shudder at the prospect held up." Mr. Jefferson did not mean to say, nor do I, that the power of emancipation is in the Federal Government. He spoke of Virginia, and, As to the power of emancipation, I speak of the slave-holding States only. The Federal Government, however, as we insist, has the power of restraining the extension of the institution, the power to ensure that a slave insurrection shall never occur on any American soil which is now free from slavery. John Brown's effort was peculiar. It was not a slave insurrection. It was an attempt by white men to get up a revolt among slaves, in which the slaves refused to participate. In fact, it was so absurd that the slaves, with all their ignorance, saw plainly enough it could not succeed. That affair, in its philosophy, corresponds with the many attempts, related in history, at the assassination of kings and emperors. An enthusiast broods over the oppression of a people till he fancies himself commissioned by Heaven to liberate them. He ventures the attempts, which ends in little else than his own execution. Orsini's attempt on Louis Napoleon, and John Brown's attempt at Harper's Ferry, were, in their philosophy, precisely the same. The eagerness to cast blame on Old England in the one case, and on New England in the other, does not disprove the sameness of the two things. And how much would it avail you, if you could, by the use of John Brown, Helper's book, and the like, break up the Republican organization? Human action can be modified to some extent, but human nature cannot be changed. There is a judgment and a feeling against slavery in this nation, which cast at least 1.5 million of votes. You cannot destroy that judgment and feeling, that sentiment, by breaking up the political organization which rallies around it. You can scarcely scatter and disperse an army which has been formed into order in the face of your heaviest fire. But, if you could, how much would you gain by forcing the sentiment which created it out of the peaceful channel of the ballot box into some other channel? What would the other channel probably be? Would the number of John Browns be lessened or enlarged by the operation? But you will break up the Union rather than submit to a denial of your constitutional rights. That has a somewhat reckless sound, but it would be palliated, if not fully justified, were we proposing by the mere force of numbers to deprive you of some right plainly written down in the Constitution. But we are proposing no such thing. When you make these declarations, you have a specific and well understood allusion to an assumed constitutional right of yours to take slaves into the Federal Territories, and hold them there as property. But no such right is specifically written in the Constitution. That instrument is literally silent about any such right. We, on the contrary, deny that such a right has any existence in the Constitution, even by implication. Your purpose, then, plainly stated, is, that you will destroy the government, unless you be allowed to construe and enforce the Constitution as you please on all points in dispute between you and us. You will rule or ruin in all events. This, plainly stated, is your language to us. Perhaps you will say the Supreme Court has decided the disputed constitutional question in your favor. Not quite so. But waiving the lawyer's distinction between dictum and decision, courts have decided the question for you in a sort of way. The courts have substantially said, it is your constitutional right to take slaves into the Federal Territories, and to hold them there as property. When I say the decision was made in a sort of way, I mean it was made in a divided court by a bare majority of the judges, and they not quite agreeing with one another in the reasons for making it. That it is so made is that its avowed supporters disagree with one another about its meaning, and that it was mainly based upon a mistaken statement of fact. The statement in the opinion that, "the right of property in a slave is distinctly and expressly affirmed in the Constitution." An inspection of the Constitution will show that the right of property in a slave is not distinctly and expressly affirmed in it. Bear in mind, the judges do not pledge their judicial opinion that such right is impliedly affirmed in the Constitution, but they pledge their veracity that it is distinctly and expressly affirmed there. Distinctly, that is, not mingled with any thing else, expressly, that is, in words meaning just that, without the aid of any inference, and susceptible of no other meaning. If they had only pledged their judicial opinion that such right is affirmed in the instrument by implication, it would be open to others to show that neither the word slave nor slavery is to be found in the Constitution, nor the word property even, in any connection with the language alluding to the things slave or slavery; and that, wherever in that instrument the slave is alluded to, he is called a "person," and wherever his master's legal right in relation to him is alluded to, it is spoken of as "service or labor due," as a "debt" payable in service or labor. Also, it would be open to show, by contemporaneous history, that this mode of alluding to slaves and slavery, instead of speaking of them, was employed on purpose to exclude from the Constitution the idea that there could be property in man. To show all this is easy and certain. When this obvious mistake of the judges shall be brought to their notice, is it not reasonable to expect that they will withdraw the mistaken statement, and reconsider the conclusion based upon it? And then it is to be remembered that "our fathers, who framed the government under which we live," the men who made the Constitution, decided the same constitutional question in our favor long ago, decided it without a division among themselves, when making the decision, without division among themselves about the meaning of it after it was made, and, so far as any evidence is left, without basing it upon any mistaken statement of facts. Under all these circumstances, do you really feel yourselves justified to break up this government, unless such a court decision as yours is shall be at once submitted to, as a conclusive and final rule of political action? But you will not abide the election of a Republican President. In that supposed event, you say, you will destroy the Union, and then, you say, the great crime of having destroyed it will be upon us. That is cool. A highwayman holds a pistol to my ear, and mutters through his teeth, "Stand and deliver, or I shall kill you, and then you will be a murderer." To be sure, what the robber demanded of me, my money, was my own, and I had a clear right to keep it. But it was no more my own than my vote is my own, and threat of death to me to extort my money, and threat of destruction to the Union to extort my vote, can scarcely be distinguished in principle. A few words now to Republicans. It is exceedingly desirable that all parts of this great Confederacy shall be at peace, and in harmony one with another. Let us Republicans do our part to have it so. Even though much provoked, let us do nothing through passion and ill temper. Even though the Southern people will not so much as listen to us, let us calmly consider their demands, and yield to them, if, in our deliberate view of our duty, we possibly can. Judging by all they say and do, and by the subject and nature of their controversy with us, let us determine, if we can, what will satisfy them. Will they be satisfied if the Territories be unconditionally surrendered to them? We know they will not. In all their present complaints against us, the Territories are scarcely mentioned. Invasions and insurrections are the rage now. Will it satisfy them if, in the future, we have nothing to do with invasions and insurrections? We know it will not. We so know, because we know we never had anything to do with invasions and insurrections, and yet this total abstaining does not exempt us from the charge and the denunciation. The question recurs, what will satisfy them? Simply this: we must not only let them alone, but we must somehow convince them that we do let them alone. This we know by experience is no easy task. We have been so trying to convince them from the very beginning of our organization, but with no success. In all our platforms and speeches we have constantly protested our purpose to let them alone, but this has had no tendency to convince them. Alike unavailing to convince them is the fact that they have never detected a man of us in any attempt to disturb them. These natural and apparently adequate means all failing, what will convince them? This, and only this: cease to call slavery wrong, and join them in calling it right. And this must be done thoroughly, done in acts as well as in words. Silence will not be tolerated. We must place ourselves avowedly with them. Douglas's new sedition law must be enacted and enforced, suppressing all declarations that slavery is wrong, whether made in politics, in presses, in pulpits, or in private. We must arrest and return the fugitive slaves with greedy pleasure. We must pull down our free State constitutions. The whole atmosphere must be disinfected from all taint of opposition to slavery before they will cease to believe that all their troubles proceed from us. I am quite aware they do not state their case precisely in this way. Most of them would probably say to us, "Let us alone, do nothing to us, and say what you please about slavery." But we do let them alone, have never disturbed them, so that, after all, it is what we say which dissatisfies them. They will continue to accuse us of doing until we cease saying. I am also aware they have not as yet, in terms, demanded the overthrow of our free State constitutions. Yet those constitutions declare the wrong of slavery with more solemn emphasis than do all other sayings against it. And when all these other sayings shall have been silenced, the overthrow of these constitutions will be demanded, and nothing be left to resist the demand. It is nothing to the contrary that they do not demand the whole of this just now. Demanding what they do, for the reason they do, they can voluntarily stop nowhere short of this consummation. Holding, as they do, that slavery is morally right, and socially elevating, they cannot cease to demand a full national recognition of it, as a legal right and a social blessing. Nor can we justifiably withhold this on any ground, save our conviction that slavery is wrong. If slavery is right, all words, acts, laws, and constitutions against it are themselves wrong, and should be silenced and swept away. If it is right, we cannot justly object to its nationality, its universality. If it is wrong, they cannot justly insist upon its extension, its enlargement. All they ask, we could readily grant, if we thought slavery right. All we ask, they could as readily grant, if they thought it wrong. Their thinking it right, and our thinking it wrong, is the precise fact upon which depends the whole controversy. Thinking it right, as they do, they are not to blame for desiring its full recognition, as being right; but thinking it wrong, as we do, can we yield to them? Can we cast our votes with their view, and against our own? In view of our moral, social, and political responsibilities, can we do this? Wrong as we think slavery is, we can yet afford to let it alone where it is, because that much is due to the necessity arising from its actual presence in the nation. But can we, while our votes will prevent it, allow it to spread into the national territories, and to overrun us here in these free States? If our sense of duty forbids this, then let us stand by our duty fearlessly and effectively. Let us be diverted by none of those sophistical contrivances wherewith we are so industriously plied and belabored, contrivances such as groping for some middle ground between the right and the wrong. Vain is the search for a man who should neither a living man nor a dead man. Such is a policy of "don't care" on a question about which all true men do care. Such is Union appeals beseeching true Union men to yield to disunionists, reversing the divine rule, and calling, not the sinners, but the righteous, to repentance. Such as invocations to Washington, imploring men to unsay what Washington said, and undo what Washington did. Neither let us be slandered from our duty by false accusations against us, nor frightened from it by menaces of destruction to the government, nor of dungeons to ourselves. Let us have faith that right makes might, and in that faith let us to the end dare to do our duty as we understand it. The next morning the Tribune presented a report of the speech, but in doing so said, "The tones, the gestures, the kindling eye, and the mirth-provoking look defy the reporter's skill. No man ever before made such an impression on his first appeal to a New York audience." The Evening Post said, "We have made room for Mr. Lincoln's speech, notwithstanding the pressure of other matters, and our readers will see that it was well worthy of the deep attention with which it was heard." For the publication of such arguments the editor was tempted to wish that his columns were indefinitely elastic, and these are but fair evidences of the general tone of the press. Mr. Lincoln was much annoyed, after his return home, by the allegation that he had sold a political speech, and had been generally governed by mercenary motives in his Eastern trip. Being asked to explain it, he answered as follows: Springfield, April 6, 1860. C. F. McNeill, Esquire. Dear Sir, reaching home yesterday, I found yours of the 23d March, enclosing a slip from the Middleport Press. It is not true that I ever charged anything for a political speech in my life, but this much is true. Last October I was requested by letter to deliver some sort of speech in Mr. Beecher's church in Brooklyn, $200 being offered in the first letter. I wrote that I could do it in February, provided they would take a political speech if I could find time to get up no other. They agreed, and subsequently I informed them the speech would have to be a political one. When I reached New York, I, for the first, learned that the place was changed to Cooper Institute. I made the speech, and left for New Hampshire, where I have a son at school, neither asking for pay nor having any offered me. 3 days after, a check for $200 was sent to me at New Hampshire, and I took it, and did not know it was wrong. My understanding now is, though I knew nothing of it at the time, that they did charge for admittance at the Cooper Institute, and that they took in more than twice $200. I have made this explanation to you as a friend, but I wish no explanation made to our enemies. What they want is a squabble and a fuss, and that they can have if we explain, and they cannot have it if we don't. When I returned through New York from New England, I was told by the gentleman who sent me the check, that a drunken vagabond in the club, having learned something about the $200, made the exhibition out of which the Herald manufactured the article quoted by the press of your town. My judgment is, and therefore my request is, that you give no denial and no explanations. Thanking you for your kind interest in the matter, I remain, yours truly, A. Lincoln. From New York, Mr. Lincoln traveled into New England to visit his son Robert, who was a student at Harvard, but he was overwhelmed with invitations to address Republican meetings. In Connecticut he spoke at Hartford, Norwich, New Haven, Meriden, and Bridgeport; in Rhode Island at Woonsocket, in New Hampshire at Concord and Manchester. Everywhere the people poured out in multitudes, and the press lavished encomiums. Upon his speech at Manchester, the Mirror, a neutral paper, passed the following criticisms of his style of oratory, criticisms fairly enough to the people of his own State. "He spoke an hour and a half with great fairness, great apparent candor, and with wonderful interest. He did not abuse the South, the administration, or the Democrats, or indulge in any personalities, with the exception of a few hits at Douglas's notions. He is far from prepossessing in personal appearance, and his voice is disagreeable, and yet he wins your attention and good will from the start. He indulges in no flowers of rhetoric, no eloquent passages. He is not a wit, a humorist, or a clown, yet so great a vein of pleasantry and good nature pervades what he says, gilding over a deep current of practical argument. He keeps his hearers in a smiling mood, with their mouths open ready to swallow all he says. His sense of the ludicrous is very keen, and an exhibition of that is the clincher of all his arguments. Not the ludicrous acts of persons, but ludicrous ideas. Hence he is never offensive, and steals away willingly into his train of belief persons who were opposed to him. For the first half hour his opponents would agree with every word he uttered, and from that point he began to lead them off little by little, until it seemed as if he had got them all into his fold. He displays more shrewdness, more knowledge of the masses of mankind, than any public speaker we have heard since Long Jim Wilson left for California." On the morning after the Norwich speech, Mr. Lincoln was met, or is said to have been met, in the cars by a preacher, one Gulliver, a name suggestive of fictions. Gulliver says he told Mr. Lincoln that he thought his speech, "the most remarkable one he ever heard." Lincoln doubted his sincerity, but Gulliver persisted. "Indeed, sir," said he, "I learned more of the art of public speaking last evening than I could from a whole course of lectures on rhetoric." Lincoln found he had in hand a clerical sycophant, and a little politician at that, a class of beings whom he most heartily despised. Whereupon he began to quiz the fellow, and told him, for a most remarkable circumstance, that the professors of Yale College were running all around after him, taking notes of his speeches and lecturing about him to the classes. "Now," continued he, "I should like very much to know what it was in my speech which you thought so remarkable, and which interested my friend the professor so much." Gulliver was equal to the occasion, and answered with an opinion which Mr. Bunsby might have delivered, and died, leaving to the world a reputation perfected by that single saying. "The clearness of your statements," said Gulliver, "the unanswerable style of your reasoning, and especially your illustrations, which were romance and pathos, and fun and logic, all welded together." Gulliver closed the interview with the cant peculiar to his kind. "Mr. Lincoln," said he, "may I say one thing to you before we separate?" "Certainly, anything you please," replied the good-natured old Abe. "You have just spoken," preached Gulliver, "of the tendency of political life in Washington to debase the moral convictions of our representatives there by the admixture of mere political expediency. You have become, by the controversy with Mr. Douglas, one of our leaders in this great struggle with slavery, which is undoubtedly the struggle of the nation and the age. What I would like to say is this, and I say it with a full heart: be true to your principles, and we will be true to you, and God will be true to us all." To which modest, pious, and original observation Mr. Lincoln responded, "I say amen to that, amen to that." End of Chapter 17, Part 2. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 29 of the Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon, Chapter 18. It was not until May 9th and 10th that the Republican State Convention of Illinois met at Decatur. Mr. Lincoln was present, and is said to have been there as a mere spectator. He had no special interest in the proceedings, and appears to have had no notion that any business relating to him was to be transacted that day. It was a very large and spirited body, comprising an immense number of delegates, among whom were the most brilliant as well as the shrewdest men in the party. It was evident that something of more than usual importance was expected to transpire. A few moments after the convention organized, old Abe was seen squatting or sitting on his heels just within the door of the wigwam. Governor Oglesby rose and said, amid increasing silence, "I am informed that a distinguished citizen of Illinois, and one whom Illinois will ever delight to honor, is present, and I wish to move that this body invite him to a seat on the stand." Here the governor paused, as if to tease and dally, and work curiosity up to the highest point. But at length he shouted the magic name, "Abraham Lincoln!" Not a shout, but a roar of applause, long and deep, shook every board and joist of the wigwam. The motion was seconded and passed. A rush was made for the hero that sat on his heels. He was seized and jerked to his feet. An effort was made to jam him through the crowd to his place of honor on the stage, but the crowd was too dense and it failed. Then he was trusted, lifted up bodily, and lay for a few seconds sprawling and kicking upon the heads and shoulders of the great throng. In this manner he was gradually pushed toward the stand, and finally reached it, doubtless to his great relief, in the arms of some half-dozen gentlemen, who set him down in full view of his clamorous admirers. The cheering was like the roar of the sea. Hats were thrown up by the Chicago delegation, as if hats were no longer useful. Mr. Lincoln rose, bowed, smiled, blushed, and thanked the assembly as well as he could in the midst of such a tumult. A gentleman who saw it all says, "I then thought him one of the most diffident and worst-plagued men I ever saw." At another stage of the proceedings, Governor Oglesby rose again with another provoking and mysterious speech. "There was," he said, "an old Democrat outside who had something he wished to present to the convention." "Receive it," cried some. "What is it? What is it?" screamed some of the lower Egyptians, who had an idea that the old Democrat might want to blow them up with an infernal machine. But the party for Oglesby and the old Democrat was the stronger, and carried the vote with a tremendous hurrah. The door of the wigwam opened, and a fine, robust old fellow, with an open countenance and bronzed cheeks, marched into the midst of the assemblage, bearing on his shoulder 2 small triangular heart rails, surmounted by a banner with this inscription: "2 rails, from a lot made by Abraham Lincoln and John Hanks in the Sangamon Bottom in the year 1830. The sturdy bearer was old John Hanks himself, enjoying the great field day of his life. He was met with wild and tumultuous cheers, prolonged through several minutes, and it was observed that the Chicago and Central Illinois men put up the loudest and longest. The whole scene was for a time simply tempestuous and bewildering. But it ended at last, and now the whole body, those in the secret and those out of it, clamored like men beside themselves for a speech from Mr. Lincoln, who in the meantime blushed, but seemed to shake with inward laughter. In response to the repeated appeals, he rose and said, "Gentlemen, I suppose you want to know something about those things," pointing to old John and the rails. "Well, the truth is, John Hanks and I did make rails in the Sangamon Bottom. I don't know whether we made those rails or not. Fact is, I don't think they are a credit to the makers," laughing as he spoke. "But I do know this: I made rails then, and I think I could make better ones than these now." By this time the innocent Egyptians began to open their eyes. They saw plainly enough now the admirable presidential scheme unfolded to their view. The result of it all was a resolution declaring that Abraham Lincoln is the first choice of the Republican party of Illinois for the presidency, and instructing the delegates to the Chicago Convention to use all honorable means to secure his nomination, and to cast the vote of the state as a unit for him. The crowd at Decatur, delegates and private citizens, who took part in these proceedings, was estimated at 5,000. Neither the numbers nor the enthusiasm was a pleasant sight to the divided and demoralized Democrats. They disliked to hear so much about honest old Abe, the rail splitter, the flatboatman, the pioneer. These cries had an ominous sound in their ears. Leaving Decatur on the cars, an old man out of Egypt, devoted to the great principles of democracy, and excessively annoyed by the demonstration in progress, approached Mr. Lincoln and said, "So you're Abe Lincoln?" "That's my name, sir," answered Mr. Lincoln. "They say you're a self-made man," said the Democrat. "Well, yes," said Mr. Lincoln, "what there is of me is self-made." "Well, all I've got to say," observed the old man, after a careful survey of the statesmen before him, "is that it was a damn bad job." In the meantime, Mr. Lincoln's claims had been attractively presented to the politicians of other States. So early as 1858, Mr. Herndon had been to Boston, partly, if not entirely, on this mission, and latterly Judge Davis, Leonard Swett, and others had visited Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, and Maryland in his behalf. Illinois was, of course, overwhelmingly and vociferously for him. On the 16th of May, the Republican Convention assembled at Chicago. The city was literally crammed with delegates, alternates, outside workers, and spectators. No nominating convention had ever before attracted such multitudes to the scene of its deliberations. The first and second days were spent in securing a permanent organization and the adoption of a platform. The latter set out by reciting the Declaration of Independence as to the equality of all men, not forgetting the usual quotation about the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The third resolution denounced disunion in any possible event. The fourth declared the right of each State to order and control its own domestic institutions according to its own judgment exclusively. The fifth denounced the administration and its treatment of Kansas, as well as its general support of the supposed rights of the South under the Constitution. The sixth favored economy. The seventh denied the new dogma that the Constitution of its own force carries slavery into any or all of the territories of the United States. The eighth denied the authority of Congress, of a territorial legislature, or of any individuals to give legal existence to slavery in any territory of the United States. The ninth called the African slave trade a burning shame. The 10th denounced the governors of Kansas and Nebraska for vetoing certain anti-slavery bills. The 11th favored the admission of Kansas. The 12th was a high tariff manifesto and a general stump speech to the mechanics. The 13th lauded the homestead policy. The 14th opposed any federal or state legislation by which the rights of citizenship, hitherto accorded to immigrants from foreign lands, shall be abridged or impaired, with some pretty words intended as a further bid for the foreign vote. The 15th declared for river and harbor improvements, and the 16th for a Pacific Railroad. It was a very comprehensive platform, and if all classes for whom planks were provided should be kind enough to stand upon them, there could be no failure in the election. On the third day, the balloting for a candidate was to begin. Up to the evening of the second day, Mr. Seward's prospects were far the best. It was certain that he would receive the largest vote on the first ballot, and outside of the body itself, the crowd for him was more numerous and boisterous than for any other except Mr. Lincoln. For Mr. Lincoln, however, the pressure from the multitude, in the wigwam, in the streets, and in the hotels, was tremendous. It is sufficiently accounted for by the fact that the spot was Chicago and the State Illinois. Besides the vast numbers who came there voluntarily to urge his claims and to cheer for him, as the exigency demanded, his adherents had industriously drummed up their forces in the city and country, and were now able to make infinitely more noise than all the other parties put together. There was a large delegation of roughs there for Mr. Seward, headed by Tom Hyer, the pugilist. These and others like them filled the wigwam toward the evening of the second day, in expectation that the voting would begin. The Lincoln party found it out, and determined to call a check to that game. They spent the whole night in mustering and organizing their loose fellows from far and near, and at daylight the next morning took charge of the wigwam, filling every available space, and much that they had no business to fill. As a result, the Seward men were unable to get in, and were forced to content themselves with curbstone enthusiasm. Mr. Lincoln seemed to be very sure all along that the contest would ultimately be between him and Mr. Seward. The Bates men were supposed to be conservative, that is, not abolitionists, and the object of the move in favor of Mr. Bates was to lower the fanatical tone of the party and save the votes of certain Union men who might otherwise be against it. But a Seward man had telegraphed to St. Louis, to the friends of Mr. Bates, to say that Lincoln was as bad as Seward, and to urge them to go for Mr. Seward in case their own favorite should fail. The dispatch was printed in the Missouri Democrat, but was not brought to Mr. Lincoln's attention until the meeting of the convention. He immediately caught up the paper, and wrote on its broad margin, "Lincoln agrees with Seward in his irrepressible conflict idea and in negro equality, but he is opposed to Seward's higher law." With this he immediately dispatched a friend to Chicago, who handed it to Judge Davis or Judge Logan. Simon Cameron of Pennsylvania was nominally a candidate, but in the language of Colonel McClure, it meant nothing. It was a mere sham got up to enable Cameron to make a bargain with some real candidate, and thus secure for himself and his friends the lion's share of the spoils, in the event of a victory at the polls. The genuine sentiment of the Pennsylvania delegation was divided between Judge Bates and Judge McLean, but Cameron was in a fine position to trade, and his friends were anxious for business. On the evening of the second day these gentlemen were gratified. A deputation of them, Casey, Sanderson, Reeder, and perhaps others, were invited to the Lincoln headquarters at the Tremont House, where they were met by Messrs. Davis, Swett, Logan, and Dole, on the part of Mr. Lincoln. An agreement was there made that if the Cameron men would go for Lincoln, and he should be nominated and elected, Cameron should have a seat in his cabinet, provided the Pennsylvania delegation could be got to recommend him. The bargain was fulfilled, but not without difficulty. Cameron's strength was more apparent than real. There was, however, a certain class of the delegates under his immediate influence, and these, with the aid of Mr. Wilmot and his friends, who were honestly for Lincoln, managed to carry the delegation by a very small majority, about 6. About the same time, a similar bargain was made with the friends of Caleb B. Smith of Indiana, and with these two contracts quietly ratified, the Lincoln men felt strong and confident on the morning of the third day. While the candidates were being named, and when the ballotings began, every mention of Mr. Lincoln's name was received with thundering shouts by the vast mass of his adherents by whom the building had been packed. In the phrase of the day, the outside pressure was all in his favor. On the first ballot, Mr. Seward had 173.5 votes, Mr. Lincoln 102, Mr. Cameron 50.5, Mr. Chase 49, Mr. Bates 48, Mr. Dayton 14, Mr. McLean 12, Mr. Collamer 10, and 6 were scattered. Mr. Cameron's name was withdrawn on the second ballot, according to the previous understanding. Mr. Seward had 184.5, Mr. Lincoln 181, Mr. Chase 42.5, Mr. Bates 35, Mr. Dayton 10, Mr. McLean 8, and the rest scattered. It was clear that the nomination lay between Mr. Seward and Mr. Lincoln, and the latter was receiving great accessions of strength. The third ballot came, and Mr. Lincoln ran rapidly up to 231.5 votes, 233 being the number required to nominate. Hundreds of persons were keeping the count, and it was well known, without any announcement, that Mr. Lincoln lacked but a vote and a half to make him the nominee. At this juncture, Mr. Carter of Ohio rose and changed 4 votes from Mr. Chase to Mr. Lincoln. He was nominated. The wigwam shook to its foundation with the roaring cheers. The multitude in the streets answered the multitude within, and in a moment more all the holiday artillery of Chicago helped to swell the grand acclamation. After a time the business of the convention proceeded, amid great excitement. All the votes that had heretofore been cast against Mr. Lincoln were cast for him before this ballot concluded, and upon a motion the nomination was made unanimous. The convention then adjourned for dinner, and in the afternoon finished its work by the nomination of Hannibal Hamlin of Maine for Vice President. All that day, and all the day previous, Mr. Lincoln was in Springfield, trying to behave as usual, but watching the proceedings of the convention, as they were reported by telegraph, with nervous anxiety. Mr. Baker, the friend who had taken the Missouri Democrat to Chicago with Mr. Lincoln's pregnant endorsement upon it, returned on the night of the 18th. Early in the morning he and Mr. Lincoln went to the ball alley to play at fives, but the alley was pre-engaged. They went to an excellent and neat beer saloon to play a game of billiards, but the table was occupied. In this strait they contented themselves with a glass of beer, and repaired to the Journal office for news. C.P. Brown says that Lincoln played ball a great deal that day, notwithstanding the disappointment when he went with Baker, and Mr. Zane informs us that he was engaged in the same way the greater part of the day previous. It is probable that he took this physical mode of working off or keeping down the unnatural excitement that threatened to possess him. About 9 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Lincoln came to the office of Lincoln and Herndon. Mr. Zane was then conversing with a student. "Well, boys," said Mr. Lincoln, "what do you know?" "Mr. Rosette," answered Zane, "who came from Chicago this morning, thinks your chances for the nomination are good." Mr. Lincoln wished to know what Mr. Rosette's opinion was founded upon, and while Zane was explaining, Mr. Baker entered with a telegram, which said the names of the candidates for nomination had been announced, and that Mr. Lincoln's had received more applause than any other. Mr. Lincoln lay down on a sofa to rest. Soon after Mr. Brown entered, and Mr. Lincoln said to him, "Well, Brown, do you know anything?" Brown did not know much, and so Mr. Lincoln, secretly nervous and impatient, rose and exclaimed, "Let's go to the telegraph office." After waiting some time at the office, the result of the first ballot came over the wire. It was apparent to all present that Mr. Lincoln thought it very favorable. He believed that if Mr. Seward failed to get the nomination, or to come very near it, on the first ballot, he would fail altogether. Presently the news of the second ballot arrived, and Mr. Lincoln showed by his manner that he considered the contest no longer doubtful. "I've got him," said he. He then went over to the office of the Journal, where other friends were awaiting decisive intelligence. The local editor of that paper, Mr. Zane, and others, remained behind to receive the expected dispatch. In due time it came. The operator was intensely excited. At first he threw down his pencil, but seizing it again, wrote off the news that threw Springfield into a frenzy of delight. The local editor picked it up, and rushed to the Journal office. Upon entering the room, he called for 3 cheers for the next president. They were given, and then the dispatch was read. Mr. Lincoln seemed to be calm, but a close observer could detect in his countenance the indications of deep emotion. In the meantime, cheers for Lincoln swelled up from the streets, and began to be heard throughout the town. Some one remarked, "Mr. Lincoln, I suppose now we will soon have a book containing your life." "There is not much," he replied, "in my past life about which to write a book, as it seems to me." Having received the hearty congratulations of the company in the office, he descended to the street, where he was immediately surrounded by Irish and American citizens, and so long as he was willing to receive it, there was great handshaking and felicitating. "Gentlemen," said the great man, with a happy twinkle in his eye, "you had better come up and shake my hand while you can. Honors elevate some men, you know." But he soon bethought him of a person who was of more importance to him than all this crowd. Looking towards his house, he said, "Well, gentlemen, there is a short little woman at our house who is probably more interested in this dispatch than I am, and if you will excuse me, I will take it up and let her see it." During the day 100 guns were fired at Springfield, and in the evening a great mass meeting ratified the nomination, and after doing so, adjourned to the house of the nominee. Mr. Lincoln appeared, made a model speech, and invited into his house everybody that could get in. To this the immense crowd responded that they would give him a larger house the next year, and in the meantime beset the one he had until after midnight. On the following day, the committee of the convention, with Mr. Ashmun, the president, at its head, arrived at Springfield to notify Mr. Lincoln of his nomination. Contrary to what might have been expected, he seemed sad and dejected. The reaction from the excessive joy to deep despondency, a process peculiar to his constitution, had already set in. To the formal address of the committee he responded with admirable taste and feeling. Mr. Chairman and gentlemen of the committee, I tender to you, and through you to the Republican National Convention, and all the people represented in it, my profoundest thanks for the high honor done me, which you now formally announce. Deeply and even painfully sensible of the great responsibility which is inseparable from this high honor, a responsibility which I could almost wish had fallen upon some one of the far more eminent men and experienced statesmen whose distinguished names were before the convention, I shall by your leave consider more fully the resolutions of the convention, denominated the platform, and without unnecessary and unreasonable delay respond to you, Mr. Chairman, in writing, not doubting that the platform will be found satisfactory and the nomination gratefully accepted. And now I will not longer defer the pleasure of taking you and each of you by the hand. The committee handed him a letter containing the official notice, accompanied by the resolutions of the convention, and to this he replied on the 23d as follows: Springfield, Illinois, May 23, 1860. Honorable George Ashmun, President of the Republican National Convention. Sir, I accept the nomination tendered me by the convention over which you presided, and of which I am formally apprised in the letter of yourself and others, acting as a committee of the convention for that purpose. The declaration of principles and sentiments which accompanies your letter meets my approval, and it shall be my care not to violate or disregard it in any part. Imploring the assistance of divine Providence, and with due regard to the views and feelings of all who were represented in the convention, to the rights of all the States and Territories and people of the nation, to the inviolability of the Constitution, and the perpetual union, harmony, and prosperity of all, I am most happy to cooperate for the practical success of the principles declared by the convention. Your obliged friend and fellow citizen, Abraham Lincoln. In the meantime, the National Democratic Convention had met in Charleston, South Carolina, and had split in twain. The South utterly repudiated Mr. Douglas's new heresy, and Mr. Douglas insisted that the whole party ought to become heretics with him, and turning their backs upon the Dred Scott decision and the Cincinnati platform, give up slavery in the Territories to the tender mercies of squatter sovereignty and unfriendly legislation. Neither party to this controversy would be satisfied with a simple reaffirmation of the Cincinnati platform, for under it Mr. Douglas could go to the North and say that it meant squatter sovereignty, and Mr. Breckinridge could go to the South and say that it meant Congressional protection to slavery. In fact, it meant neither and said neither, but declared in plain English words that Congress had no power to interfere with slavery in the Territories, and that when the Territories were about to become States, they had all power to settle the question for themselves. General B.F. Butler of Massachusetts proposed to heal the ominous divisions in the convention by the re-adoption of that clear and emphatic provision, but his voice was soon drowned in the clamors of the fiercer disputants. The differences were irreconcilable. Mr. Douglas's friends had come there determined to nominate him at any cost, and in order to nominate him they dared not concede the platform to the South. A majority of the Committee on Resolutions reported the Cincinnati platform with the Southern interpretation of it, and the minority reported the same platform with a recitation concerning the differences of opinion in the Democratic party, and a pledge to abide by the decision of the Supreme Court on the questions of constitutional law, a pledge supposed to be of little value, since those who gave it were that very moment in the very act of repudiating the only decision the court had ever rendered. The minority report was adopted, after a protracted and acrimonious debate, by a vote of 165 to 138. Thereupon the Southern delegates, most of them under instructions from their state conventions, withdrew and organized themselves into a separate convention. The remaining delegates, called the Rump by their Democratic adversaries, proceeded to ballot for a candidate for president, and voted 57 times without effecting a nomination. Mr. Douglas, of course, received the highest number of votes, but the old two-thirds rule being in force, he failed of a nomination. Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky was his principal competitor, but at one time and another Mr. Hunter of Virginia, General Lane of Oregon, and Mr. Johnson of Tennessee received flattering and creditable votes. After the 57th ballot, the convention adjourned to meet at Baltimore on the 18th of June. The seceders met in another hall, adopted the majority platform, as the adhering delegates had adopted the minority platform, and then adjourned to meet at Richmond on the second Monday in June. Faint hopes of accommodation were still entertained, and when the seceders met at Richmond, they adjourned again to Baltimore and the 28th of June. The Douglas Convention, assuming to be the regular one, had invited the Southern States to fill up the vacant seats which belonged to them, but when the new delegates appeared, they were met with the apprehension that their votes might not be perfectly secure for Mr. Douglas, and were therefore, in many instances, lawlessly excluded. This was the signal for another secession. The border States withdrew. Mr. Butler and the Massachusetts delegation withdrew. Mr. Cushing deserted the chair, and took that of the rival convention. The regular convention, it was said, was now the rump of a rump. On the first ballot for a candidate, Mr. Douglas had 173.5 votes, Mr. Guthrie 10, Mr. Breckinridge 5, and 3 were scattered. On the second ballot, Mr. Douglas had 181.5, Mr. Breckinridge 5, and Mr. Guthrie 5.5. It was plain that under the two-thirds rule no nomination could be made here. Neither Mr. Douglas nor anyone else could receive two-thirds of a full convention. It was therefore resolved that Mr. Douglas, having received two-thirds of all the votes given in this convention, should be declared the nominee. Mr. Fitzpatrick of Alabama was nominated for vice president, but declined to stand, and Mr. Johnson of Georgia was substituted for him by the Douglas National Committee. In the seceders' convention, 21 States were represented more or less fully. It had no trouble in selecting a candidate. John C. Breckinridge of Kentucky and Joseph Lane of Oregon were unanimously nominated for the offices of President and Vice President. In the meantime, another party, the Constitutional Union Party, had met in Baltimore on the 19th of May and nominated John Bell of Tennessee for president and Edward Everett of Massachusetts for vice president. Its platform was, in brief, the Constitution of the country, the Union of the States, and the enforcement of the laws. This body was composed for the most part of impenitent know-nothings and respectable old-line Whigs. The spring elections had given the Democracy good reason to hope for success in the fall. The commercial classes, the shipping classes, and large numbers of the manufacturers were thoroughly alarmed for the safety of the great trade dependent upon a political connection with the South. It seemed probable that a great reaction against anti-slavery agitations might take place. But the division at Charleston, the permanent organization of the two factions at Baltimore, and their mutual and rancorous hostility completely reversed this delusive prospect. A majority of the whole people of the Union looked forward to a Republican victory with dread, and a large part with actual terror, and yet it was now clear that that majority was fatally bent upon wasting its power in the bitter struggles of the factions which composed it. Mr. Lincoln's election was assured, and for them there was nothing left but to put the House in order for the great convulsion which all our political fathers and prophets had predicted as the necessary consequence of such an event. On the 6th of November, Abraham Lincoln was elected President of the United States. He received 1,857,610 votes. Mr. Douglas had 1,291,574. Mr. Breckinridge, 850,082. Mr. Bell, 646,124. Against Mr. Lincoln, there was a majority of 980,170 of all the votes cast. Of the electoral votes, Mr. Lincoln had 180, Mr. Breckinridge 72, Mr. Bell 30, and Mr. Douglas 12. It is more than likely that Mr. Lincoln owed this, his crowning triumph, to the skill and adroitness with which he questioned Mr. Douglas in the canvass of 1858, and drew out of him those fatal opinions about squatter sovereignty and unfriendly legislation in the Territories. But for Mr. Douglas's committal to those opinions, it is not likely that Mr. Lincoln would ever have been president. The election over, Mr. Lincoln was sorely beset by office-seekers. Individuals, deputations, delegations from all quarters pressed in upon him in a manner that might have killed a man of less robust constitution. The hotels of Springfield were filled with gentlemen who came with light baggage and heavy schemes. The party had never been in office. A clean sweep of the inns was expected, and all the outs were patriotically anxious to take their vacant places. It was a party that had never fed, and it was voraciously hungry. Mr. Lincoln and Artemus Ward saw a great deal of fun in it, and in all human probability it was the fun alone that enabled Mr. Lincoln to bear it. Judge Davis says that Mr. Lincoln had determined to appoint Democrats and Republicans alike to office. Many things confirm this statement. Mr. Lincoln felt deeply the responsibility of his great trust, and he felt still more keenly the supposed impossibility of administering the government for the sole benefit of an organization which had no existence in one half of the Union. He was therefore willing not only to appoint Democrats to office, but to appoint them to the very highest offices within his gift. At this time he thought very highly of Mr. Stephens of Georgia, and would gladly have taken him into his cabinet, but for the fear that Georgia might secede and take Mr. Stephens along with her. He did actually authorize his friend Mr. Speed to offer the Treasury Department to Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky, and Mr. Guthrie, for good reasons of his own, declined it. The full significance of this act of courageous magnanimity cannot be understood without reference to the proceedings of the Charleston Convention, where Mr. Guthrie was one of the foremost candidates. He considered the names of various other gentlemen from the border States, each of them with good pro-slavery antecedents. He commissioned Thurlow Weed to replace a seat in the cabinet at the disposal of Mr. Gilmore of North Carolina, but Mr. Gilmore, finding that his State was likely to secede, was reluctantly compelled to decline it. He was, in fact, sincerely and profoundly anxious that the South should be honestly represented in his councils by men who had an abiding place in the hearts of her people. To accomplish that high purpose, he was forced to go beyond the ranks of his own party, and he had the manliness to do it. He felt that his strength lay in conciliation at the outset. That was his ruling conviction during all those months of preparation for the great task before him. It showed itself not only in the appointments which he sought to make, but in those which he did make. Harboring no jealousies, entertaining no fears concerning his personal interests in the future, he called around him the most powerful of his late rivals, Seward, Chase, Bates, and unhesitatingly gave into their hands powers which most presidents would have shrunk from committing to their equals, and much more to their superiors in the conduct of public affairs. The cases of Cameron and Smith, however, were very distressing. He had authorized no one to make such bargains for him as had been made with the friends of these men. He would gladly have repudiated the contracts if it could have been done with honor and safety. For Smith he had great regard, and believed that he had rendered important services in the late elections, but his character was now grossly assailed, and it would have saved Mr. Lincoln serious embarrassments if he had been able to put him aside altogether, and select Mr. Lane or some other Indiana statesman in his place. He wavered long, but finally made up his mind to keep the pledge of his friends, and Smith was appointed. In Cameron's case, the contest was fierce and more protracted. At Chicago, Cameron's agents had demanded that he should have the Treasury Department, but that was too much, and the friends of Mr. Lincoln, tried, pushed, and anxious as they were, declined to consider it. They would say that he should be appointed to a cabinet position, but no more, and to secure this he must get a majority of the Pennsylvania delegation to recommend him. Mr. Cameron was disposed to exact the penalty of his bond, hard as compliance might be on the part of Mr. Lincoln. But Cameron had many and formidable enemies, who alleged that he was a man notorious for his evil deeds, shameless in his rapacity and corruption, and even more shameless in his mean ambition to occupy exalted stations for which he was utterly and hopelessly incompetent; that he had never dared to offer himself as a candidate before the people of Pennsylvania, but had more than once gotten high offices from their legislature by the worst means ever used by a politician; and that it would be a disgrace, a shame, a standing offense to the country, if Mr. Lincoln should consent to put him into his cabinet. On the other hand, Mr. Cameron had no lack of devoted friends to deny these charges, and to say that his was as white a soul as ever yearned for political preferment. They came out to Springfield in numbers. Edgar Cowan, J.K. Moorhead, Alexander Cummins, Mr. Sanderson, Mr. Casey, and many others, besides General Cameron himself. On the ground, of course, were the powerful gentlemen who had made the original contract on the part of Mr. Lincoln, and who, from first to last, strenuously insisted on its fulfillment. It required a hard struggle to overcome Mr. Lincoln's scruples, and the whole force was necessarily mustered in order to accomplish it. "All that I am in the world," said he, "the presidency and all else, I owe to that opinion of me which the people express when they call me Honest Old Abe. Now what will they think of their Honest Abe when he appoints Simon Cameron to be his familiar adviser?" In Pennsylvania it was supposed for a while that Cameron's audacity had failed him, and that he would abandon the attempt. But about the 1st of January, Mr. Swett, one of the contracting parties, appeared at Harrisburg, and immediately afterwards Cameron and some of his friends took flight to Springfield. This circumstance put the vigilant opposition on the alert, and aroused them to a clear sense of the impending calamity. The sequel is a painful story, and it is perhaps better to give it in the words of a distinguished actor, Colonel Alexander K. McClure. "I do not know," says he, "that any went there to oppose the appointment but myself. When I learned that Cameron had started to Springfield, and that his visit related to the Cabinet, I at once telegraphed Lincoln that such an appointment would be most unfortunate. Until that time, no one outside a small circle of Cameron's friends dreamed of Lincoln's calling him to the Cabinet. Lincoln's character for honesty was considered a complete guarantee against such a suicidal act. No efforts had therefore been made to guard against it. In reply to my telegram, Mr. Lincoln answered, requesting me to come to Springfield at once. I hastily got letters from Governor Curtin, Secretary Slifer, Mr. Wilmot, Mr. Dayton, Mr. Stevens, and started. I took no affidavits with me, nor were any specific charges made against him by me, or by any of the letters I bore, but they all sustained me in the allegation that the appointment would disgrace the administration and the country, because of the notorious incompetency and public and private villainy of the candidate. I spent 4 hours with Mr. Lincoln alone, and the matter was discussed very fully and frankly. Although he had previously decided to appoint Cameron, he closed our interview by a reconsideration of his purpose, and the assurance that within 24 hours he would write me definitely on the subject. He wrote me as he promised, and stated that if I would make specific charges against Mr. Cameron and produce the proof, he would dismiss the subject. I answered, declining to do so, for reasons I thought should be obvious to every one. I believe that affidavits were sent to him, but I had no hand in it. Subsequently, Cameron regarded his appointment as impossible, and he proposed to Stevens to join in pressing him. Stevens wrote me of the fact, and I procured strong letters from the State administration in his favor. A few days after, Stevens wrote me a most bitter letter, saying that Cameron had deceived him, and was then attempting to enforce his own appointment. The bond was demanded of Lincoln, and that decided the matter. As this was one of the few public acts which Mr. Lincoln performed with a bad conscience, the reader ought to know the consequences of it; and because it may not be convenient to refer to them in detail at another place, we will give them here, still retaining the language of the eye-witness, Colonel McClure. I saw Cameron the night of the day that Lincoln removed him. We met in the room of a mutual friend, and he was very violent against Lincoln for removing him without consultation or notice. His denunciation against the President was extremely bitter, for attempting, as he said, his personal as well as his political destruction. He exhibited the letter, which was all in Mr. Lincoln's handwriting, and was literally as follows. I quote from carefully treasured recollection. Honorable Simon Cameron, Secretary of War. Dear Sir, I have this day nominated Honorable Edwin M. Stanton to be Secretary of War, and you to be Minister Plenipotentiary to Russia. Very truly, A. Lincoln. I am sure there is no material error in my quotation of the letter. Cameron's chief complaint was that he had no knowledge or intimation of the change until Chase delivered the letter. We were then, as ever before and since, and as we ever shall be, not in political sympathy, but our personal relations were ever kind. Had he been entirely collected, he would probably not have said and done what I heard and witnessed; but he wept like a child, and appealed to me to aid in protecting him against the President's attempt at personal degradation, assuring me that under like circumstances he would defend me. In my presence, the proposition was made and determined upon to ask Lincoln to allow a letter of resignation to be antedated, and to write a kind acceptance of the same in reply. The effort was made, in which Mr. Chase joined, although perhaps ignorant of all the circumstances of the case, and it succeeded. The record shows that Mr. Cameron voluntarily resigned, while in point of fact he was summarily removed without notice. In many subsequent conversations with Mr. Lincoln, he did not attempt to conceal the great misfortune of Cameron's appointment and the painful necessity of his removal. As a slight relief to the miseries of his high position and the doleful tales of the office hunters who assailed him morning, noon, and night, Mr. Lincoln ran off to Chicago, where he was met with the same annoyances, and a splendid reception besides. Here, however, he enjoyed the great satisfaction of a long private conference with his old friend Speed, and it was then that he authorized him to invite Mr. Guthrie to the Cabinet. And now he began to think very tenderly of his friends and relatives in Coles County, especially of his good stepmother and her daughters. By the 1st of February, he concluded that he could not leave his home to assume the vast responsibilities that awaited him without paying them a visit. Accordingly, he left Springfield on the first day of that month, and went straight to Charleston, where Colonel Chapman and family resided. He was accompanied by Mr. Marshall, the State Senator from that district, and was entertained at his house. The people crowded by hundreds to see him, and he was serenaded by both the string and brass bands of the town, but declined making a speech. Early the next morning he repaired to his cousin, Dennis Hanks, and our jolly old friend Dennis had the satisfaction of seeing a grand levee under his own roof. It was all very pleasant to Mr. Lincoln to see such multitudes of familiar faces smiling upon his wonderful successes. But the chief object of his solicitude was not here. Mrs. Lincoln lived in the southern part of the county, and he was all impatience to see her. As soon, therefore, as he had taken a frugal breakfast with Dennis, he and Colonel Chapman started off in a 2-horse buggy toward Farmington, where his stepmother was living with her daughter, Mrs. Moore. They had much difficulty in crossing the Kickapoo River, which was running full of ice, but they finally made the dangerous passage and arrived at Farmington in safety. The meeting between him and the old lady was of a most affectionate and tender character. She fondled him as her own Abe, and he her as his own mother. It was soon arranged that she should return with him to Charleston, so that they might enjoy by the way the unrestricted and uninterrupted intercourse which they both desired above all things, but which they were not likely to have where the people could get at him. Then Mr. Lincoln and Colonel Chapman drove to the house of John Hall, who lived on the old Lincoln farm, where Abe split the celebrated rails, and fenced in the little clearing in 1830. Thence they went to the spot where old Tom Lincoln was buried. The grave was unmarked and utterly neglected. Mr. Lincoln said he wanted to have it enclosed and a suitable tombstone erected. He told Colonel Chapman to go to a marble dealer, ascertain the cost of the work proposed, and write him in full. He would then send Dennis Hanks the money, and an inscription for the stone, and Dennis would do the rest. Colonel Chapman performed his part of the business, but Mr. Lincoln noticed it no further, and the grave remains in the same condition to this day. We then returned, says Colonel Chapman, to Farmington, where we found a large crowd of citizens, nearly all old acquaintances, waiting to see him. His reception was very enthusiastic, and appeared to gratify him very much. After taking dinner at his stepsister's, Mrs. Moore, we returned to Charleston, his stepmother coming with us. Our conversation during this trip was mostly concerning family affairs. Mr. Lincoln spoke to me on the way down to Farmington of his stepmother in the most affectionate manner, said she had been his best friend in the world, and that no son could love a mother more than he loved her. He also told me of the condition of his father's family at the time he married his stepmother, and of the change that she made in the family, and of the encouragement he, Abe, had received from her. He spoke of his father, and related some amusing incidents of the old man, of the bulldogs biting the old man on his return from New Orleans, of the old man's escape when a boy from an Indian who was shot by his Uncle Mordecai. He spoke of his Uncle Mordecai as being a man of very great natural gifts, and spoke of his stepbrother, John D. Johnston, who had died a short time previous, in the most affectionate manner. Arriving at Charleston on our return from Farmington, we proceeded to my residence. Again the house was crowded by persons wishing to see him. The crowd finally became so great that he authorized me to announce that he would hold a public reception at the town hall that evening at 7 o'clock, but that until then he wished to be left with relations and friends. After supper we proceeded to the town hall, where large numbers from the town and surrounding country, irrespective of party, called to see him. He left this place Wednesday morning at 4 o'clock to return to Springfield. Mr. Lincoln appeared to enjoy his visit here remarkably well. His reception by his old acquaintances appeared to be very gratifying to him. They all appeared so glad to see him, irrespective of party, and all appeared so anxious that his administration might be a success, and that he might have a pleasant and honorable career as president. The parting between Mr. Lincoln and his mother was very touching. She embraced him with deep emotion, and said she was sure she would never behold him again, for she felt that his enemies would assassinate him. He replied, "No, no, mamma, they will not do that. Trust in the Lord, and all will be well. We will see each other again." Inexpressibly affected by this new evidence of her tender attachment and deep concern for his safety, he gradually and reluctantly withdrew himself from the arms of the only mother he had ever known, feeling still more oppressed by the heavy cares which time and events were rapidly augmenting. The fear that Mr. Lincoln would be assassinated was not peculiar to his stepmother. It was shared by very many of his neighbors at Springfield, and the friendly warnings he received were as numerous as they were silly and gratuitous. Every conceivable precaution was suggested. Some thought the cars might be thrown from the track. Some thought he would be surrounded and stabbed in some great crowd. Others thought he might be shot from a housetop as he rode up Pennsylvania Avenue on Inauguration Day, while others still were sure he would be quietly poisoned long before the 4th of March. One gentleman insisted that he ought, in common prudence, to take his cook with him from Springfield, one from among his own female friends. Mingled with the thousands who came to see him were many of his old New Salem and Petersburg friends and constituents, and among these was Hannah Armstrong, the wife of Jack and the mother of William. Hannah had been to see him once or twice before, and had thought there was something mysterious in his conduct. He never invited her to his house or introduced her to his wife, and this circumstance led Hannah to suspect that there was something wrong between him and her. On one occasion she attempted a sort of surreptitious entrance to his house by the kitchen door, but it ended very ludicrously, and poor Hannah was very much discouraged. On this occasion she made no effort to get upon an intimate footing with his family, but went straight to the State House, where he received the common run of strangers. He talked to her as he would have done in the days when he ran for the legislature, and Jack was an influential citizen. Hannah was perfectly charmed, and nearly beside herself with pride and pleasure. She, too, was filled with the dread of some fatal termination to all his glory. "Well," says she, "I talked to him some time, and was about to bid him good-bye. Had told him that it was the last time I should ever see him. Something told me that I should never see him. They would kill him. He smiled and said jokingly, 'Hannah, if they do kill me, I shall never die another death.' I then bade him good-bye." End of Section 29. Section 30 of the Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 19, Part 1. It was now but a few weeks until Mr. Lincoln was to become the constitutional ruler of one of the great nations of the earth, and to begin to expend appropriations, to wield armies, to apportion patronage, powers, offices, and honors, such as few sovereigns have ever had at command. The eyes of all mankind were bent upon him, to see how he would solve a problem in statesmanship to which the philosophy of Burke and the magnanimity of Wellington might have been unequal. In the midst of a political canvass in his own state but a few years before, impressed with the gravity of the great issues which then loomed but just above the political horizon, he had been the first to announce, amid the objections and protestations of his friends and political associates, the great truth that a house divided against itself cannot stand, that the perpetuity of the Union depended upon its becoming devoted either to the interests of freedom or slavery, and now, by a turn of fortune unparalleled in history, he had been chosen to preside over the interests of the nation, while as yet unseen to him, the question that perplexed the founders of the government, which ever since had been a disturbing element in the national life, and had at last arrayed section against section, was destined to reach its final settlement through the fierce struggle of civil war. In many respects his situation was exceptionally trying. He was the first President of the United States elected by a strictly sectional vote. The party which elected him, and the parties which had been defeated, were inflamed by the heat of the canvass. The former, with faith in their principles and a natural eagerness for the prizes now within their reach, were not disposed to compromise their first success by any lowering of their standard or any concession to the beaten, while many of the latter saw in the success of the triumphant party an attack on their most cherished rights, and refused in consequence to abide by the result of the contest. To meet so grave an exigency, Mr. Lincoln had neither precedents nor experience to guide him, nor could he turn elsewhere for greater wisdom than he possessed. The leaders of the new party were as yet untried in the great responsibilities which had fallen upon him and them. There were men among them who had earned great reputation as leaders of an opposition, but their eloquence had been expended upon a single subject of national concern. They knew how to depict the wrongs of a subject race, and also how to set forth the baleful effects of an institution like slavery on the national character. But was it certain that they were equally able to govern with wisdom and prudence the mighty people whose affairs were now given to their keeping? Until the day of his overthrow at Chicago, Mr. Seward had been the recognized chief of the party, had, like Mr. Lincoln, taught the existence of an irrepressible conflict between the North and the South, and had also inculcated the idea of a law higher than the Constitution, which was of more binding force than any human enactment, until many of his followers had come to regard the Constitution with little respect. It was this Constitution which Mr. Lincoln, having sworn to preserve, protect, and defend, was to attempt to administer to the satisfaction of the minority which had elected him, and which was alone expected to support him. To moderate the passions of his own partisans, to conciliate his opponents in the North, to divide and weaken his enemies in the South, was a task which no mere politician was likely to perform, yet one which none but the most expert of politicians and wisest of statesmen was fitted to undertake. It required moral as well as intellectual qualities of the highest order. William of Orange, with a like duty and similar difficulties, was ready at one time and another to give up the effort in despair, although aided by the divinity that hedges round a king. Few men believed that Mr. Lincoln possessed a single qualification for his great office. His friends had indicated what they considered his chief merit, when they insisted that he was a very common, ordinary man, just like the rest of the people, Old Abe, a rail-splitter, and a story-teller. They said he was good, and honest, and well-meaning, but they took care not to pretend that he was great. He was thoroughly convinced that there was too much truth in this view of his character. He felt deeply and keenly his lack of experience in the conduct of public affairs. He spoke then and afterwards about the duties of the presidency with much diffidence, and said, with a story about a justice of the peace in Illinois, that they constituted his first great case misunderstood. He had never been a ministerial or an executive officer. His most intimate friends feared that he possessed no administrative ability, and in this opinion he seems to have shared himself, at least in his calmer and more melancholy moments. Having put his house in order, arranged all his private business, made over his interest in the practice of Lincoln and Herndon to Mr. Herndon, and requested Billy, as a last favor, to leave his name on the old sign for 4 years at least, Mr. Lincoln was ready for the final departure from home and all familiar things. And this period of transition from private to public life, a period of waiting and preparing for the vast responsibilities that were to bow down his shoulders during the years to come, affords us a favorable opportunity to turn back and look at him again as his neighbors saw him from 1837 to 1861. Mr. Lincoln was about 6 feet 4 inches high, the length of his legs being out of all proportion to that of his body. When he sat down on a chair, he seemed no taller than an average man, measuring from the chair to the crown of his head, but his knees rose high in front, and a marble placed on the cap of one of them would roll down a steep descent to the hip. He weighed about 180 pounds, but he was thin through the breast, narrow across the shoulders, and had the general appearance of a consumptive subject. Standing up, he stooped slightly forward. Sitting down, he usually crossed his long legs, or threw them over the arms of the chair, as the most convenient mode of disposing of them. His head was long and tall, from the base of the brain and the eyebrow, his forehead high and narrow, but inclining backward as it rose. The diameter of his head from ear to ear was 6½ inches, and from front to back 8 inches. The size of his hat was 7⅛. His ears were large, standing out almost at right angles from his head, his cheekbones high and prominent, his eyebrows heavy and jutting forward over small sunken blue eyes, his nose long, large, and blunt, the tip of it rather ruddy, and slightly awry toward the right-hand side. His chin, projecting far and sharp, curved upward to meet a thick, material lower lip, which hung downward. His cheeks were flabby, and the loose skin fell in wrinkles or folds. There was a large mole on his right cheek, and an uncommonly prominent Adam's apple on his throat. His hair was dark brown in color, stiff, unkempt, and as yet showing little or no sign of advancing age or trouble. His complexion was very dark, his skin yellow, shriveled, and leathery. In short, to use the language of Mr. Herndon, he was a thin, tall, wiry, sinewy, grizzly, raw-boned man, looking woe-struck. His countenance was haggard and careworn, exhibiting all the marks of deep and protracted suffering. Every feature of the man, the hollow eyes with the dark rings beneath, the long, sallow, cadaverous face, intersected by those peculiar deep lines, his whole air, his walk, his long, silent reveries, broken at long intervals by sudden and startling exclamations, as if to confound an observer who might suspect the nature of his thoughts, showed he was a man of sorrows, not sorrows of to-day or yesterday, but long-treasured and deep, bearing with him a continual sense of weariness and pain. He was a plain, homely, sad, weary-looking man, to whom one's heart warmed involuntarily because he seemed at once miserable and kind. On a winter's morning this man could be seen wending his way to the market with a basket on his arm and a little boy at his side, whose small feet rattled and pattered over the ice-bound pavement, attempting to make up by the number of his short steps for the long strides of his father. The little fellow jerked at the bony hand which held his, and prattled and questioned, begged and grew petulant, in a vain effort to make his father talk to him. But the latter was probably unconscious of the other's existence, and stalked on absorbed in his own reflections. He wore on such occasions an old gray shawl, rolled into a coil and wrapped like a rope around his neck. The rest of his clothes were in keeping. He did not walk cunningly, Indian-like, but cautiously and firmly. His tread was even and strong. He was a little pigeon-toed, and this, with another peculiarity, made his walk very singular. He set his whole foot flat on the ground, and in turn lifted it all at once, not resting momentarily upon the toe as the foot rose, nor upon the heel as it fell. He never wore his shoes out at the heel and the toe more, as most men do, than at the middle of the sole. Yet his gait was not altogether awkward, and there was manifest physical power in his step. As he moved along, thus silent, abstracted, his thoughts dimly reflected in his sharp face, men turned to look after him as an object of sympathy as well as curiosity. His melancholy, in the words of Mr. Herndon, dripped from him as he walked. If, however, he met a friend in the street, and was roused by a loud, hearty, "Good morning, Lincoln," he would grasp the friend's hand with one or both of his own, and with his usual expression of "Howdy, howdy," would detain him to hear a story. Something reminded him of it. It happened in Indiana, and it must be told, for it was wonderfully pertinent. After his breakfast hour, he would appear at his office, and go about the labors of the day with all his might, displaying prodigious industry and capacity for continuous application, although he never was a fast worker. Sometimes it happened that he came without his breakfast, and then he would have in his hands a piece of cheese or bologna sausage or a few crackers, bought by the way. At such times he did not speak to his partner or his friends, if any happened to be present. The tears were perhaps struggling into his eyes, while his pride was struggling to keep them back. Mr. Herndon knew the whole story at a glance. There was no speech between them, but neither wished the visitors to the office to witness the scene, and therefore Mr. Lincoln retired to the back office, while Mr. Herndon locked the front one and walked away with the key in his pocket. In an hour or more the latter would return, and perhaps find Mr. Lincoln calm and collected. Otherwise he went out again, and waited until he was so. Then the office opened, and everything went on as usual. When Mr. Lincoln had a speech to write, which happened very often, he would put down each thought as it struck him on a small strip of paper, and having accumulated a number of these, generally carried them in his hat or his pockets until he had the whole speech composed in this odd way, when he would sit down at his table, connect the fragments, and then write out the whole speech on consecutive sheets in a plain, legible handwriting. His house was an ordinary 2-story frame building, with a stable and a yard. It was a bare, cheerless sort of a place. He planted no fruit or shade trees, no shrubbery or flowers. He did on one occasion set out a few rose bushes in front of his house, but they speedily perished, or became unsightly for want of attention. Mrs. Wallace, Mrs. Lincoln's sister, undertook to hide the nakedness of the place by planting some flowers, but they soon withered and died. He cultivated a small garden for a single year, working in it himself, but it did not seem to prosper, and that enterprise also was abandoned. He had a horse and a cow. The one was fed and curried, and the other fed and milked by his own hand. When at home, he chopped and sawed all the wood that was used in his house. Late one night he returned home after an absence of a week or so. His neighbor Weber was in bed, but hearing an axe in use at that unusual hour, he rose to see what it meant. The moon was high, and by its light he looked down into Lincoln's yard, and there saw him in his shirt-sleeves cutting wood to cook his supper with. Weber turned to his watch and saw that it was 1 o'clock. Besides this house and lot, and a small sum of money, Mr. Lincoln had no property, except some wild land in Iowa entered for him under warrants received for his service in the Black Hawk War. Mrs. Wallace thinks Mr. Lincoln was a domestic man by nature. He was not fond of other people's children, but was extremely fond of his own. He was patient, indulgent, and generous with them to a fault. On Sundays he often took those that were large enough, and walked with them into the country, and giving himself up entirely to them, rambled through the green fields or the cool woods, amusing and instructing them for a whole day at a time. His method of reading is thus quaintly described. He would read, generally aloud, couldn't read otherwise, would read with great warmth, all funny or humorous things, read Shakespeare that way. He was a sad man, an abstracted man. He would lean back, his head against the top of a rocking-chair, sit abstracted that way for minutes, 20-30 minutes, and all at once would burst out into a joke. Mrs. Colonel Chapman, daughter of Dennis Hanks, and therefore a relative of Mr. Lincoln, made him a long visit previous to her marriage. "You ask me," says she, "how Mr. Lincoln acted at home. I can say, and that truly, he was all that a husband, father, and neighbor should be, kind and affectionate to his wife and child, Bob being the only one they had when I was with them, and very pleasant to all around him. Never did I hear him utter an unkind word. For instance, one day he undertook to correct his child, and his wife was determined that he should not, and attempted to take it from him, but in this she failed. She then tried tongue-lashing, but met with the same fate, for Mr. Lincoln corrected his child as a father ought to do, in the face of his wife's anger, and that, too, without even changing his countenance or making any reply to his wife. His favorite way of reading, when at home, was lying down on the floor. I fancy I see him now, lying full length in the hall of his old house, reading. When not engaged reading law books, he would read literary works, and was very fond of reading poetry, and often, when he would be, or appear to be, in deep study, commence and repeat aloud some piece that he had taken a fancy to, such as the one you already have in print, and the burial of Sir John Moore, and so on. He often told laughable jokes and stories when he thought we were looking gloomy. Mr. Lincoln was not supremely happy in his domestic relations. The circumstances of his courtship and marriage alone made that impossible. His engagement to Miss Todd was one of the great misfortunes of his life and of hers. He realized the mistake too late, and when he was brought face to face with the lie he was about to enact and the wrong he was about to do, both to himself and an innocent woman, he recoiled with horror and remorse. For weeks together he was sick, deranged, and on the verge of suicide, a heavy care to his friends, and a source of bitter mortification to the unfortunate lady, whose good fame depended in a great part upon his constancy. The wedding garments and the marriage feast were prepared. The very hour had come when the solemn ceremony was to be performed, and the groom failed to appear. He was no longer a free agent. He was restrained, carefully guarded, and soon after removed to a distant place, where the exciting causes of his disease would be less constant and active in their operation. He recovered slowly, and at length returned to Springfield. He spoke out his feelings frankly and truly to the one person most interested in them. But he had been from the beginning, except in the case of Anne Rutledge, singularly inconstant and unstable in his relations with the few refined and cultivated women who had been the objects of his attention. He loved Miss Rutledge passionately, and the next year importuned Miss Owens to be his wife. Failing in his suit, he wrote an unfeeling letter about her, apparently with no earthly object but to display his levity and make them both ridiculous. He courted Miss Todd, and at the moment of success fell in love with her relative, and between the two went crazy, and thought of ending all his woes with a razor or a pocket-knife. It is not impossible that the feelings of such a man might have undergone another and more sudden change. Perhaps they did. At all events, he was conscientious and honorable and just. There was but one way of repairing the injury he had done Miss Todd, and he adopted it. They were married, but they understood each other, and suffered the inevitable consequences, as other people do under similar circumstances. But such troubles seldom fail to find a tongue, and it is not strange that in this case neighbors and friends, and ultimately the whole country, came to know the state of things in that house. Mr. Lincoln scarcely attempted to conceal it, but talked of it with little or no reserve to his wife's relatives, as well as his own friends. Yet the gentleness and patience with which he bore this affliction from day to day, and from year to year, was enough to move the shade of Socrates. It touched his acquaintances deeply, and they gave it the widest publicity. They made no pause to inquire, to investigate, and to apportion the blame between the parties according to their deserts. Almost ever since Mr. Lincoln's death, a portion of the press has never tired of heaping brutal reproaches upon his wife and widow, whilst a certain class of his friends thought they were honoring his memory by multiplying outrages and indignities upon her, at the very moment when she was broken by want and sorrow, defamed, defenseless, in the hands of thieves and at the mercy of spies. If ever a woman grievously expiated an offense not her own, this woman did. In the Herndon manuscripts there is a mass of particulars under this head, but Mr. Herndon sums them all up in a single sentence in a letter to one of Mr. Lincoln's biographers: "All that I know ennobles both." It would be very difficult to recite all the causes of Mr. Lincoln's melancholy disposition. That it was partly owing to physical causes there can be no doubt. Mr. Stuart says that in some respects he was totally unlike other people, and was in fact a mystery. Blue pills were the medicinal remedy which he affected most. But whatever the history or the cause, whether physical reasons, the absence of domestic concord, a series of painful recollections of his mother, of his father and master, of early sorrows, blows, and hardships, of Anne Rutledge and fruitless hopes, or of all these combined, Mr. Lincoln was the saddest and gloomiest man of his time. "I do not think that he knew what happiness was for 20 years," says Mr. Herndon. Terrible is the word which all his friends used to describe him in the black mood. It was terrible, says one and another. His mind was filled with gloomy forebodings and strong apprehensions of impending evil, mixed with extravagant visions of personal grandeur and power. His imagination painted a scene just beyond the veil of the immediate future, gilded with glory, yet tarnished with blood. It was his destiny, splendid but dreadful, fascinating but terrible. His case bore little resemblance to those of religious enthusiasts like Bunyan, Cowper, and others. His was more like the delusion of the fatalist, conscious of his star. At all events, he never doubted for a moment but that he was formed for some great or miserable end. He talked about it frequently, and sometimes calmly. Mr. Herndon remembers many of these conversations in their office at Springfield, and in their rides around the circuit. Mr. Lincoln said the impression had grown in him all his life, but Mr. Herndon thinks it was about 1840 that it took the character of a religious conviction. He had then suffered much, and, considering his opportunities, achieved great things. He was already a leader among men, and a most brilliant career had been promised him by the prophetic enthusiasm of many friends. Thus encouraged and stimulated, and feeling himself growing gradually stronger and stronger in the estimation of the plain people, whose voice was more potent than all the Warwicks, his ambition painted the rainbow of glory in the sky, while his morbid melancholy supplied the clouds that were to overcast and obliterate it with the wrath and ruin of the tempest. To him it was fate, and there was no escape or defence. The presentiment never deserted him. It was as clear, as perfect, as certain, as any image conveyed by the senses. He had now entertained it so long that it was as much a part of his nature as the consciousness of identity. All doubts had faded away, and he submitted humbly to a power which he could neither comprehend nor resist. He was to fall from a lofty place and in the performance of a great work. The star under which he was born was at once brilliant and malignant. The horoscope was cast, fixed, irreversible, and he had no more power to alter or defeat it in the minutest particular than he had to reverse the law of gravitation. After the election, he conceived that he would not last through his term of office, but had at length reached the point where the sacrifice would take place. All precautions against assassination he considered worse than useless. "If they want to kill me," said he, "there is nothing to prevent." He complained to Mr. Gillespie of the small bodyguard which his counsellors had forced upon him, insisting that they were a needless encumbrance. When Mr. Gillespie urged the ease and impunity with which he might be killed, and the value of his life to the country, he said, "What is the use of putting up the gap when the fence is down all around?" "It was just after my election in 1860," said Mr. Lincoln to his secretary, John Hay, "when the news had been coming in thick and fast all day, and there had been a great hurrah, boys, so that I was well tired out, and went home to rest, throwing myself upon a lounge in my chamber. Opposite to where I lay was a bureau with a swinging glass upon it, and looking in that glass I saw myself reflected nearly at full length; but my face, I noticed, had two separate and distinct images, the tip of the nose of one being about 3 inches from the tip of the other. I was a little bothered, perhaps startled, and got up and looked in the glass, but the illusion vanished. On lying down again, I saw it a second time, plainer if possible than before, and then I noticed that one of the faces was a little paler, say 5 shades, than the other. I got up, and the thing melted away, and I went off, and in the excitement of the hour forgot all about it, nearly but not quite, for the thing would once in a while come up and give me a little pang, as though something uncomfortable had happened. When I went home I told my wife about it, and a few days after I tried the experiment again, when, sure enough, the thing came back again. But I never succeeded in bringing the ghost back after that, though I once tried very industriously to show it to my wife, who was worried about it somewhat. She thought it was a sign that I was to be elected to a second term of office, and that the paleness of one of the faces was an omen that I should not see life through the last term. In this morbid and dreamy state of mind Mr. Lincoln passed the greater part of his life. But his sadness, despair, gloom, Mr. Herndon says, were not of the kind that leads a badly balanced mind into misanthropy and universal hate and scorn. His humor would assert itself from the hell of misanthropy. It would assert its independence every third hour or day or week. His abstractedness, his continuity of thought, his despair, made him twice in his life, for 2 weeks at a time, walk that narrow line which divides sanity from insanity. This peculiarity of his nature, his humor, his wit, kept him alive in his mind. It was those good sides of his nature that made, to him, his life bearable. Mr. Lincoln was a weak man and a strong man by turns. Some of Mr. Lincoln's literary tastes indicated strongly his prevailing gloominess of mind. He read Byron extensively, especially Childe Harold, The Dream, and Don Juan. Burns was one of his earliest favorites, although there is no evidence that he appreciated highly the best efforts of Burns. On the contrary, Holy Willie's Prayer was the only one of his poems which Mr. Lincoln took the trouble to memorize. He was fond of Shakespeare, especially King Lear and the Merry Wives of Windsor. But whatever was suggestive of death, the grave, the sorrows of man's days on earth, charmed his disconsolate spirit and captivated his sympathetic heart. Solemn-sounding rhymes, with no merit but the sad music of their numbers, were more enchanting to him than the loftiest songs of the masters. Of these were "Why Should the Spirit of Mortal be Proud?" and a pretty commonplace little piece entitled "The Inquiry." One verse of Holmes's Last Leaf, he thought, was inexpressibly touching. This verse we give the reader: "The mossy marbles rest on the lips that he has pressed in their bloom, and the names he loved to hear have been carved for many a year on the tomb." Mr. Lincoln frequently said that he lived by his humor, and would have died without it. His manner of telling a story was irresistibly comical, the fun of it dancing in his eyes and playing over every feature. His face changed in an instant, the hard lines faded out of it, and the mirth seemed to diffuse itself all over him like a spontaneous tickle. You could see it coming long before he opened his mouth, and he began to enjoy the point before his eager auditors could catch the faintest glimpse of it. Telling and hearing ridiculous stories was one of his ruling passions. He would go a long way out of his road to tell a grave, sedate fellow a broad story, or to propound to him a conundrum that was not particularly remarkable for its delicacy. If he happened to hear of a man who was known to have something fresh in this line, he would hunt him up and swap jokes with him. Nobody remembers the time when his fund of anecdotes was not apparently inexhaustible. It was so in Indiana, it was so in New Salem, in the Black Hawk War, in the legislature, in Congress, on the circuit, on the stump, everywhere. The most trifling incident reminded him of a story, and that story reminded him of another, until everybody marveled that one small head could carry all he knew. The good things, he said, were repeated at second hand all over the counties through which he chanced to travel, and many of a questionable flavor were attributed to him, not because they were his in fact, but because they were like his. Judges, lawyers, jurors, and suitors carried home with them select budgets of his stories, to be retailed to itching ears as "Old Abe's Last." When the court adjourned from village to village, the taverns and the groceries left behind were filled with the sorry echoes of his best. He generally located his little narratives with great precision in Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, and if he was not personally knowing to the facts himself, he was intimately acquainted with the gentleman who was. Mr. Lincoln used his stories variously: to illustrate or convey an argument, to make his opinions clear to another, or to conceal them altogether, to cut off a disagreeable conversation, or to end an unprofitable discussion, to cheer his own heart, or simply to amuse his friends. But most frequently he had a practical object in view, and employed them simply as labor-saving contrivances. It was Judge Davis's opinion that Mr. Lincoln's hilarity was mainly simulated, and that his stories and jokes were intended to whistle off sadness. The groundwork of his social nature was sad, says Judge Scott. But for the fact that he studiously cultivated the humorous, it would have been very sad indeed. His mirth seemed to me always to be put on, and did not properly belong there. Like a plant produced in the hotbed, it had an unnatural and luxuriant growth. Although Mr. Lincoln's walk among men was remarkably pure, the same cannot be said of his conversation. He was endowed by nature with a keen sense of humor, and he found great delight in indulging it, but his humor was not of a delicate quality. It was chiefly exercised in hearing and telling stories of the grosser sort. In this tendency he was restrained by no presence and no occasion. It was his opinion that the finest wit and humor, the best jokes and anecdotes, emanated from the lower orders of the country people. It was from this source that he had acquired his peculiar tastes and his store of materials. The associations which began with the early days of Dennis Hanks continued through his life at New Salem and his career at the Illinois bar, and did not desert him when later in life he arrived at the highest dignities. Mr. Lincoln indulged in no sensual excesses. He ate moderately, and drank temperately when he drank at all. For many years he was an ardent agitator against the use of intoxicating beverages, and made speeches far and near in favor of total abstinence. Some of them were printed, and of one he was not a little proud. He abstained himself, not so much upon principle as because of a total lack of appetite. He had no taste for spirituous liquors, and when he took them it was a punishment to him and not an indulgence. But he disliked sumptuary laws, and would not prescribe by statute what other men should eat and drink. When the temperance men ran to the legislature to invoke the power of the state, his voice, the most eloquent among them, was silent. He did not oppose them, but quietly withdrew from the cause and left others to manage it. In 1854 he was induced to join the order called Sons of Temperance, but never attended a single meeting after the one at which he was initiated. Morbid, moody, meditative, thinking much of himself and the things pertaining to himself, regarding other men as instruments furnished to his hand for the accomplishment of views which he knew were important to him, and therefore considered important to the public, Mr. Lincoln was a man apart from the rest of his kind, unsocial, cold, impassive, neither a good hater nor a fond friend. He unbent in the society of those who gave him new ideas, who listened to and admired him, whose attachment might be useful, or whose conversation amused him. He seemed to make boon companions of the coarsest men on the list of his acquaintances, low, vulgar, unfortunate creatures. But, as Judge Davis has it, he used such men as tools, things to satisfy him, to feed his desires. He felt sorry for them, enjoyed them, extracted from them whatever service they were capable of rendering, discarded and forgot them. If one of them, presuming upon the past, followed him to Washington with a view to personal profit, Mr. Lincoln would probably take him to his private room, lock the doors, revel in reminiscences of Illinois, new stories and old, through an entire evening, and then dismiss his enchanted crony with nothing more substantial than his blessing. It was said that he had no heart, that is, no personal attachments warm and strong enough to govern his actions. It was seldom that he praised anybody, and when he did, it was not a rival or an equal in the struggle for popularity and power. His encomiums were more likely to be satirical than sincere, and sometimes were artfully contrived as mere stratagems to catch the applause he pretended to bestow, or at least to share it in equal parts. No one knew better how to damn with faint praise, or to divide the glory of another by being the first and frankest to acknowledge it. Fully alive to the fact that no qualities of a public man are so charming to the people as simplicity and candor, he made simplicity and candor the mask of deep feelings carefully concealed, and subtle plans studiously veiled from all eyes but one. He had no reverence for great men, followed no leader with blind devotion, and yielded no opinion to mere authority. He felt that he was as great as anybody, and could do what another did. It was, however, the supreme desire of his heart to be right and to do justice in all the relations of his life. Although some of his strongest passions conflicted more or less directly with this desire, he was conscious of them and strove to regulate them by self-imposed restraints. He was not avaricious, never appropriated a cent wrongfully, and did not think money for its own sake a fit object of any man's ambition. But he knew its value, its power, and liked to keep it when he had it. He gave occasionally to individual mendicants, or relieved a case of great destitution at his very door, but his almsgiving was neither profuse nor systematic. He never made donations to be distributed to the poor who were not of his acquaintance and very near at hand. There were few entertainments at his house. People were seldom asked to dine with him. To many he seemed inhospitable, and there was something about his house, an indescribable air of exclusiveness, which forbade the entering guest. It is not meant to be said that this came from mere economy. It was not at home that he wished to see company. He preferred to meet his friends abroad, on a street corner, in an office, at the courthouse, or sitting on nail kegs in the country store. Mr. Lincoln took no part in the promotion of local enterprises, railroads, schools, churches, asylums. The benefits he proposed for his fellow men were to be accomplished by political means alone. Politics were his world, a world filled with hopeful enchantments. Ordinarily he disliked to discuss any other subject. In his office, says Mr. Herndon, he sat down, or spilt himself on his lounge, read aloud, told stories, talked politics, never science, art, literature, railroad gatherings, colleges, asylums, hospitals, commerce, education, progress, nothing that interested the world generally, except politics. He seldom took an active part in local or minor elections, or wasted his power to advance a friend. He did nothing out of mere gratitude, and forgot the devotion of his warmest partisans as soon as the occasion for their services had passed. What they did for him was quietly appropriated as the reward of superior merit, calling for no return in kind. He was always ready to do battle for a principle, after a discreet fashion, but never permitted himself to be strongly influenced by the claims of individual men. When he was a candidate himself, he thought the whole canvass and all the preliminaries ought to be conducted with reference to his success. He would say to a man, "Your continuance in the field injures me," and be quite sure that he had given a perfect reason for his withdrawal. He would have no obstacles in his way, coveted honors, was eager for power, and impatient of any interference that delayed or obstructed his progress. He worked hard enough at general elections, when he could make speeches, have them printed, and fill the speaking trump of fame with his achievements. But in the little affairs about home, where it was all work and no glory, his zeal was much less conspicuous. Intensely secretive and cautious, he shared his secrets with no man, and revealed just enough of his plans to allure support, and not enough to expose their personal application. After Speed left, he had no intimates to whom he opened his whole mind. This is the unanimous testimony of all who knew him. Feeling himself perfectly competent to manage his own affairs, he listened with deceptive patience to the views of others, and then dismissed the advice with the adviser. Judge Davis was supposed to have great influence over him, but he declares that he had literally none. "Once or twice," says he asked my advice about the almighty dollar, but never about anything else. Notwithstanding his overweening ambition, and the breathless eagerness with which he pursued the objects of it, he had not a particle of sympathy with the great mass of his fellow citizens who were engaged in similar scrambles for place. "If ever," said he, "American society and the United States government are demoralized and overthrown, it will come from the voracious desire of office, this wriggle to live without toil, work, and labor, from which I am not free myself." Mr. Lincoln was not a demagogue or a trimmer. He never deserted a party in disaster or joined one in triumph. Nearly the whole of his public life was spent in the service of a party which struggled against hopeless odds, which met with many reverses and few victories. It is true that about the time he began as a politician, the Whigs in his immediate locality, at first united with the moderate Democrats, and afterwards by themselves, were strong enough to help him to the Legislature as often as he chose to go. But if the fact had been otherwise, it is not likely that he would have changed sides, or even altered his position in any essential particular to catch the popular favor. Subsequently he suffered many defeats, for Congress, for Commissioner of the Land Office, and twice for Senator; but on this account he never faltered in devotion to the general principles of the party, or sought to better his fortune by an alliance with the common enemy. It cannot be denied that when he was first a candidate for the Legislature, his views of public policy were a little cloudy, and that his addresses to the people were calculated to make fair weather with men of various opinions; nor that, when first a candidate for United States Senator, he was willing to make a secret bargain with the extreme abolitionists, and, when last a candidate, to make some sacrifice of opinion to further his own aspirations for the presidency. The pledge to Lovejoy and the House divided speech were made under the influence of personal considerations, without reference to the views or the success of those who had chosen and trusted him as a leader for a far different purpose. But this was merely steering between sections of his own party, where the differences were slight and easily reconciled, maneuvering for the strength of one faction today and another tomorrow, with the intent to unite them and lead them to a victory, the benefits of which would inure to all. He was not one to be last in the fight and first at the feast, nor yet one to be first in the fight and last at the feast. He would do his whole duty in the field, but had not the slightest objection to sitting down at the head of the table, an act which he would perform with a modest, homely air that disarmed envy and silenced the master when he would say, "Friend, go lower down." His master was the plain people. To be popular was to him the greatest good in life. He had known what it was to be without popularity, and he had known what it was to enjoy it. To gain it or to keep it, he considered no labor too great, no artifice misused or misapplied. His ambition was strong, yet it existed in strict subordination to his sense of party fidelity, and could by no chance or possibility lure him into downright social or political treason. His path may have been a little devious, winding hither and thither, in search of greater convenience of travel or the security of a larger company, but it always went forward in the same general direction, and never ran off at right angles toward the hostile camp. The great body of men who acted with him in the beginning acted with him at the last. On the whole, he was an honest, although a shrewd and by no means unselfish politician. He foresaw which way the world began to draw, and instinctively drew with it. He had convictions, but preferred to choose his time to speak. He was not so much of a Whig that he could not receive the support of the nominal Jackson men until party lines were drawn so tight that he was compelled to be one thing or the other. He was not so much of a Whig that he could not make a small diversion for White in 1836, nor so much of a White man that he could not lead Harrison's friends in the Legislature during the same winter. He was a firm believer in the good policy of high protective tariffs, but when importuned to say so in a public letter, he declined on the ground that it would do him no good. He detested Know-Nothingism with all his heart, but when Know-Nothingism swept the country, he was so far from being obtrusive with his views that many believed he belonged to the order. He was an anti-slavery man from the beginning of his service in the Legislature, but he was so cautious and moderate in the expression of his sentiments that when the anti-Nebraska party disintegrated, the ultra-Republicans were anything but sure of his adherence, and even after the Bloomington Convention he continued to pick his way to the front with wary steps, and did not take his place among the boldest of the agitators until 1858, when he uttered the House divided speech, just in time to take Mr. Seward's place on the presidential ticket of 1860. End of Section 30. Section 31 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 19, Part 2. Any analysis of Mr. Lincoln's character would be defective that did not include his religious opinions. On such matters he thought deeply, and his opinions were positive. But perhaps no phase of his character has been more persistently misrepresented and variously misunderstood than this of his religious belief. Not that the conclusive testimony of many of his intimate associates relative to his frequent expressions on such subjects has ever been wanting, but his great prominence in the world's history, and his identification with some of the great questions of our time, which, by their moral import, were held to be eminently religious in their character, have led many good people to trace in his motives and actions similar convictions to those held by themselves. His extremely general expressions of religious faith, called forth by the grave exigencies of his public life, or indulged in on occasions of private condolence, have too often been distorted out of relation to their real significance or meaning, to suit the opinions or tickle the fancies of individuals or parties. Mr. Lincoln was never a member of any church, nor did he believe in the divinity of Christ, or the inspiration of the Scriptures in the sense understood by evangelical Christians. His theological opinions were substantially those expounded by Theodore Parker. Overwhelming testimony out of many mouths, and none stronger than out of his own, place these facts beyond controversy. When a boy, he showed no sign of that piety which his many biographers ascribed to his manhood. His stepmother, herself a Christian, and longing for the least sign of faith in him, could remember no circumstance that supported her hope. On the contrary, she recollected very well that he never went off into a corner, as has been said, to ponder the sacred writings, and to wet the page with his tears of penitence. He was fond of music, but Dennis Hanks is clear to the point that it was songs of a very questionable character that cheered his lonely pilgrimage through the woods of Indiana. When he went to church at all, he went to mock, and came away to mimic. Indeed, it is more than probable that the sort of religion which prevailed among the associates of his boyhood impressed him with a very poor opinion of the value of the article. On the whole, he thought perhaps a person had better be without it. When he came to New Salem, he consorted with free thinkers, joined with them in deriding the gospel history of Jesus, read Volney and Paine, and then wrote a deliberate and labored essay, wherein he reached conclusions similar to theirs. The essay was burnt, but he never denied or regretted its composition. On the contrary, he made it the subject of free and frequent conversations with his friends at Springfield, and stated with much particularity and precision the origin, arguments, and objects of the work. It was not until after Mr. Lincoln's death that his alleged orthodoxy became the principal topic of his eulogists. But since then the effort on the part of some political writers and speakers to impress the public mind erroneously seems to have become general and systematic. It is important that the question should be finally determined, and in order to do so, the names of some of his nearest friends are given below, followed by clear and decisive statements for which they are separately responsible. Some of them are gentlemen of distinction, and all of them men of high character, who enjoyed the best opportunities to form correct opinions. James H. Matheny says in a letter to Mr. Herndon, "I knew Mr. Lincoln as early as 1834–37. I know he was an infidel. He and W. D. Herndon used to talk infidelity in the clerk's office in this city about the years 1837–40. Lincoln attacked the Bible and the New Testament on two grounds: First, from the inherent or apparent contradictions under its lids. Second, from the grounds of reason. Sometimes he ridiculed the Bible and New Testament, sometimes he seemed to scoff it, though I shall not use that word in its full and literal sense. I never heard that Lincoln changed his views, though his personal and political friend from 1834 to 1860. Sometimes Lincoln bordered on atheism. He went far that way, and often shocked me. I was then a young man, and believed what my good mother told me. Stuart and Lincoln's office was in what was called Hoffman's Row, on North Fifth Street, near the public square. It was in the same building as the clerk's office, and on the same floor. Lincoln would come into the clerk's office, where I and some young men, Evan Butler, Newton Francis, and others, were writing or staying, and would bring the Bible with him, would read a chapter, argue against it. Lincoln then had a smattering of geology, if I recollect it. Lincoln often, if not wholly, was an atheist, at least bordered on it. Lincoln was enthusiastic in his infidelity. As he grew older, he grew more discreet, didn't talk as much before strangers about his religion. But to friends, close and bosom ones, he was always open, and avowed, fair, and honest. But to strangers he held them off from policy. Lincoln used to quote Burns. Burns helped Lincoln to be an infidel, as I think. At least he found in Burns a like thinker and feeler. Lincoln quoted Tam O'Shanter, "What, send one to heaven and 10 to hell," etc. From what I know of Mr. Lincoln and his views of Christianity, and from what I know as honest and well-founded rumor, from what I have heard his best friends say and regret for years, from what he never denied when accused, and from what Lincoln has hinted and intimated, to say no more, he did write a little book on infidelity, at or near New Salem, in Menard County, about the year 1834 or 1835. I have stated these things to you often. Judge Logan, John T. Stuart, yourself, know what I know, and some of you more. Mr. Herndon, you insist on knowing something which you know I possess and got as a secret, and that is about Lincoln's little book on infidelity. Mr. Lincoln did tell me that he did write a little book on infidelity. This statement I have avoided heretofore, but as you strongly insist upon it, probably to defend yourself against charges of misrepresentation, I give it you as I got it from Lincoln's mouth. From Hon. John T. Stuart. I knew Mr. Lincoln when he first came here, and for years afterward. He was an avowed and open infidel, sometimes bordered on atheism. I have often and often heard Lincoln and one W. D. Herndon, who was a free thinker, talk over this subject. Lincoln went further against Christian beliefs and doctrines and principles than any man I ever heard. He shocked me. I don't remember the exact line of his argument. I suppose it was against the inherent defects, so-called, of the Bible, and on grounds of reason. Lincoln always denied that Jesus was the Christ of God, denied that Jesus was the Son of God, as understood and maintained by the Christian Church. The Reverend Dr. Smith, who wrote a letter, tried to convert Lincoln from infidelity so late as 1858, and couldn't do it. William H. Herndon, Esquire. As to Mr. Lincoln's religious views, he was, in short, an infidel, a theist. He did not believe that Jesus was God, nor the Son of God. He was a fatalist, denied the freedom of the will. Mr. Lincoln told me 1,000 times that he did not believe the Bible was the revelation of God, as the Christian world contends. The points that Mr. Lincoln tried to demonstrate in his book were, first, that the Bible was not God's revelation, and second, that Jesus was not the Son of God. I assert this on my own knowledge, and on my veracity. Judge Logan, John T. Stuart, James H. Matheny, and others will tell you the truth. I say they will confirm what I say, with this exception: they all make it blacker than I remember it. Joshua F. Speed of Louisville, I think, will tell you the same thing. Hon. David Davis. I do not know anything about Lincoln's religion, and I do not think anybody knew. The idea that Lincoln talked to a stranger about his religion or religious views, or made such speeches, remarks, etc., about it as are published, is to me absurd. I knew the man so well. He was the most reticent, secretive man I ever saw or expect to see. He had no faith in the Christian sense of the term. He had faith in laws, principles, causes, and effects, philosophically. You, Herndon, know more about his religion than any man. You ought to know it, of course. William H. Hanna, Esquire. Since 1856, Mr. Lincoln told me that he was a kind of immortalist, that he never could bring himself to believe in eternal punishment, that man lived but a little while here, and that if eternal punishment were man's doom, he should spend that little life in vigilant and ceaseless preparation by never-ending prayer. Mrs. Lincoln. Mr. Lincoln had no hope and no faith in the usual acceptance of those words. Dr. C. H. Ray. I do not know how I can aid you. You, Herndon, knew Mr. Lincoln far better than I did, though I knew him well, and you have served up his leading characteristics in a way that I should despair of doing if I should try. I have only one thing to ask, that you do not give Calvinistic theology a chance to claim him as one of its saints and martyrs. He went to the Old School Church, but in spite of that outward assent to the horrible dogmas of that sect, I have reason from himself to know that his vital purity, if that means belief in the impossible, was of a negative sort. I. W. Keyes, Esquire. In my intercourse with Mr. Lincoln, I learned that he believed in a Creator of all things, who had neither beginning nor end, and possessing all power and wisdom, established a principle, in obedience to which worlds move and are upheld, and animal and vegetable life come into existence. A reason he gave for his belief was that, in view of the order and harmony of all nature which we behold, it would have been more miraculous to have come about by chance than to have been created and arranged by some great thinking power. As to the Christian theory that Christ is God or equal to the Creator, he said that it had better be taken for granted, for by the test of reason we might become infidels on that subject, for evidence of Christ's divinity came to us in a somewhat doubtful shape, but that the system of Christianity was an ingenious one at least, and perhaps was calculated to do good. Mr. Jesse W. Fell of Illinois, who had the best opportunities of knowing Mr. Lincoln intimately, makes the following statement of his religious opinions, derived from repeated conversations with him on the subject. Though everything relating to the character and history of this extraordinary personage is of interest, and should be fairly stated to the world, I enter upon the performance of this duty, for so I regard it, with some reluctance, arising from the fact that, in stating my convictions on the subject, I must necessarily place myself in opposition to quite a number who have written on this topic before me, and whose views largely preoccupy the public mind. This latter fact, whilst contributing to my embarrassment on this subject, is perhaps the strongest reason, however, why the truth in this matter should be fully disclosed, and I therefore yield to your request. If there were any traits of character that stood out in bold relief in the person of Mr. Lincoln, they were those of truth and candor. He was utterly incapable of insincerity, or professing views on this or any other subject he did not entertain. Knowing such to be his true character, that insincerity more than duplicity were traits wholly foreign to his nature, many of his old friends were not a little surprised at finding in some of the biographies of this great man statements concerning his religious opinions so utterly at variance with his known sentiments. True, he may have changed or modified those sentiments after his removal from among us, though this is hardly reconcilable with the history of the man and his entire devotion to public matters during his 4 years' residence at the national capital. It is possible, however, that this may be the proper solution of this conflict of opinions, or it may be that, with no intention on the part of anyone to mislead the public mind, those who have represented him as believing in the popular theological views of the times may have misapprehended him, as experience shows to be quite common where no special effort has been made to attain critical accuracy on a subject of this nature. This is the more probable from the well-known fact that Mr. Lincoln seldom communicated to anyone his views on this subject. But be this as it may, I have no hesitation whatever in saying that, whilst he held many opinions that are in common with the great mass of Christian believers, he did not believe in what are regarded as the orthodox or evangelical views of Christianity. On the innate depravity of man, the character and office of the great head of the Church, the atonement, the infallibility of written revelation, the performance of miracles, the nature and design of present and future rewards and punishments, as they are popularly called, and many other subjects, he held opinions utterly at variance with what are usually taught in the Church. I should say that his expressed views on these and kindred topics were such as, in the estimation of most believers, would place him entirely outside the Christian pale. Yet, to my mind, such was not the true position, since his principles and his practices and the spirit of his whole life were of the very kind we universally agree to call Christian, and I think this conclusion is in no wise affected by the circumstance that he never attached himself to any religious society whatever. His religious views were eminently practical, and are summed up, as I think, in these 2 propositions: the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. He fully believed in a superintending and overruling providence that guides and controls the operations of the world, but maintained that law and order, and not their violation or suspension, are the appointed means by which this providence is exercised. I will not attempt any specification of either his belief or disbelief on various religious topics, as derived from conversations with him at different times during a considerable period, but as conveying a general view of his religious or theological opinions, will state the following facts. Some 8 or 10 years prior to his death, in conversing with him upon this subject, the writer took occasion to refer, in terms of approbation, to the sermons and writings generally of Dr. W. E. Channing, and finding he was considerably interested in the statement I made of the opinions held by that author, I made a present. I proposed to present him, Lincoln, with a copy of Channing's entire works, which I soon after did. Subsequently, the contents of these volumes, together with the writings of Theodore Parker, furnished him, as he informed me, by his friend and law partner, Mr. Herndon, became naturally the topics of conversation with us. And though far from believing there was an entire harmony of views on his part with either of those authors, yet they were generally much admired and approved by him. No religious views with him seemed to find any favor except of the practical and rationalistic order; and if, from my recollections on this subject, I was called upon to designate an author whose views most nearly represented Mr. Lincoln's on this subject, I would say that author was Theodore Parker. Note: from Parker's Discourse Pertaining to Religion. As we have bodily senses to lay hold on matter, and supply bodily wants, through which we obtain naturally all needed material things, so we have spiritual faculties to lay hold on God and supply spiritual wants. Through them we obtain all needed spiritual things. As we observe the conditions of the body, we have nature on our side. As we observe the laws of our soul, we have God on our side. He imparts truth to all men who observe these conditions. We have direct access to him through reason, conscience, and the religious faculty, just as we have direct access to nature through the eye, the ear, or the hand. Through these channels, and by means of a law, certain, regular, and universal as gravitation, God inspires men, makes revelation of truth. For is not truth as much a phenomenon of God as motion is of matter? Therefore, if God be omnipresent and omniactive, this inspiration is no miracle, but a regular mode of God's action on a conscious spirit, as gravitation is on unconscious matter. It is not a rare condescension of God, but a universal uplifting of man. To obtain a knowledge of duty, a man is not sent away outside of himself to ancient documents, for the only rule of faith and practice, the Word, is very nigh him, even in his heart, and by this Word he is to try all documents whatsoever. Inspiration, like God's omnipresence, is not limited to the few writers claimed by the Jews, Christians, or Mohammedans, but is co-extensive with the race. As God fills all space, so all spirit. As he influences and constrains unconscious and necessitated matter, so he inspires and helps free unconscious man. This theory does not make God limited, partial, or capricious. It exalts man. While it honors the excellence of a religious genius, of a Moses or a Jesus, it does not pronounce their character monstrous as the supernatural, nor fanatical as the rationalistic theory, but natural, human, and beautiful, revealing the possibilities of mankind. Prayer, whether voluntative or spontaneous, a word or a feeling, felt in gratitude or penitence or joy or resignation, is not a soliloquy of the man, not a physiological function, nor an address to a deceased man, but a sally into the infinite spiritual world, whence we bring back light and truth. There are windows towards God as towards the world. There is no intercessor, angel, mediator between man and God, for man can speak and God hear, each for himself. He requires no advocate to plead for men, who need not pray by attorney. Each man stands close to the omnipresent God, may feel his beautiful presence, and have familiar access to the All-Father, get truth at first hand from its author. Wisdom, righteousness, and love are the Spirit of God in the soul of man. Wherever these are, and just in proportion to their power, there is inspiration from God. Thus God is not the author of confusion, but of concord. Faith and knowledge and revelation and reason tell the same tale, and so legitimate and confirm each one another. God's action on matter and on man is perhaps the same thing to him, though it appear differently modified to us. But it is plain from the nature of things that there can be but one kind of inspiration, as of truth, faith, or love. It is the direct and intuitive perception of some truth, either of thought or of sentiment. There can be but one mode of inspiration. It is the action of the highest within the soul, the divine presence imparting light. This presence, as truth, justice, holiness, love, infusing itself into the soul, giving it new life, the breathing in of the deity, the income of God to the soul, in the form of truth through the reason, of right through the conscience, of love and faith through the affections and religious element. Is inspiration confined to theological matter alone? Most certainly not. Parker's Discourse pertaining to Religion. End note. As you have asked from me a candid statement of my recollections on this topic, I have thus briefly given them, with the hope that they may be of some service in rightly settling a question about which, as I have good reason to believe, the public mind has been greatly misled. Not doubting that they will accord substantially with your own recollections, and that of his other intimate and confidential friends, and with the popular verdict after this matter shall have been properly canvassed, I submit them. John G. Nicolay, his private secretary at the White House. Mr. Lincoln did not, to my knowledge, in any way change his religious views, opinions, or beliefs from the time he left Springfield to the day of his death. I do not know just what they were, never having heard him explain them in detail, but I am very sure he gave no outward indication of his mind having undergone any change in that regard while here. The following letter from Mr. Herndon was, about the time of its date, extensively published throughout the United States, and met with no contradiction from any responsible source. Springfield, February 18th, 1870. Mr. Abbott: Some time since I promised you that I would send a letter in relation to Mr. Lincoln's religion. I do so now. Before entering on that question, one or two preliminary remarks will help us to understand why he disagreed with the Christian world in its principles as well as in its theology. In the first place, Mr. Lincoln's mind was a purely logical mind. Secondly, Mr. Lincoln was a purely practical man. He had no fancy or imagination, and not much emotion. He was a realist as opposed to an idealist. As a general rule, it is true that a purely logical mind has not much hope, if it ever has faith in the unseen and unknown. Mr. Lincoln had not much hope, and no faith in things that lie outside of the domain of demonstration. He was so constituted, so organized, that he could believe nothing unless his senses or logic could reach it. I have often read to him a law point, a decision, or something I fancied. He could not understand it until he took the book out of my hand and read the thing for himself. He was terribly, vexatiously skeptical. He could scarcely understand anything unless he had time and place fixed in his mind. I became acquainted with Mr. Lincoln in 1834, and I think I knew him well to the day of his death. His mind, when a boy in Kentucky, showed a certain gloom, an unsocial nature, a peculiar abstractedness, a bold and daring skepticism. In Indiana, from 1817 to 1830, it manifested the same qualities or attributes as in Kentucky. It only intensified, developed itself along those lines in Indiana. He came to Illinois in 1830, and after some little roving settled in New Salem, now in Menard County in the state of Illinois. This village lies about 20 miles northwest of this city. It was here that Mr. Lincoln became acquainted with a class of men the world never saw the like of before or since. They were large men, large in body and large in mind, hard to whip and never to be fooled. They were a bold, daring, and reckless sort of men. They were men of their own minds, believed what was demonstrable, were men of great common sense. With these men Mr. Lincoln was thrown. With them he lived, and with them he moved, and almost had his being. They were skeptics all, scoffers some. These scoffers were good men, and their scoffs were protests against theology, loud protests against the follies of Christianity. They had never heard of theism, and of the newer and better religious thoughts of this age. Hence, being natural skeptics, and being bold, brave men, they uttered their thoughts freely. They declared that Jesus was an illegitimate child. They were on all occasions, when opportunity offered, debating the various questions of Christianity among themselves. They took their stand on common sense and on their own souls, and though their arguments were rude and rough, no man could overthrow their homely logic. They riddled all divines, and not unfrequently made them skeptics, disbelievers as bad as themselves. They were a jovial, healthful, generous, social, true, and manly set of people. It was here, and among these people, that Mr. Lincoln was thrown. About the year 1834, he chanced to come across Volney's Ruins and some of Paine's theological works. He at once seized hold of them and assimilated them into his own being. Volney and Paine became a part of Mr. Lincoln from 1834 to the end of his life. In 1835 he wrote out a small work on infidelity, and intended to have it published. The book was an attack upon the whole grounds of Christianity, and especially was it an attack upon the idea that Jesus was the Christ, the true and only begotten Son of God, as the Christian world contends. Mr. Lincoln was at that time in New Salem, keeping store for Mr. Samuel Hill, a merchant and postmaster of that place. Lincoln and Hill were very friendly. Hill, I think, was a skeptic at that time. Lincoln, one day after the book was finished, read it to Mr. Hill, his good friend. Hill tried to persuade him not to make it public, not to publish it. Hill at that time saw in Mr. Lincoln a rising man, and wished him success. Lincoln refused to destroy it, said it should be published. Hill swore it should never see light of day. He had an eye to Lincoln's popularity, his present and future success, and believing that if the book were published it would kill Lincoln forever, he snatched it from Lincoln's hand when Lincoln was not expecting it, and ran it into an old-fashioned tin-plate stove, heated hot as a furnace, and so Lincoln's book went up to the clouds in smoke. It is confessed by all who heard parts of it that it was at once able and eloquent, and if I may judge of it from Mr. Lincoln's subsequent ideas and opinions, often expressed to me and to others in my presence, it was able, strong, plain, and fair. His argument was grounded on the internal mistakes of the Old and New Testaments, and on reason, and on the experiences and observations of men. The criticisms from internal defects were sharp, strong, and manly. Mr. Lincoln moved to this city in 1837, and here became acquainted with various men of his own way of thinking. At that time they called themselves free-thinkers or free-thinking men. I remember all these things distinctly, for I was with them, heard them, and was one of them. Mr. Lincoln here found other works, Hume, Gibbon, and others, and drank them in. He made no secret of his views, no concealment of his religion. He boldly avowed himself an infidel. When Mr. Lincoln was a candidate for our legislature, he was accused of being an infidel, and of having said that Jesus Christ was an illegitimate child. He never denied his opinions, nor flinched from his religious views. He was a true man, and yet it may be truthfully said that in 1837 his religion was low indeed. In his moments of gloom, he would doubt if he did not sometimes deny God. He once made me erase the name of God from a speech which I was about to make in 1854, and he did this in the city of Washington to one of his friends. I cannot now name the man, nor the place he occupied in Washington. It will be known some time. I have the evidence, and intend to keep it. Mr. Lincoln ran for Congress against the Reverend Peter Cartwright in the year 1847 or 1848. In that contest he was accused of being an infidel, if not an atheist. He never denied the charge, would not, would die first. In the first place, because he knew it could and would be proved on him, and in the second place, he was too true to his own convictions, to his own soul, to deny it. From what I know of Mr. Lincoln, and from what I have heard and verily believe, I can say, first, that he did not believe in a special creation, his idea being that all creation was an evolution under law. Secondly, that he did not believe that the Bible was a special revelation from God, as the Christian world contends. Thirdly, he did not believe in miracles as understood by the Christian world. Fourthly, he believed in universal inspiration and miracles under law. Fifthly, he did not believe that Jesus was the Christ, the Son of God, as the Christian world contends. Sixthly, he believed that all things, both matter and mind, were governed by laws universal, absolute, and eternal. All his speeches and remarks in Washington conclusively prove this. Law was to Lincoln everything, and special interferences, shams and delusions. I know whereof I speak. I used to loan him Theodore Parker's works. I loaned him Emerson sometimes, and other writers. and he would sometimes read, and sometimes would not, as I suppose, nay, know. When Mr. Lincoln left this city for Washington, I know he had undergone no change in his religious opinions or views. He held many of the Christian ideas in abhorrence, and among them there was this one, namely, that God would forgive the sinner for a violation of his laws. Lincoln maintained that God could not forgive, that punishment has to follow the sin, that Christianity was wrong in teaching forgiveness, that it tended to make man sin in the hope that God would excuse, and so forth. Lincoln contended that the minister should teach that God has a fixed punishment to sin, and that no repentance could bribe him to remit it. In one sense of the word, Mr. Lincoln was a Universalist, and in another sense he was a Unitarian. But he was a theist, as we now understand that word. He was so fully, freely, unequivocally, boldly, and openly, when asked for his views. Mr. Lincoln was supposed by many people in this city to be an atheist, and some still believe that. I can put that supposition at rest forever. I hold a letter of Mr. Lincoln in my hand, addressed to his step-brother, John D. Johnston, and dated the 12th day of January, 1851. He had heard from Johnston that his father, Thomas Lincoln, was sick, and that no hopes of his recovery were entertained. Mr. Lincoln wrote back to Mr. Johnston these words: "I sincerely hope that father may yet recover his health, but at all events tell him to remember to call upon and confide in one great and good and merciful Maker, who will not turn away from him in any extremity. He notes the fall of a sparrow, and numbers the hairs of our heads, and he will not forget the dying man who puts his trust in him. Say to him that if we could meet now, it is doubtful whether it would not be more painful than pleasant, but that if it be his lot to go now, he will soon have a joyous meeting with many loved ones gone before, and where the rest of us, through the help of God, hope ere long to join them. A. Lincoln." So it seems that Mr. Lincoln believed in God and immortality, as well as heaven, a place. He believed in no hell, and no punishment in the future world. It has been said to me that Mr. Lincoln wrote the above letter to an old man simply to cheer him up in his last moments, and that the writer did not believe what he said. The question is, was Mr. Lincoln an honest and truthful man? If he was, he wrote that letter honestly, believing it. It has to me the sound, the ring of an honest utterance. I admit that Mr. Lincoln, in his moments of melancholy and terrible gloom, was living on the borderland between theism and atheism, sometimes quite wholly dwelling in atheism. In his happier moments he would swing back to theism and dwell lovingly there. It is possible that Mr. Lincoln was not always responsible for what he said or thought. So deep, so intense, so terrible was his melancholy. I send you a lecture of mine which will help you to see what I mean. I maintain that Mr. Lincoln was a deeply religious man at all times and places, in spite of his transient doubt. Soon after Mr. Lincoln was assassinated, Mr. Holland came into my office and made some inquiries about him, stating to me his purpose of writing his life. I freely told him what he asked, and much more. He then asked me what I thought about Mr. Lincoln's religion, meaning his views of Christianity. I replied, the less said, the better. Mr. Holland has recorded my expression to him. See Holland's Life of Lincoln, page 241. I cannot say what Mr. Holland said to me, as that was private. It appears that he went and saw Mr. Newton Bateman, Superintendent of Public Instruction in this State. It appears that Mr. Bateman told Mr. Holland many things, if he is correctly represented in Holland's Life of Lincoln, pages 236 to 241 inclusive. I doubt whether Mr. Bateman said in full what is recorded there. I doubt a great deal of it. I know the whole story is untrue in substance, untrue in fact and spirit. As soon as the Life of Lincoln was out, on reading that part here referred to, I instantly sought Mr. Bateman and found him in his office. I spoke to him politely and kindly, and he spoke to me in the same manner. I said substantially to him that Mr. Holland, in order to make Mr. Lincoln a technical Christian, made him a hypocrite, and so his Life of Lincoln quite plainly says. I loved Mr. Lincoln, and was mortified, if not angry, to see him made a hypocrite. I cannot now detail what Mr. Bateman said, as it was a private conversation, and I am forbidden to make use of it in public. If some good gentleman can only get the seal of secrecy removed, I can show what was said and done. On my word, the world may take it for granted that Holland is wrong, that he does not state Mr. Lincoln's views correctly. Mr. Bateman, if correctly represented in Holland's Life of Lincoln, is the only man, the sole and only man, who dare say that Mr. Lincoln believed in Jesus as the Christ of God, as the Christian world represents. This is not a pleasant situation for Mr. Bateman. I have notes and dates of our conversation, and the world will sometime know who is truthful and who is otherwise. I doubt whether Bateman is correctly represented by Holland. My notes bear date December 3rd, 12th, and 28th, 1866. Some of our conversations were in the spring of 1866 and the fall of 1865. I do not remember ever seeing the words Jesus or Christ in print as uttered by Mr. Lincoln. If he has used these words, they can be found. He uses the word God, but seldom. I never heard him use the name of Christ or Jesus, but to confute the idea that he was the Christ, the only and truly begotten Son of God as the Christian world understands it. The idea that Mr. Lincoln carried the New Testament or Bible in his bosom or boots to draw on his opponent in debate is ridiculous. My dear sir, I now have given you my knowledge, speaking from my own experience of Mr. Lincoln's religious views. I speak likewise from the evidences carefully gathered of his religious opinions. I likewise speak from the ears and mouths of many in this city, and after all careful examination, I declare to your numerous readers that Mr. Lincoln is correctly represented here, so far as I know what truth is, and how it should be investigated. If ever there was a moment when Mr. Lincoln might have been expected to express his faith in the atonement, his trust in the merits of a living Redeemer, it was when he undertook to send a composing and comforting message to a dying man. He knew, moreover, that his father had been converted time and again, and that no exhortation would so effectively console his weak spirit in the hour of dismay and dissolution as one which depicted in the strongest terms the perfect sufficiency of Jesus to save the perishing soul. But he omitted it wholly. He did not even mention the name of Jesus, or intimate the most distant suspicion of the existence of a Christ. On the contrary, he is singularly careful to employ the word one to qualify the word Maker. It is his Maker, and not his Savior, to whom he directs the attention of a sinner in the agony of death. While it is very clear that Mr. Lincoln was at all times an infidel in the orthodox meaning of the term, it is also very clear that he was not at all times equally willing that everybody should know it. He never offered to purge or recant, but he was a wily politician, and did not disdain to regulate his religious manifestations with some reference to his political interests. As he grew older, he grew more cautious, and as his New Salem associates, and the aggressive deists with whom he originally united at Springfield, gradually dispersed or fell away from his side, he appreciated more and more keenly the violence and extent of the religious prejudices which freedom in discussion from his standpoint would be sure to arouse against him. He saw the immense and augmenting power of the churches, and in times past had practically felt it. The imputation of infidelity had seriously injured him in several of his earlier political contests, and, sobered by age and experience, he was resolved that the same imputation should injure him no more. Aspiring to lead religious communities, he foresaw that he must not appear as an enemy within their gates. Aspiring to public honors under the auspices of a political party which persistently summoned religious people to assist in the extirpation of that which is denounced as the nation's sin. He foresaw that he could not ask their suffrage whilst aspersing their faith. He received no reason for changing his convictions, but he did perceive many good and cogent reasons for not making them public. Colonel Matheny alleges that from 1854 to 1860, Mr. Lincoln played a sharp game upon the Christians of Springfield, treading their toes and saying, "Come and convert me." Mr. Herndon is inclined to coincide with Matheny, and both give the obvious explanation of such conduct, that is to say, his morbid ambition, coupled with a mortal fear that his popularity would suffer by an open avowal of his deistic convictions. At any rate, Mr. Lincoln permitted himself to be misunderstood and misrepresented by some enthusiastic ministers and exhorters with whom he came in contact. Among these was the Reverend Mr. Smith, then pastor of the First Presbyterian Church of Springfield, and afterwards consul at Dundee in Scotland under Mr. Lincoln's appointment. The abilities of this gentleman to discuss such a topic to the edification of a man like Mr. Lincoln seem to have been rather slender, but the chance of converting so distinguished a person inspired him with a zeal which he might not have felt for the salvation of an obscurer soul. Mr. Lincoln listened to his exhortations in silence, apparently respectful, and occasionally sat out his sermons in church with as much patience as other people. Finding these oral appeals unavailing, Mr. Smith composed a heavy tract out of his own head to suit the particular case. "The preparation of that work," says he, "cost me long and arduous labor, but it does not appear to have been read. Mr. Lincoln took the work to his office, laid it down without writing his name on it, and never took it up again to the knowledge of a man who inhabited that office with him, and who saw it lying in the same spot every day for months." Subsequently, Mr. Smith drew from Mr. Lincoln an acknowledgment that his argument was unanswerable, not a very high compliment under the circumstances, but one to which Mr. Smith often referred afterwards with great delight. He never asserted, as some have supposed, that Mr. Lincoln was converted from the error of his ways, that he abandoned his infidel opinions, or that he united himself with any Christian church. On the contrary, when specially interrogated on these points by Mr. Herndon, he refused to answer on the ground that Mr. Herndon was not a proper person to receive such a communication. Mr. Newton Bateman is reported to have said a few days before the presidential election of 1860, Mr. Lincoln came into his office, closed the door against intrusion, and proposed to examine a book which had been furnished him at his own request, containing a careful canvass of the city of Springfield, showing the candidate for whom each citizen had declared his intention to vote at the approaching election. He ascertained that only 3 ministers of the gospel out of 23 would vote for him, and that of the prominent church members a very large majority were against him. Mr. Bateman does not say so directly, but the inference is plain that Mr. Lincoln had not previously known what were the sentiments of the Christian people who lived with him in Springfield. He had never before taken the trouble to inquire whether they were for him or against him. At all events, when he made the discovery out of the book, he wept and declared that he did not understand it at all. He drew from his bosom a pocket New Testament, and with a trembling voice and cheeks wet with tears, quoted it against his political opponents generally, and especially against Douglas. He professed to believe that the opinions adopted by him and his party were derived from the teachings of Christ, averred that Christ was God, and speaking of the Testament which he carried in his bosom, called it "this rock on which I stand." When Mr. Bateman expressed surprise, and told him that his friends generally were ignorant that he entertained such sentiments, he gave this answer quickly: "I know they are. I am obliged to appear different to them." Mr. Bateman is a respectable citizen, whose general reputation for truth and veracity is not to be impeached. But his story, as reported in Holland's Life, is so inconsistent with Mr. Lincoln's whole character that it must be rejected as altogether incredible. From the time of the Democratic split in the Baltimore Convention, Mr. Lincoln, as well as every other politician of the smallest sagacity, knew that his success was as certain as any future event could be. At the end of October, most of the States had clearly voted in a way which left no lingering doubts of the final result of November. If there ever was a time in his life when ambition charmed his whole heart, if it could ever be said of him that hope elevated and joy brightened his crest, it was on the eve of that election which he saw was to lift him at last to the high place for which he had sighed and struggled so long. It was not then that he would mourn and weep because he was in danger of not getting the votes of the ministers and members of the churches he had known during many years for his steadfast opponents. He did not need them, and had not expected them. Those who understood him best are very sure that he never, under any circumstances, could have fallen into such weakness, not even when his fortunes were at the lowest point of depression, as to play the part of a hypocrite for their support. Neither is it possible that he was at any loss about the reasons which religious men had for refusing him their support, and if he said that he could not understand it at all, he must have spoken falsely. But the worst part of the tale is Mr. Lincoln's acknowledgment that his friends generally were deceived concerning his religious sentiments, and that he was obliged to appear different to them. According to this version, which has had considerable currency, he carried a Testament in his bosom, carefully hidden from his intimate associates. He believed that Christ was God, yet his friends understood him to deny the veracity of the gospel. He based his political doctrines on the teachings of the Bible, yet before all men except Mr. Bateman he habitually acted the part of an unbeliever and reprobate, because he was obliged to appear different to them. How obliged? What compulsion required him to deny that Christ was God if he really believed him to be divine? Or did he put his political necessities above the obligations of truth, and oppose Christianity against his convictions, that he might win the favor of its enemies? It may be that his mere silence was sometimes misunderstood, but he never made an express avowal of any religious opinion which he did not entertain. He did not appear different at one time from what he was at another, and certainly he never put on infidelity as a mere mask to conceal his Christian character from the world. There is no dealing with Mr. Bateman except by a flat contradiction. Perhaps his memory was treacherous, or his imagination led him astray, or, peradventure, he thought a fraud no harm, if it gratified the strong desire of the public for proofs of Mr. Lincoln's orthodoxy. It is nothing to the purpose that Mr. Lincoln said once or twice that he thought this or that portion of the Scripture was the product of divine inspiration, for he was one of the class who hold that all truth is inspired, and that every human being with a mind and a conscience is a prophet. He would have agreed much more readily with one who taught that Newton's discoveries, or Bacon's philosophy, or one of his own speeches, were the works of men divinely inspired above their fellows. But he never told anyone that he accepted Jesus as the Christ, or performed a single one of the acts which necessarily follow upon such a conviction. At Springfield and at Washington he was beset on the one hand by political priests, and on the other by honest and prayerful Christians. He despised the former, he respected the latter, and he had use for both. He said with characteristic irreverence that he would not undertake to run the churches by military authority, but he was nevertheless alive to the importance of letting the churches run themselves in the interest of his party. Indefinite expressions about divine providence, the justice of God, the favor of the Most High, were easy and were not inconsistent with his religious notions. In this, accordingly, he indulged freely. But never in all that time did he let fall from his lips or his pen an expression which remotely implied the slightest faith in Jesus as the Son of God and the Savior of men. The effect of Mr. Lincoln's unbelief did not affect his constitutional love of justice. Though he rejected the New Testament as a book of divine authority, he accepted the practical part of its precepts as binding upon him by virtue of natural law. The benevolence of his impulses served to keep him for the most part within the limits to which a Christian is confined by the fear of God. It is also true beyond doubt that he was greatly influenced by the reflected force of Christianity. If he did not believe it, the masses of the plain people did, and no one ever was more anxious to do whatsoever was of good report among men. To qualify himself as a witness or an officer, it was frequently necessary that he should take oaths, and he always appealed to the Christian's God, either by laying his hand upon the Gospels or by some other form of invocation common among believers. Of course the ceremony was superfluous, for it imposed no religious obligation upon him, but his strong innate sense of right was sufficient to make him truthful, without that high and awful sanction which faith in divine revelation would have carried with it. Mr. Lincoln was by no means free from a kind of belief in the supernatural. While he rejected the great facts of Christianity as wanting the support of authentic evidence, his mind was readily impressed with the most absurd superstitions. Note: he had great faith in the strong sense of country people, and he gave them credit for greater intelligence than most men do. If he found an idea prevailing generally amongst them, he believed there was something in it, although it might not harmonize with science. He had great faith in the virtues of the mad stone, although he could give no reason for it, and confessed that it looked like superstition. But he said he found the people in the neighborhood of these stones fully impressed with a belief in their virtues from actual experiment, and that was about as much as we could ever know of the properties of medicines. Gillespie. When his son Bob was supposed to have been bitten by a rabid dog, Mr. Lincoln took him to Terre Haute, where there was a mad stone, with the intention of having it applied, and, it is presumed, did so. Mrs. Wallace. End note. He lived constantly in the serious conviction that he was himself the subject of a special decree made by some unknown and mysterious power, for which he had no name. The birth and death of Christ, his wonderful works, and his resurrection as the first fruits of them that slept, Mr. Lincoln denied, because they seemed naturally improbable, or inconsistent with his philosophy so called. But his perverted credulity terrified him when he saw two images of himself in a mirror. It is very probable that much of Mr. Lincoln's unhappiness, the melancholy that dripped from him as he walked, was due to his want of religious faith. When the black fit was on him, he suffered as much mental misery as Bunyan or Cowper in the deepest anguish of their conflicts with the evil one. But the unfortunate conviction fastened upon him by his early associations, that there was no truth in the Bible, made all consolation impossible and penitence useless. To a man of his temperament, predisposed as it was to depression of spirits, there could be no chance of happiness, if doomed to live without hope and without God in the world. He might force himself to be merry with his chosen comrades. He might banish sadness in mirthful conversation, or find relief in jest. Gratified ambition might elevate his feelings and give him ease for a time. But solid comfort and permanent peace could come to him only through a correspondence fixed with heaven. The fatal misfortune of his life, looking at it only as it affected him in this world, was the influence at New Salem and Springfield, which enlisted him on the side of unbelief. He paid the bitter penalty in a life of misery. It was a grievous sin in Caesar, and grievously hath Caesar answered it. Very truly, W. H. Herndon. End of Section 31.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 20, Part 1. On the 11th of February, 1861, the arrangements for Mr. Lincoln's departure from Springfield were completed. It was intended to occupy the time remaining between that date and the 4th of March, with a grand tour from State to State and city to city. One Mr. Wood, "recommended by Senator Seward," was the chief manager. He provided special trains to be preceded by pilot engines all the way through. It was a gloomy day. Heavy clouds floated overhead, and a cold rain was falling. Long before 8 o'clock, a great mass of people had collected at the station of the Great Western Railway to witness the event of the day. At precisely 5 minutes before 8, Mr. Lincoln, preceded by Mr. Wood, emerged from a private room in the depot building, and passed slowly to the car, the people falling back respectfully on either side, and as many as possible shaking his hands. Having finally reached the train, he ascended the rear platform, and, facing about to the throng which had closed around him, drew himself up to his full height, removed his hat, and stood for several seconds in profound silence. His eye roved sadly over that sea of upturned faces, and he thought he read in them again the sympathy and friendship which he had often tried, and which he had never needed more than he did then. There was an unusual quiver in his lip, and a still more unusual tear on his shriveled cheek. His solemn manner, his long silence, were as full of melancholy eloquence as any words he could have uttered. What did he think of? Of the mighty changes which had lifted him from the lowest to the highest estate on earth? Of the weary road which had brought him to this lofty summit? Of his poor mother lying beneath the tangled underbrush in a distant forest? Of that other grave in the quiet Concord cemetery? Whatever the particular character of his thoughts, it is evident that they were retrospective and painful. To those who were anxiously waiting to catch words upon which the fate of the nation might hang, it seemed long until he had mastered his feelings sufficiently to speak. At length he began in a husky tone of voice, and slowly and impressively delivered his farewell to his neighbors. Imitating his example, every man in the crowd stood with his head uncovered in the fast falling rain. "Friends, no one who has never been placed in a like position can understand my feelings at this hour, nor the oppressive sadness I feel at this parting. For more than a quarter of a century I have lived among you, and during all that time I have received nothing but kindness at your hands. Here I have lived from my youth until now I am an old man. Here the most sacred ties of earth were assumed. Here all my children were born, and here one of them lies buried. To you, dear friends, I owe all that I have, all that I am. All the strange, checkered past seems to crowd now upon my mind. To-day I leave you. I go to assume a task more difficult than that which devolved upon Washington. Unless the great God, who assisted him, shall be with and aid me, I must fail. But if the same omniscient mind and almighty arm that directed and protected him shall guide and support me, I shall not fail. I shall succeed. Let us all pray that the God of our fathers may not forsake us now. To him I commend you all. Permit me to ask, that, with equal security and faith, you will invoke his wisdom and guidance for me. With these few words I must leave you. For how long I know not. Friends, one and all, I must now bid you an affectionate farewell." "It was a most impressive scene," said the editor of the Journal. "We have known Mr. Lincoln for many years. We have heard him speak upon 100 different occasions, but we never saw him so profoundly affected, nor did he ever utter an address which seemed to us so full of simple and touching eloquence, so exactly adapted to the occasion, so worthy of the man and the hour." At 8 o'clock the train rolled out of Springfield amid the cheers of the populace. 4 years later, a funeral train, covered with the emblems of splendid mourning, rolled into the same city, bearing a discolored corpse, whose obsequies were being celebrated in every part of the civilized world. Along with Mr. Lincoln's family in the special car were Governor Yates, ex-Governor Moore, Dr. Wallace, Mr. Lincoln's brother-in-law, Mr. Judd, Mr. Browning, Judge Davis, Colonel Ellsworth, Colonel Lamon, and private secretaries Nicolay and Hay. It has been asserted that an attempt was made to throw the train off the track between Springfield and Indianapolis, and also that a hand grenade was found on board at Cincinnati. But no evidence of the fact is given in either case, and none of the presidential party ever heard of these murderous doings until they read of them in some of the more imaginative reports of their trip. Full accounts of this journey were spread broadcast over the country at the time, and have been collected and printed in various books. But, except for the speeches of the President-elect, those accounts possess no particular interest at this day, and of the speeches we shall present here, only such extracts as express his thoughts and feelings about the impending Civil War. In the heat of the late canvass, he had written the following private letter: Springfield, Illinois, August 15, 1860. John B. Fry, Esquire. My dear Sir, yours of the 9th, enclosing the letter of Hon. John M. Botts, was duly received. The latter is herewith returned according to your request. It contains one of the many assurances I received from the South, that in no probable event will there be any very formidable effort to break up the Union. The people of the South have too much of good sense and good temper to attempt the ruin of the government, rather than see it administered as it was administered by the men who made it. At least, so I hope and believe. I thank you both for your own letter, and a sight of that of Mr. Botts. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln. The opinion expressed in the letter as to the probability of war does not appear to have undergone any material change or modification during the eventful months which had intervened, for he expressed it in much stronger terms at almost every stage of his progress to Washington. At Toledo he said, "I am leaving you on an errand of national importance, attended, as you are aware, with considerable difficulties. Let us believe, as some poet has expressed it, 'Behind the cloud the sun is shining still.'" At Indianapolis, "I am here to thank you for this magnificent welcome, and still more for the very generous support given by your State to that political cause, which, I think, is the true and just cause of the whole country, and the whole world. Solomon says, 'There is a time to keep silence,' and when men wrangle by the mouth, with no certainty that they mean the same thing while using the same words, it perhaps were as well if they would keep silence. The words coercion and invasion are much used in these days, and often with some temper and hot blood. Let us make sure, if we can, that we do not misunderstand the meaning of those who use them. Let us get the exact definitions of these words, not from dictionaries, but from the men themselves, who certainly deprecate the things they would represent by the use of the words. What, then, is coercion? What is invasion? Would the marching of an army into South Carolina, without the consent of her people, and with hostile intent toward them, be invasion? I certainly think it would; and it would be coercion also if the South Carolinians were forced to submit. But if the United States should merely hold and retake its own forts and other property, and collect the duties on foreign importations, or even withhold the mails from places where they were habitually violated, would any or all of these things be invasion or coercion? Do our professed lovers of the Union, who spitefully resolve that they will resist coercion and invasion, understand that such things as these, on the part of the United States, would be coercion or invasion of a State? If so, their idea of means to preserve the object of their great affection would seem to be exceedingly thin and airy. If sick, the little pills of the homeopathist will be much too large for them to swallow. In their view, the Union, as a family relation, would seem to be no regular marriage, but rather a sort of free love arrangement, to be maintained on passional attraction." At Columbus, "allusion has been made to the interest felt in relation to the policy of the new administration. In this I have received from some a degree of credit for having kept silence, from others some depreciation. I still think I was right. In the varying and repeatedly shifting scenes of the present, without a precedent which could enable me to judge for the past, it has seemed fitting that, before speaking upon the difficulties of the country, I should have gained a view of the whole field. To be sure, after all, I would be at liberty to modify and change the course of policy as future events might make a change necessary. I have not maintained silence from any want of real anxiety. It is a good thing that there is no more than anxiety, for there is nothing going wrong. It is a consoling circumstance that when we look out there is nothing that really hurts anybody. We entertain different views upon political questions, but nobody is suffering anything. This is a most consoling circumstance, and from it I judge that all we want is time and patience, and a reliance on that God who has never forsaken this people." At Pittsburgh, "notwithstanding the troubles across the river, there is really no crisis springing from anything in the government itself. In plain words, there is really no crisis, except an artificial one. What is there now to warrant the condition of affairs presented by our friends over the river? Take even their own view of the questions involved, and there is nothing to justify the course which they are pursuing. I repeat it, then, there is no crisis, except such a one as may be gotten up at any time by turbulent men, aided by designing politicians. My advice, then, under such circumstances, is to keep cool. If the great American people will only keep their temper on both sides of the line, the trouble will come to an end, and the question which now distracts the country will be settled just as surely as all other difficulties of like character which have originated in this government have been adjusted. Let the people on both sides keep their self-possession, and, just as other clouds have cleared away in due time, so will this, and this great nation shall continue to prosper as heretofore." At Cleveland, "frequent allusion is made to the excitement at present existing in our national politics, and it is as well that I should also allude to it here. I think that there is no occasion for any excitement. The crisis, as it is called, is altogether an artificial crisis. As I said before, this crisis is all artificial. It has no foundation in fact. It was not argued up, as the saying is, and cannot be argued down. Let it alone, and it will go down itself." Before the Legislature of New York, "When the time comes, according to the custom of the government, I shall speak, and speak as well as I am able, for the good of the present and of the future of this country, for the good of the North and of the South, for the good of one and of the other, and of all sections of it. In the meantime, if we have patience, if we maintain our equanimity, though some may allow themselves to run off in a burst of passion, I still have confidence that the Almighty Ruler of the universe, through the instrumentality of this great and intelligent people, can and will bring us through this difficulty, as he has heretofore brought us through all preceding difficulties of this country. Relying upon this, and again thanking you, as I forever shall, in my heart, for this generous reception you have given me, I bid you farewell." In response to the mayor of New York City, who had said, "To you, therefore, chosen under the forms of the Constitution as the head of the Confederacy, we look for a restoration of the fraternal relations between the States, only to be accomplished by peaceful and conciliatory means, aided by the wisdom of Almighty God." Mr. Lincoln said, "In regard to the difficulties that confront us at this time, and of which you have seen fit to speak so becomingly and so justly, I can only say that I agree with the sentiments expressed." At Trenton, I shall endeavor to take the ground I deem most just to the North, the East, the West, the South, and the whole country. I take it, I hope, in good temper, certainly with no malice towards any section. I shall do all that may be in my power to promote a peaceful settlement of all our difficulties. The man does not live who is more devoted to peace than I am, none who would do more to preserve it. But it may be necessary to put the foot down firmly, and if I do my duty and do right, you will sustain me, will you not? Received as I am by the members of a legislature, the majority of whom do not agree with me in political sentiments, I trust that I may have their assistance in piloting the ship of state through this voyage, surrounded by perils as it is, for, if it should suffer shipwreck now, there will be no pilot ever needed for another voyage. At Philadelphia, It is true, as your worthy mayor has said, that there is anxiety among the citizens of the United States at this time. I deem it a happy circumstance that this dissatisfied portion of our fellow citizens do not point us to any thing in which they are being injured, or are about to be injured, for which reason I have felt all the while justified in concluding that the crisis, the panic, the anxiety of the country at this time is artificial. If there be those who differ with me upon this subject, they have not pointed out the substantial difficulty that exists. I do not mean to say that an artificial panic may not do considerable harm. That it has done such I do not deny. The hope that has been expressed by your mayor, that I may be able to restore peace, harmony, and prosperity to the country, is most worthy of him. And happy indeed will I be if I shall be able to verify and fulfill that hope. I promise you, in all sincerity, that I bring to the work a sincere heart. Whether I will bring a head equal to that heart will be for future times to determine. It were useless for me to speak of details or plans now. I shall speak officially next Monday week, if ever. If I should not speak then, it were useless for me to do so now. At Philadelphia again, Now, in my view of the present aspect of affairs, there need be no bloodshed or war. There is no necessity for it. I am not in favor of such a course, and I may say in advance that there will be no bloodshed unless it is forced upon the government, and then it will be compelled to act in self-defense. At Harrisburg, I recur for a moment but to repeat some words uttered at the hotel in regard to what has been said about the military support which the general government may expect from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in a proper emergency. To guard against any possible mistake, do I recur to this. It is not with any pleasure that I contemplate the possibility that a necessity may arise in this country for the use of the military arm. While I am exceedingly gratified to see the manifestation upon your streets of your military force here, and exceedingly gratified at your promise here to use that force upon a proper emergency, while I make these acknowledgments, I desire to repeat, in order to preclude any possible misconstruction, that I do most sincerely hope that we shall have no use for them, that it will never become their duty to shed blood, and most especially never to shed fraternal blood. I promise that, so far as I have wisdom to direct, if so painful a result shall in any wise be brought about it shall be through no fault of mine. Whilst Mr. Lincoln, in the midst of his suite and attendants, was being borne in triumph through the streets of Philadelphia, and a countless multitude of people were shouting themselves hoarse, and jostling and crushing each other around his carriage wheels, Mr. Felton, the president of the Philadelphia, Wilmington, and Baltimore Railway, was engaged with a private detective discussing the details of an alleged conspiracy to murder him in Baltimore. Some months before, Mr. Felton, apprehending danger to the bridges along his line, had taken this man into his pay, and sent him to Baltimore to spy out and report any plot that might be found for their destruction. Taking with him a couple of other men and a woman, the detective went about his business with the zeal which necessarily marks his peculiar profession.
He set up as a stockbroker under an assumed name, opened an office, and became a vehement secessionist. His agents were instructed to act with the duplicity which such men generally use, to be rabid on the subject of "Southern rights," to suggest all manner of crimes in vindication of them; and if, by these arts, corresponding sentiments should be elicited from their victims, the job might be considered as prospering. Of course they readily found out what everybody else knew, that Maryland was in a state of great alarm, that her people were forming military associations, and that Governor Hicks was doing his utmost to furnish them with arms, on condition that the arms, in case of need, should be turned against the Federal Government. Whether they detected any plan to burn bridges or not, the chief detective does not relate; but it appears that he soon deserted that inquiry, and got, or pretended to get, upon a scent that promised a heavier reward. Being intensely ambitious to shine in the professional way, and something of a politician besides, it struck him that it would be a particularly fine thing to discover a dreadful plot to assassinate the President-elect, and he discovered it accordingly. It was easy to get that far; to furnish tangible proofs of an imaginary conspiracy was a more different matter. But Baltimore was seething with political excitement. Numerous strangers from the far South crowded its hotels and boarding houses. Great numbers of mechanics and laborers out of employment encumbered its streets, and everywhere politicians, merchants, mechanics, laborers, and loafers were engaged in heated discussions about the anticipated war, and the probability of Northern troops being marched through Maryland to slaughter and pillage beyond the Potomac. It would seem like an easy thing to beguile a few individuals of this angry and excited multitude into the expression of some criminal desire; and the opportunity was not wholly lost, although the limited success of the detective under such favorable circumstances is absolutely wonderful. He put his shadows upon several persons, whom it suited his pleasure to suspect, and the shadows pursued their work with the keen zest and the cool treachery of their kind. They reported daily to their chief in writing, as he reported in turn to his employer. These documents were neither edifying nor useful. They proved nothing but the baseness of the vocation which gave them existence. They were furnished to Mr. Herndon in full, under the impression that partisan feeling had extinguished in him the love of truth, and the obligations of candor, as it had in many writers who preceded him on the same subject matter. They have been carefully and thoroughly read, analyzed, examined, and compared, with an earnest and conscientious desire to discover the truth, if, perchance, any trace of truth might be in them. The process of investigation began with a strong bias in favor of the conclusion at which the detective had arrived. For 10 years the author implicitly believed in the reality of the atrocious plot which these spies were supposed to have detected and thwarted; and for 10 years he had pleased himself with the reflection that he also had done something to defeat the bloody purpose of the assassins. It was a conviction which could scarcely have been overthrown by evidence less powerful than the detective's weak and contradictory account of his own case. In that account there is literally nothing to sustain the accusation, and much to rebut it. It is perfectly manifest that there is no conspiracy of 100, of 50, of 20, of 3, no definite purpose in the heart of even one man to murder Mr. Lincoln at Baltimore. The reports are all in the form of personal narratives, and for the most relate when the spies went to bed, when they rose, where they ate, what saloons and brothels they visited, and what blackguards they met and drinked with. One of them shadowed a loud-mouthed drinking fellow named Luckett, and another a poor scapegrace and braggart named Hilliard. These wretches drinked and talked a great deal, hung about bars, haunted disreputable houses, were constantly half drunk, and easily excited to use big and threatening words by the faithless protestations and cunning management of the spies. Thus Hilliard was made to say that he thought a man who should act the part of Brutus in these times would deserve well of his country; and Luckett was induced to declare that he knew a man who would kill Lincoln. At length the great arch-conspirator, the Brutus, the Orsini of the New World, to whom Luckett and Hilliard, the National Volunteers, and all such, were as mere puppets, condescended to reveal himself in the most obliging and confiding manner. He made no mystery of his cruel and desperate scheme. He did not guard it as a dangerous secret, or choose his confidants with the circumspection which political criminals, and especially assassins, have generally thought proper to observe. Very many persons knew what he was about, and he levied on their friends for small sums, $5, $10, and $20, to further the captain's plan. Even Luckett was deep enough in the awful plot to raise money for it, and when he took one of the spies to a public bar-room, and introduced him to the captain, the latter sat down and talked it all over without the slightest reserve. When was there ever before such a loud-mouthed conspirator, such a trustful and innocent assassin? His name was Ferrandina, his occupation that of a barber, his place of business beneath Barnum's Hotel, where the sign of the bloodthirsty villain still invites the unsuspecting public to come in for a shave. "Mr. Luckett," so the spy relates, said that he was not going home this evening, and if I would meet him at Barr's saloon on South Street, he would introduce me to Ferrandina. This was unexpected to me, but I determined to take the chances, and agreed to meet Mr. Luckett at the place named at 7 p.m. Mr. Luckett left about 2:30 p.m., and I went to dinner. I was at the office in the afternoon, in hopes that Mr. Felton might call, but he did not, and at 6:15 p.m. I went to supper. After supper I went to Barr's saloon, and found Mr. Luckett and several other gentlemen there. He asked me to drink, and introduced me to Captain Ferrandina and Captain Turner. He eulogized me very highly as a neighbor of his, and told Ferrandina that I was the gentleman who had given the $25 he, Luckett, had given to Ferrandina. Conversation at once got into politics, and Ferrandina, who was a fine-looking, intelligent-appearing person, became very excited. He shows the Italian in him, I think, a very marked degree, and although excited, yet was cooler than what I had believed was the general characteristic of Italians. He has lived South for many years, and is thoroughly imbued with the idea that the South must rule, that they, Southerners, have been outraged in their rights by the election of Lincoln, and fully justified resorting to any means to prevent Lincoln from taking his seat. And as he spoke, his eyes fairly glared and glistened, and his whole frame quivered. But he was fully conscious of all he was doing. He is a man well calculated for controlling and directing the ardent-minded. He is an enthusiast, and believes that, to use his own words, murder of any kind is justifiable, and right to save the rights of the Southern people. In all his views he was ably seconded by Captain Turner. Captain Turner is an American, but although very much of a gentleman, and possessing warm Southern feelings, he is not by any means so dangerous a man as Ferrandina. As his ability for exciting others is less powerful, but that he is a bold and proud man there is no doubt, as also that he is entirely under the control of Ferrandina. In fact, it could not be otherwise, for even I myself felt the influence of this man's strange power, and, wrong though I know him to be, I felt strangely unable to keep my mind balanced against him. Ferrandina said, "Never, never shall Lincoln be president. His life, Ferrandina's, was of no consequence. He was willing to give it up for Lincoln's. He would sell it for that. Abolitionists, and as Orsini had given his life for Italy, so was he, Ferrandina, ready to die for his country and the rights of the South. And," said Ferrandina, turning to Captain Turner, "we shall all die together. We shall show the North that we fear them not. Every man, Captain," said he, "will on that day prove himself a hero. The first shot fired, the main traitor Lincoln dead, and all Maryland will be with us, and the South shall be free, and the North must then be ours." "Mr. Hutchins," said Ferrandina, "if I alone must do it, I shall. Lincoln shall die in this city." Whilst we were talking, we, Mr. Luckett, Turner, Ferrandina, and myself, were alone in one corner of the bar-room, and, while talking, two strangers had got pretty near us. Mr. Luckett called Ferrandina's attention to this, and intimated that they were listening, and we went up to the bar, drank again at my expense, and again retired to another part of the room, at Ferrandina's request, to see if the strangers would again follow us. Whether by accident or design, they again got near us, but of course we were not talking of any matter of consequence. Ferrandina said he suspected they were spies, and suggested that he had to attend a secret meeting, and was apprehensive that the two strangers might follow him; and, at Mr. Luckett's request, I remained with him (Luckett) to watch the movements of the strangers. I assured Ferrandina that, if they would attempt to follow him, that we would whip them. Ferrandina and Turner left to attend the meeting, and, anxious as I was to follow them myself, I was obliged to remain with Mr. Luckett to watch the strangers, which we did for about 15 minutes, when Mr. Luckett said that he should go to a friend's to stay overnight, and I left for my hotel, arriving there at about 9 p.m., and soon retired." It is in a secret communication between hireling spies and paid informers that these ferocious sentiments are attributed to the poor knight of the soap pot. No disinterested person would believe the story upon such evidence, and it would appear hereafter that even the detective felt that it was too weak to mention among his strong points at that decisive moment when he revealed all he knew to the President and his friends. It is probably a mere fiction. If it had had any foundation in fact, we are inclined to believe that the sprightly and eloquent barber would have dangled a rope's end long since. He would hardly have been left to shave and plot in peace, while the members of the Legislature, the police marshal, and numerous private gentlemen were locked up in federal prisons. When Mr. Lincoln was actually slain, 4 years later, and the cupidity of the detectives was excited by enormous rewards, Ferrandina was totally unmolested. But even if Ferrandina really said all that is here imputed to him, he did no more than many others around him were doing at the same time. He drank and talked, and made swelling speeches, but he never took, nor seriously thought of taking, the first step toward the frightful tragedy he is said to have contemplated. The detectives are cautious not to include in the supposed plot to murder any person of eminence, power, or influence. Their game is all of the smaller sort, and, as they conceived, easily taken, witless vagabonds like Hilliard and Luckett, and a barber whose calling indicates his character and associations. They had no fault to find with the governor of the State. He is rather a lively trimmer, to be sure, and very anxious to turn up at last on the winning side. But it was manifestly impossible that one in such exalted station could meditate murder. Yet, if they had pushed their inquiries with an honest desire to get at the truth, they might have found much stronger evidence against the governor than that which they pretended to have found against the barber. In the governor's case, the evidence is documentary, written, authentic, over his own hand, clear and conclusive as pen and ink could make it. As early as the previous November, Governor Hicks had written the following letter, and, notwithstanding its treasonable and murderous import, the writer became conspicuously loyal before spring, and lived to reap splendid rewards and high honors under the auspices of the Federal Government, as the most patriotic and devoted Union man in Maryland. The person to whom the letter was addressed was equally fortunate, and, instead of drawing out his comrades in the field to "kill Lincoln and his men," he was sent to Congress by power exerted from Washington, at a time when the administration selected the representatives of Maryland, and performed all his duties right loyally and acceptably. Shall one be taken and another left? Shall Hicks go to the Senate, and Webster to Congress, while the poor barber is held to the silly words which he is alleged to have sputtered out between drinks in a low groggery, under the blandishments and encouragements of an eager spy, itching for his reward? State of Maryland, Executive Chamber, Annapolis, November 9, 1860. Hon. E. H. Webster. My dear Sir, I have pleasure in acknowledging receipt of your favor, introducing a very clever gentleman to my acquaintance, though a demo. I regret to say that we have, at this time, no arms on hand to distribute, but assure you at the earliest possible moment your company shall have arms. They have complied with all the requirement on their part. We have some delay, in consequence of contracts with Georgia and Alabama, ahead of us. We expect at an early day an additional supply, and if first received, your people shall be furnished. Will they be good men to send out to kill Lincoln and his men? If not, suppose the arms would be better sent south. How does late election sit with you? 'Tis too bad. Hartford, nothing to reproach yourself for. Your obedient servant, Thomas H. Hicks. End of Chapter 20. Part 1. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 20, Part 2 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 20, Part 2. With the presidential party was Honorable Norman B. Judd. He was supposed to exercise unbounded influence over the new president, and with him, therefore, the detective opened communications. At various places along the route, Mr. Judd was given vague hints of the impending danger, accompanied by the usual assurances of the skill and activity of the patriots, who were periling their lives in a rebel city to save that of the chief magistrate. When he reached New York, he was met by the woman who had originally gone with the other spies to Baltimore. She had urgent messages from her chief, messages that disturbed Mr. Judd exceedingly. The detective was anxious to meet Mr. Judd and the President, and a meeting was accordingly arranged to take place at Philadelphia. Mr. Lincoln reached Philadelphia on the afternoon of the 21st. The detective had arrived in the morning, and improved the interval to impress and enlist Mr. Felton. In the evening he got Mr. Judd and Mr. Felton into his room at the St. Louis Hotel, and told them all he had learned. He dwelt at large on the fierce temper of the Baltimore secessionists, on the loose talk he had heard about fireballs or hand grenades, on a privateer said to be moored somewhere in the bay, on the organization called National Volunteers, on the fact that, eavesdropping at Barnum's Hotel, he had overheard Marshal Kane intimate that he would not supply a police force on some undefined occasion. But what the occasion was he did not know. He made much of his miserable victim Hilliard, whom he held up as a perfect type of the class from which danger was to be apprehended. But, concerning Captain Fernandina and his threats, he said, according to his own account, not a single word. He had opened his case, his whole case, and stated it as strongly as he could. Mr. Judd was very much startled, and was sure that it would be extremely imprudent for Mr. Lincoln to pass through Baltimore in open daylight, according to the published programme. But he thought the detective ought to see the President himself, and, as it was wearing toward 9 o'clock, there was no time to lose. It was agreed that the part taken by the detective and Mr. Felton should be kept secret from every one but the President. Mr. Sanford, president of the American Telegraph Company, had also been cooperating in the business, and the same stipulation was made with regard to him. Mr. Judd went to his own room at the Continental, and the detective followed. The crowd in the hotel was very dense, and it took some time to get a message to Mr. Lincoln. But it finally reached him, and he responded in person. Mr. Judd introduced the detective, and the latter told his story over again, with a single variation. This time he mentioned the name of Fernandina, along with Hilliard's, but gave no more prominence to one than to the other. Mr. Judd and the detective wanted Lincoln to leave for Washington that night. This he flatly refused to do. He had engagements with the people, he said, to raise a flag over Independence Hall in the morning, and to exhibit himself at Harrisburg in the afternoon, and these engagements he would not break in any event. But he would raise the flag, go to Harrisburg, get away quietly in the evening, and permit himself to be carried to Washington in the way they thought best. Even this, however, he conceded with great reluctance.
he condescended to cross-examine the detective on some parts of his narrative, but at no time did he seem in the least degree alarmed. He was earnestly requested not to communicate the change of plan to any member of his party, except Mr. Judd, nor permit even a suspicion of it to cross the mind of another. To this he replied that he would be compelled to tell Mrs. Lincoln, "and he thought it likely that she would insist upon W. H. Lamon going with him; but, aside from that, no one should know." In the meantime, Mr. Seward had also discovered the conspiracy. He dispatched his son to Philadelphia to warn the President-elect of the terrible plot into whose meshes he was about to run. Mr. Lincoln turned him over to Judd, and Judd told him that he already knew all about it. He went away with just enough information to enable his father to anticipate the exact moment of Mr. Lincoln's surreptitious arrival in Washington. Early on the morning of the 22d, Mr. Lincoln raised the flag over Independence Hall, and departed for Harrisburg. On the way, Mr. Judd "gave him a full and precise detail of the arrangements that had been made" the previous night. After the conference with the detective, Mr. Sanford, Colonel Scott, Mr. Felton, railroad and telegraph officials, had been sent for, and came to Mr. Judd's room. They occupied nearly the whole of the night in perfecting the plan. It was finally understood that about 6 o'clock the next evening Mr. Lincoln should slip away from the Jones Hotel at Harrisburg, in company with a single member of his party. A special car and engine would be provided for him on the track outside the depot. All other trains on the road would be sidetracked until this one had passed. Mr. Sanford would forward skilled telegraph climbers, and see that all the wires leading out of Harrisburg were cut at 6 o'clock, and kept down until it was known that Mr. Lincoln had reached Washington in safety. The detective would meet Mr. Lincoln at the West Philadelphia depot with a carriage, and conduct him by a circuitous route to the Philadelphia, Wilmington, and Baltimore depot. Berths for 4 would be pre-engaged in the sleeping car attached to the regular midnight train for Baltimore. This train Mr. Felton would cause to be detained until the conductor should receive a package, containing important government dispatches, addressed to E. J. Allen, Willard's Hotel, Washington. This package was made up of old newspapers, carefully wrapped and sealed, and delivered to the detective to be used as soon as Mr. Lincoln was lodged in the car. Mr. Lincoln approved of the plan, and signified his readiness to acquiesce. Then Mr. Judd, forgetting the secrecy which the spy had so impressively enjoined, told Mr. Lincoln that the step he was about to take was one of such transcendent importance that he thought "it should be communicated to the other gentlemen of the party." Mr. Lincoln said, "You can do as you like about that." Mr. Judd now changed his seat, and Mr. Nicolay, whose suspicions seemed to have been aroused by this mysterious conference, sat down beside him and said, "Judd, there is something up. What is it, if it is proper that I should know?" "George," answered Judd, "there is no necessity for your knowing it. One man can keep a matter better than two." Arrived at Harrisburg, and the public ceremonies and speech-making over, Mr. Lincoln retired to a private parlor in the Jones house, and Mr. Judd summoned to meet him Judge Davis, Colonel Lamon, Colonel Sumner, Major Hunter, and Captain Pope. The 3 latter were officers of the regular army, and had joined the party after it had left Springfield. Judd began the conference by stating the alleged fact of the Baltimore conspiracy, how it was detected, and how it was proposed to thwart it by a midnight expedition to Washington by way of Philadelphia. It was a great surprise to most of those assembled. Colonel Sumner was the first to break silence. "That proceeding," said he, "will be a damned piece of cowardice." Mr. Judd considered this a pointed hint, but replied that "that view of the case had already been presented to Mr. Lincoln." Then there was a general interchange of opinions, which Sumner interrupted by saying, "I'll get a squad of cavalry, sir, and cut our way to Washington, sir." "Probably before that day comes," said Mr. Judd, "the inauguration day will have passed. It is important that Mr. Lincoln should be in Washington that day." Thus far Judge Davis had expressed no opinion, but "had put various questions to test the truthfulness of the story." He now turned to Mr. Lincoln and said, "You personally heard the detective's story. You have heard this discussion. What is your judgment in the matter?" "I have listened," answered Mr. Lincoln, "to this discussion with interest. I see no reason, no good reason, to change the program, and I am for carrying it out as arranged by Judd." There was no longer any dissent as to the plan itself, but one question still remained to be disposed of: who should accompany the President on his perilous ride? Mr. Judd again took the lead, declaring that he and Mr. Lincoln had previously determined that but one man ought to go, and that Colonel Lamon had been selected as the proper person. To this Sumner violently demurred. "I have undertaken," he exclaimed, "to see Mr. Lincoln to Washington." Mr. Lincoln was hastily dining when a closed carriage was brought to the side door of the hotel. He was called, hurried to his room, changed his coat and hat, and passed rapidly through the hall and out of the door. As he was stepping into the carriage, it became manifest that Sumner was determined to get in also. "Hurry with him," whispered Judd to Lamon, and at the same time, placing his hand on Sumner's shoulder, said aloud, "One moment, Colonel." Sumner turned around, and in that moment the carriage drove rapidly away. "A madder man," says Mr. Judd, "you never saw." Mr. Lincoln and Colonel Lamon got on board the car without discovery or mishap. Besides themselves, there was no one in or about the car but Mr. Lewis, General Superintendent of the Pennsylvania Central Railroad, and Mr. Franciscus, Superintendent of the division over which they were about to pass. As Mr. Lincoln's dress on this occasion had been much discussed, it may be as well to state that he wore a soft, light felt hat, drawn down over his face when it seemed necessary or convenient, and a shawl thrown over his shoulders, and pulled up to assist in disguising his features when passing to and from the carriage. This was all there was of the "Scotch cap and cloak" so widely celebrated in the political literature of the day. At 10 o'clock they reached Philadelphia, and were met by the detective and one Mr. Kinney, an under official of the Philadelphia, Wilmington, and Baltimore Railroad. Lewis and Franciscus bade Mr. Lincoln adieu. Mr. Lincoln, Colonel Lamon, and the detective seated themselves in a carriage which stood in waiting, and Mr. Kinney got upon the box with the driver. It was a full hour and a half before the Baltimore train was to start, and Mr. Kinney found it necessary "to consume the time by driving northward in search of some imaginary person." On the way through Philadelphia, Mr. Lincoln told his companions about the message he had received from Mr. Seward. This new discovery was infinitely more appalling than the other. Mr. Seward had been informed "that about 15,000 men were organized to prevent his (Lincoln's) passage through Baltimore, and that arrangements were made by these parties to blow up the railroad track, fire the train, etc." In view of these unpleasant circumstances, Mr. Seward recommended a change of route. Here was a plot big enough to swallow up the little one, which we are to regard as the peculiar property of Mr. Felton's detective. Hilliard, Fernandina, and Luckett disappear among the 15,000, and their maudlin and impotent twaddle about the abolition tyrant look very insignificant beside the bloody massacre, conflagration, and explosion now foreshadowed. As the moment for the departure of the Baltimore train drew near, the carriage paused in the dark shadows of the depot building. It was not considered prudent to approach the entrance. The spy passed in first, and was followed by Mr. Lincoln and Colonel Lamon. An agent of the former
directed them to the sleeping car, which they entered by the rear door. Mr. Kinney ran forward, and delivered to the conductor the important package prepared for the purpose, and in 3 minutes the train was in motion. The tickets for the whole party had been procured beforehand. Their berths were ready, but had only been preserved from invasion by the statement that they were retained for a sick man and his attendants. The business had been managed very adroitly by the female spy, who had accompanied her employer from Baltimore to Philadelphia, to assist him in this the most delicate and important affair of his life. Mr. Lincoln got into his bed immediately, and the curtains were drawn together. When the conductor came around, the detective handed him the sick man's ticket, and the rest of the party lay down also. None of "our party appeared to be sleepy," says the detective, "but we all lay quiet, and nothing of importance transpired." "Mr. Lincoln is very homely," said the woman in her report, "and so very tall that he could not lay straight in his berth." During the night Mr. Lincoln indulged in a joke or two, in an undertone; but, with that exception, the 2 sections occupied by them were perfectly silent. The detective said he had men stationed at various places along the road to let him know if all was right, and he rose and went to the platform occasionally to observe their signals, but returned each time with a favorable report. At 30 minutes after 3, the train reached Baltimore. One of the spy's assistants came on board and informed him, in a whisper, that all was right. The woman got out of the car. Mr. Lincoln lay close in his berth, and in a few moments the car was being slowly drawn through the quiet streets of the city toward the Washington depot. There again there was another pause, but no sound more alarming than the noise of shifting cars and engines. The passengers, tucked away on their narrow shelves, dozed on as peacefully as if Mr. Lincoln had never been born, until they were awakened by the loud strokes of a huge club against a night watchman's box, which stood within the depot and close to the track. It was an Irishman trying to arouse a sleepy ticket agent, comfortably ensconced within. For 20 minutes the Irishman pounded the box with ever-increasing vigor, and at each report of his blows shouted at the top of his voice, "Captain, it's 4 o'clock! It's 4 o'clock!" The Irishman seemed to think the time had ceased to run at 4 o'clock, and, making no allowance for the period consumed by his futile exercises, repeated to the last his original statement that it was 4 o'clock. The passengers were intensely amused, and their jokes and laughter at the Irishman's expense were not lost upon the occupants of the 2 sections in the rear. "Mr. Lincoln," says the detective, "appeared to enjoy it very much, and made several witty remarks, showing that he was as full of fun as ever." In due time the train sped out of the suburbs of Baltimore, and the apprehensions of the President and his friends diminished with each welcome revolution of the wheels. At 6 o'clock the dome of the Capitol came in sight, and a moment later they rolled into the long, unsightly building which forms the Washington depot. They passed out of the car unobserved, and pushed along with the living stream of men and women toward the outer door. One man alone in the great crowd seemed to watch Mr. Lincoln with special attention. Standing a little on one side, he looked very sharp at him, and, as he passed, seized hold of his hand and said in a low tone of voice, "Abe, you can't play that on me." The detective and Colonel Lamon were instantly alarmed. One of them raised his fist to strike the stranger, but Mr. Lincoln caught his arm and said, "Don't strike him! Don't strike him! It is Washburne. Don't you know him?" Mr. Seward had given to Mr. Washburne a hint of the information received through his son, and Mr. Washburne knew its value as well as another. For the present, the detective admonished him to keep quiet, and they passed on together. Taking a hack, they drove towards Willard's Hotel. Mr. Lincoln, Mr. Washburne, and the detectives got out in the street, and approached the ladies' entrance, while Colonel Lamon drove on to the main entrance, and sent the proprietor to meet his distinguished guest at the side door. A few minutes later Mr. Seward arrived, and was introduced to the company by Mr. Washburne. He spoke in very strong terms of the great danger which Mr. Lincoln had so narrowly escaped, and most heartily applauded the wisdom of the "secret passage." "I informed Governor Seward of the nature of the information I had," says the detective, "and that I had no information of any large organization in Baltimore; but the governor reiterated that he had conclusive evidence of this." It soon became apparent that Mr. Lincoln wished to be left alone. He said he was rather tired, and, upon this intimation, the party separated. The detective went to the telegraph office, and loaded the wires with dispatches, containing the pleasing intelligence that "Plums had brought nuts through in safety." In the spy's cipher, the President elect was reduced to the undignified title of "Nuts." That same day, Mr. Lincoln's family and suite passed through Baltimore on the special train intended for him. They saw no sign of any disposition to burn them alive, or to blow them up with gunpowder, but went their way unmolested and very happy. Mr. Lincoln soon learned to regret the midnight ride. His friends reproached him, his enemies taunted him. He was convinced that he had committed a grave mistake in yielding to the solicitations of a professional spy and of friends too easily alarmed. He saw that he had fled from a danger purely imaginary, and felt the shame and mortification natural to a brave man under such circumstances. But he was not disposed to take all the responsibility to himself, and frequently upbraided the writer for having aided and assisted him to demean himself at the very moment in all his life when his behavior should have exhibited the utmost dignity and composure. The news of his surreptitious entry into Washington occasioned much and varied comment throughout the country, but important events followed it in such rapid succession that its real significance was soon lost sight of. Enough that Mr. Lincoln was safely at the Capitol, and in a few days would in all probability assume the power confided to his hands. If before leaving Springfield he had become weary of the pressure upon him for office, he found no respite on his arrival at the focus of political intrigue and corruption. The intervening days before his inauguration were principally occupied in arranging the construction of the cabinet. He was pretty well determined on this subject before he reached Washington; but, in the minds of the public, beyond the generally accepted fact that Mr. Seward was to be the premier of the new administration, all was speculation and conjecture. From the circumstances of the case, he was compelled to give patient ear to the representations which were made him in favor of or against various persons or parties, and to hold his final decisions to the last moment, in order that he might decide with a full view of the requirements of public policy and party fealty. The close of this volume is not the place to enter into a detailed history of the circumstances which attended the inauguration of Mr. Lincoln's administration, nor of the events which signalized the close of Mr. Buchanan's. The history of the former cannot be understood without tracing its relation to that of the latter, and both demand more impartial consideration than either has yet received. The 4th of March, 1861, at last arrived, and at noon on that day the administration of James Buchanan was to come to a close, and that of Abraham Lincoln was to take its place. Mr. Lincoln's feelings, as the hour approached which was to invest him with great responsibilities than had fallen upon any of his predecessors, may readily be imagined by the readers of the foregoing pages. If he saw in his elevation another step towards the fulfillment of that destiny which at times he believed awaited him, the thought served but to tinge with a peculiar, almost poetic sadness, the manner in which he addressed himself to the solemn duties of the hour. The morning opened pleasantly. At an early hour he gave his inaugural address its final revision. Extensive preparations had been made to render the occasion as impressive as possible. By 9 o'clock the procession had begun to form, and at 11 o'clock it commenced to move toward Willard's Hotel. Mr. Buchanan was still at the Capitol, signing bills till the official term of his office expired. At 12:30 he called for Mr. Lincoln, and, after a delay of a few moments, both descended and entered the open barouche in waiting for them. Shortly after, the procession took up its line of march for the Capitol.
Apprehensions existed that possibly some attempt might be made to assassinate Mr. Lincoln, and accordingly his carriage was carefully surrounded by the military and the Committee of Arrangements. By order of General Scott, troops were placed at various points about the city, as well as on the tops of some of the houses along the route of the procession. The Senate remained in session till 12 o'clock, when Mr. Breckinridge, in a few well-chosen words, bade the senators farewell, and then conducted his successor, Mr. Hamlin, to the chair. At this moment, members and members-elect of the House of Representatives and the diplomatic corps entered the chamber. At 13 minutes to 1, the judges of the Supreme Court were announced, and on their entrance, headed by the venerable Chief Justice Taney, all on the floor arose, while they moved slowly to the seats assigned them at the right of the Vice President, bowing to that officer as they passed. At 15 minutes past 1, the Marshal in Chief entered the chamber, ushering in the President and President-elect. Mr. Lincoln looked pale and wan and anxious. In a few moments the Marshal led the way to the platform at the eastern portico of the Capitol, where preparations had been made for the inauguration ceremony, and he was followed by the judges of the Supreme Court, Sergeant-at-Arms of the Senate, the Committee of Arrangements, the President and President-elect, Vice President, Secretary of the Senate, Senators, Diplomatic Corps, heads of departments, and others in the chamber. On arriving at the platform, Mr. Lincoln was introduced to the assembly by the Hon. E. D. Baker, United States Senator from Oregon. Stepping forward in a manner deliberate and impressive, he read in a clear, penetrating voice the following Inaugural Address. Fellow citizens of the United States, in compliance with a custom as old as the government itself, I appear before you to address you briefly, and to take, in your presence, the oath prescribed by the Constitution of the United States, to be taken by the President before he enters on the execution of his office. I do not consider it necessary, at present, for me to discuss those matters of administration about which there is no special anxiety or excitement. Apprehension seems to exist among the people of the Southern States that, by the accession of a Republican administration, their property and their peace and personal security are to be endangered. There has never been any reasonable cause for such apprehension. Indeed, the most ample evidence to the contrary has all the while existed, and been open to their inspection. It is found in nearly all the published speeches of him who now addresses you. I do but quote from one of those speeches, when I declare that, I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in the States where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. Those who nominated and elected me do so with the full knowledge that I have made this and many similar declarations, and have never recanted them. And, more than this, they placed in the platform, for my acceptance, and as a law to themselves and to me, the clear and emphatic resolution which I now read. Resolved, that the maintenance inviolate of the rights of the States, and especially the right of each State to order and control its own domestic institutions according to its own judgment exclusively, is essential to that balance of power on which the perfection and endurance of our political fabric depend; and we denounce the lawless invasion by armed force of the soil of any State or Territory, no matter under what pretext, as among the gravest of crimes. I now reiterate these sentiments, and, in doing so, I only press upon the public attention the most conclusive evidence of which the case is susceptible, that the property, peace, and security of no section are to be in any wise endangered by the now incoming administration. I add, too, that all the protection which, consistently with the Constitution and the laws, can be given, will be cheerfully given to all the States, when lawfully demanded, for whatever cause, as cheerfully to one section as to another. There is much controversy about the delivering up of fugitives from service or labor. The clause I now read is as plainly written in the Constitution as any other of its provisions. "No person held to service or labor in one State, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due." It is scarcely questioned that this provision was intended by those who made it for the reclaiming of what we call fugitive slaves, and the intention of the lawgiver is the law. All members of Congress swear their support to the whole Constitution, to this provision as well as any other. To the proposition, then, that slaves whose cases come within the terms of this clause shall be delivered up, their oaths are unanimous. Now, if they would make the effort in good temper, could they not, with nearly equal unanimity, frame and pass a law by means of which to keep good that unanimous oath? There is some difference of opinion whether this clause should be enforced by national or by State authority; but surely that difference is not a very material one. If the slave is to be surrendered, it can be of but little consequence to him or to others by which authority it is done; and should any one in any case be content that this oath shall go unkept on a merely unsubstantial controversy as to how it shall be kept? Again, in any law upon this subject, ought not all the safeguards of liberty known in civilized and humane jurisprudence to be introduced, so that a free man be not, in any case, surrendered as a slave? And might it not be well, at the same time, to provide by law for the enforcement of that clause in the Constitution which guarantees that "the citizens of each State shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities of citizens in the several States"? I take the official oath to day with no mental reservations, and with no purpose to construe the Constitution or laws by any hypercritical rules; and, while I do not choose now to specify particular acts of Congress as proper to be enforced, I do suggest that it will be much safer for all, both in official and private stations, to conform to and abide by all those acts which stand unrepealed, than to violate any of them, trusting to find impunity in having them held to be unconstitutional. It is 72 years since the first inauguration of a President under our national Constitution. During that period, 15 different and very distinguished citizens have in succession administered the executive branch of the government. They have conducted it through many perils, and generally with great success. Yet, with all this scope for precedent, I now enter upon the same task for the brief constitutional term of 4 years, under great and peculiar difficulties. A disruption of the Federal Union, heretofore only menaced, is now formidably attempted. I hold that, in the contemplation of universal law and of the Constitution, the union of these States is perpetual. Perpetuity is implied, if not expressed, in the fundamental law of all national governments. It is safe to assert that no government proper ever had a provision in its organic law for its own termination, continued to execute all the express provisions of our national Constitution, and the Union will endure forever, it being impossible to destroy it, except by some action not provided for in the instrument itself. Again, if the United States be not a government proper, but an association of States in the nature of a contract merely, can it, as a contract, be peaceably unmade by less than all the parties who made it? One party to a contract may violate it, break it, so to speak, but does it not require all to lawfully rescind it? Descending from these general principles, we find the proposition that in legal contemplation the Union is perpetual confirmed by the history of the Union itself. The Union is much older than the Constitution. It was formed, in fact, by the Articles of Association in 1774. It was matured and continued in the Declaration of Independence in 1776. It was further matured, and the faith of all the then 13 States expressly plighted and engaged that it should be perpetual,
by the Articles of Confederation in 1778, and finally, in 1787, one of the declared objects for ordaining and establishing the Constitution was to form a more perfect Union. But, if the destruction of the Union by one or by a part only of the States be lawfully possible, the Union is less than before, the Constitution having lost the vital element of perpetuity. It follows from these views that no State, upon its own mere motion, can lawfully get out of the Union; that resolves and ordinances to that effect are legally void; and that acts of violence within any State or States against the authority of the United States are insurrectionary or revolutionary according to circumstances. I therefore consider that, in view of the Constitution and the laws, the Union is unbroken, and to the extent of my ability I shall take care, as the Constitution itself expressly enjoins upon me, that the laws of the Union shall be faithfully executed in all the States. Doing this, which I deem to be only a simple duty on my part, I shall perfectly perform it, so far as is practicable, unless my rightful masters, the American people, shall withhold the requisite power, or in some authoritative manner direct the contrary. I trust this will not be regarded as a menace, but only as the declared purpose of the Union, that it will constitutionally defend and maintain itself. In doing this there need be no bloodshed or violence, and there shall be none, unless it is forced upon the national authority. The power confided to me will be used to hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government, and collect the duties and imposts; but, beyond what may be necessary for these objects, there will be no invasion, no using of force against or among the people anywhere. Where hostility to the United States shall be so great and so universal as to prevent competent resident citizens from holding the federal offices, there will be no attempt to force obnoxious strangers among the people for that object. While the strict legal right may exist of the government to enforce the exercise of these offices, the attempt to do so would be so irritating and so nearly impracticable withal, that I deem it better to forego for the time the uses of such offices. The mails, unless repelled, will continue to be furnished in all parts of the Union. So far as possible, the people everywhere shall have that sense of perfect security which is most favorable to calm thought and reflection. The course here indicated will be followed, unless current events and experience shall show a modification or change to be proper; and in every case and exigency my best discretion will be exercised according to the circumstances actually existing, and with a view and hope of a peaceful solution of the national troubles, and the restoration of fraternal sympathies and affections. That there are persons, in one section or another, who seek to destroy the Union at all events, and are glad of any pretext to do it, I will neither affirm nor deny; but, if there be such, I need address no word to them. To those, however, who really love the Union, may I not speak. Before entering upon so grave a matter as the destruction of our national fabric, with all its benefits, its memories, and its hopes, would it not be well to ascertain why we do it? Will you hazard so desperate a step, while any portion of the ills you fly from have no real existence? Will you, while the certain ills you fly to are greater than all the real ones you fly from, will you risk the commission of so fearful a mistake? All profess to be content in the Union if all constitutional rights can be maintained. Is it true, then, that any right, plainly written in the Constitution, has been denied? I think not. Happily the human mind is so constituted that no party can reach to the audacity of doing this. Think, if you can, of a single instance in which a plainly written provision of the Constitution has ever been denied. If, by the mere force of numbers, a majority should deprive a minority of any clearly written constitutional right, it might, in a moral point of view, justify revolution. It certainly would, if such right were a vital one; but such is not our case. All the vital rights of minorities and of individuals are so plainly assured to them by affirmations and negations, guarantees and prohibitions, in the Constitution, The controversies never arise concerning them. But no organic law can ever be framed with a provision specifically applicable to every question which may occur in practical administration. No foresight can anticipate, or any document of reasonable length contain, express provisions for all possible questions. Shall fugitives from labor be surrendered by national or by State authority? The Constitution does not expressly say. Must Congress protect slavery in the Territories? The Constitution does not expressly say. From questions of this class spring all our constitutional controversies, and we divide upon them into majorities and minorities. If the minority will not acquiesce, the majority must, or the government must cease. There is no alternative for continuing the government but acquiescence on the one side or the other. If a minority, in such a case, will secede rather than acquiesce, they make a precedent which in turn will ruin and divide them, for a minority of their own will secede from them, whenever a majority refuses to be controlled by such a minority. For instance, why not any portion of a new confederacy, a year or two hence, arbitrarily secede again, precisely as portions of the present Union now claim to secede from it? All who cherish disunion sentiments are now being educated to the exact temper of doing this. Is there such perfect identity of interests among the States to compose a new Union as to produce harmony only, and prevent renewed secession? Plainly, the central idea of secession is the essence of anarchy. A majority held in restraint by constitutional check and limitation, and always changing easily with deliberate changes of popular opinions and sentiments, is the only true sovereign of a free people. Whoever rejects it does, of necessity, fly to anarchy or to despotism. Unanimity is impossible. The rule of a minority, as a permanent arrangement, is wholly inadmissible, so that rejecting the majority principle, anarchy or despotism in some form is all that is left. I do not forget the position assumed by some, that constitutional questions are to be decided by the Supreme Court, nor do I deny that such decisions must be binding in any case upon the parties to a suit, as to the object of that suit, while they are also entitled to very high respect and consideration in all parallel cases by all other departments of the government. And, while it is obviously possible that such decision may be erroneous in any given case, still the evil effect following it, being limited to that particular case, with the chance that it may be overruled and never become a precedent for other cases, can better be borne than could the evils of a different practice. At the same time, the candid citizen must confess that, if the policy of the government upon the vital questions affecting the whole people is to be irrevocably fixed by the decisions of the Supreme Court the instant they are made, as in ordinary litigation between parties in personal actions, the people will have ceased to be their own masters, having to that extent practically resigned their government into the hands of that eminent tribunal. Nor is there in this view any assault upon the court or the judges. It is a duty from which they may not shrink, to decide cases properly brought before them, and it is no fault of theirs if others seek to turn their decisions to political purposes. One section of our country believes slavery is right and ought to be extended, while the other believes it is wrong and ought not to be extended, and this is the only substantial dispute, and the fugitive slave clause of the Constitution, and the law for the suppression of the foreign slave trade, are each as well enforced, perhaps, as any law can ever be in a community where the moral sense of the people imperfectly supports the law itself. The great body of the people abide by the dry, legal obligation in both cases, and a few break over in each. This, I think, cannot be perfectly cured, and it would be worse in both cases after the separation of the sections than before. The foreign slave trade, now imperfectly suppressed, would be ultimately revived, without restriction, in one section, while fugitive slaves, not only partially surrendered, would not be surrendered at all by the other. Physically speaking, we cannot separate, we cannot remove our respective sections from each other, nor build an impassable wall between them. A husband and a wife may be divorced, and go out of the presence and beyond the reach of each other, but the different parts of our country cannot do this. They cannot but remain face to face, and intercourse, either amicable or hostile, must continue between them. Is it possible, then, to make that intercourse more advantageous or more satisfactory after separation than before? Can aliens make treaties easier than friends can make laws? Can treaties be more faithfully enforced between aliens than laws can among friends? Suppose you go to war. You cannot fight always, and when, after much loss on both sides, and no gain on either, you cease fighting, the identical questions as to terms of intercourse are again upon you. This country, with its institutions, belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending, or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it. I cannot be ignorant of the fact that many worthy and patriotic citizens are desirous of having the national Constitution amended. While I make no recommendation of amendment, I fully recognize the full authority of the people over the whole subject, to be exercised in either of the modes prescribed in the instrument itself; and I should, under existing circumstances, favor rather than oppose a fair opportunity being afforded the people to act upon it. I will venture to add that to me the convention mode seems preferable, in that it allows amendments to originate with the people themselves, instead of only permitting them to take or reject propositions originated by others not especially chosen for the purpose, and which might not be precisely such as they would wish either to accept or refuse. I understand that a proposed amendment to the Constitution, which amendment, however, I have not seen, has passed Congress, to the effect that the Federal Government shall never interfere with the domestic institutions of States, including that of persons held to service. To avoid misconstruction of what I have said, I depart from my purpose not to speak of particular amendments so far as to say, that, holding such a provision to now be implied constitutional law, I have no objection to its being made express and irrevocable. The Chief Magistrate derives all his authority from the people, and they have conferred none upon him to fix the terms for the separation of the States. The people themselves, also, can do this if they choose, but the Executive, as such, has nothing to do with it. His duty is to administer the present government as it came to his hands, and to transmit it unimpaired by him to his successor. Why should there not be a patient confidence in the ultimate justice of the people? Is there any better or equal hope in the world? In our present differences, is either party without faith of being in the right? If the Almighty Ruler of nations, with his eternal truth and justice, be on your side of the North, or on yours of the South, that truth and that justice will surely prevail by the judgment of this great tribunal, the American people. By the frame of the government under which we live, this same people have wisely given their public servants but little power for mischief, and have, with equal wisdom, provided for the return of that little to their own hands at very short intervals. While the people retain their virtue and vigilance, no administration, by any extreme wickedness or folly, can very seriously injure the government in the short space of 4 years. My countrymen, one and all, think calmly and well upon this whole subject. Nothing valuable can be lost by taking time. If there be an object to hurry any of you, in hot haste, to a step which you would never take deliberately, that object will be frustrated by taking time, but no good object can be frustrated by it. Such of you as are now dissatisfied still have the old Constitution unimpaired, and, on the sensitive point, the laws of your own framing under it, while the new administration will have no immediate power, if it would, to change either. If it were admitted that you who are dissatisfied hold the right side in the dispute, there is still no single reason for precipitous action. Intelligence, patriotism, Christianity, and a firm reliance on Him who has never yet forsaken this favored land, are still competent to adjust, in the best way, all our present difficulties. In your hands, my dissatisfied fellow countrymen, and not in mine, is the momentous issue of civil war. The government will not assail you. You can have no conflict without being yourselves the aggressors. You can have no oath registered in heaven to destroy the government, while I shall have the most solemn one to preserve, protect, and defend it. I am loath to close. We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. The mystic cords of memory, stretching from every battlefield and patriot grave to every living heart and hearthstone all over this broad land, will yet swell the chorus of the Union, when again touched, as surely they will be, by the better angels of our nature. This address, so characteristic of its author, and so full of the best qualities of Mr. Lincoln's nature, was well received by the large audience which heard it. Having finished, Mr. Lincoln turned to Chief Justice Taney, who, with much apparent agitation and emotion, administered to him the following oath: "I, Abraham Lincoln, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States." The ceremony concluded, Mr. Lincoln, as President of the United States, in charge of the Committee of Arrangements, was accompanied by Mr. Buchanan back to the Senate Chamber, and from there to the Executive Mansion. Here Mr. Buchanan took leave of him, invoking upon his administration a peaceful and happy result, and here for the present we leave him. In another volume we shall endeavor to trace his career as the nation's chief magistrate during the ensuing 4 years. End of Chapter 20, Part 2. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 34 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Hill Lamon. Appendix. I was born February 12, 1809, in Hardin County, Kentucky. My parents were both born in Virginia, of undistinguished families, second families, perhaps I should say. My mother, who died in my 10th year, was of a family of the name of Hanks, some of whom now reside in Adams and others in Macon counties, Illinois. My paternal grandfather, Abraham Lincoln, emigrated from Rockingham County, Virginia, to Kentucky about 1781 or 2, where a year or 2 later he was killed by Indians, not in battle, but by stealth when he was laboring to open a farm in the forest. His ancestors, who were Quakers, went to Virginia from Berks County, Pennsylvania. An effort to identify them with the New England family of the same name ended in nothing more definite than a similarity of Christian names in both families, such as Enoch, Levi, Mordecai, Solomon, Abraham, and the like. My father, at the death of his father, was but 6 years of age, and he grew up literally without education. He removed from Kentucky to what is now Spencer County, Indiana, in my 8th year. We reached our new home about the same time the state came into the Union. It was a wild region, with many bears and other wild animals still in the woods. There I grew up. There was some school, so-called, but no qualification was ever required of a teacher, beyond readin', writin', and cipherin' to the rule of 3. If a straggler, supposed to understand Latin, happened to sojourn in the neighborhood, he was looked upon as a wizard. There was absolutely nothing to excite ambition for education. Of course, when I came of age, I did not know much. Still, somehow, I could read, write, and cipher to the rule of 3, but that was all. I have not been to school since. The little advance I now have upon this store of education I have picked up from time to time under the pressure of necessity. I was raised to farm work, which I continued till I was 22. At 21 I came to Illinois, and passed the first year in Illinois, Macon County. Then I got to New Salem, at that time in Sangamon, now in Menard County, where I remained a year as a sort of clerk in a store. Then came the Black Hawk War, and I was elected a captain of volunteers, a success which gave me more pleasure than any I have had since. I went the campaign, was elated, ran for the legislature the same year, 1832, and was beaten, the only time I have been beaten by the people. The next, and 3 succeeding biennial elections, I was elected to the legislature. I was not a candidate afterwards. During the legislative period I had studied law, and removed to Springfield to practice it. In 1846 I was once elected to the lower house of Congress, was not a candidate for re-election. From 1849 to 1854, both inclusive, practiced law more assiduously than ever before. Always a Whig in politics, and generally on the Whig electoral tickets, making active canvasses. I was losing interest in politics when the repeal of the Missouri Compromise aroused me again. What I have done since then is pretty well known. If any personal description of me is thought desirable, it may be said, I am in height 6 feet 4 inches nearly, lean in flesh, weighing on average 180 pounds, dark complexion with coarse black hair and gray eyes, no other marks or brands recollected. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln. Witness J. W. Fell, Esquire. Washington, D.C., March 24, 1872. We, the undersigned, hereby certify that the foregoing statement is in the handwriting of Abraham Lincoln. David Davis, Lyman Trumbull, Charles Sumner. The circumstances under which the original of this accompanying facsimile were written are explained in the following letter. National Hotel, Washington, D.C., February 19, 1872, Colonel Ward H. Lamon. Dear Sir, in compliance with your request, I place in your hands a copy of a manuscript in my possession, written by Abraham Lincoln, giving a brief account of his early history and the commencement of that political career which terminated in his election to the presidency. It may not be inappropriate to say that some time preceding the writing of the enclosed, finding in Pennsylvania and elsewhere a laudable curiosity in the public mind to know more about the early history of Mr. Lincoln, and looking, too, to the possibilities of his being an available candidate for the presidency in 1860, I had on several occasions requested of him this information, and that it was not without some hesitation he placed in my hands even this very modest account of himself, which he did in the month of December, 1859. To this were added, by myself, other facts bearing upon his legislative and political history, and the whole forwarded to a friend residing in my native county, Chester, Pennsylvania, the Honorable Joseph J. Lewis, former Commissioner of Internal Revenue, who made them the basis of an ably written and somewhat elaborate memoir of the late President, which appeared in the Pennsylvania and other papers of the country in January, 1860, and which contributed to prepare the way for the subsequent nomination at Chicago the following June. Believing this brief and unpretending narrative, written by himself in his own peculiar vein, and in justice to him, I should add, without the remotest expectation of its ever appearing in public, with the attending circumstances, may be of interest to the numerous admirers of that historic and truly great man, I place it at your disposal. I am truly yours, Jesse W. Fell. End of Section 34. End of The Life of Abraham Lincoln, by Ward Hill Lamon.